3, 2, 1.
Chaos Blade!
I'll take a cosmic clash over fighting vampires any day.
Another loser to punch. Much better.
But they have a tank.
I shattered the space rat's beacon.
You need no fear.
Fucking you just tried to die. You lost your fucking mind.
You cannot hurt me.
Wait. Oh shit, the subs are dead. Ah, dead. Oh shit, the subs are dead.
Let the sparks fly!
Oh my god.
You're halfway there. Keep
Oh, this is
going!
a dumbass video. I ain't hear none of them getting the shit beat out of me. From behind me.
Energy core detonated!
Down.
Flame shield!
Mutant magic!
This nigga just left me dead the entire game.
Almost there! Don't turn back now!
I feel like myself again.
Tick, tick, boom!
You shall not be harmed.
You're welcome! The vehicle
Oh,
reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum!
Yeah, Dora is a terrible this time.
We'll be for the win! Ionic burst!
All of them. I'm telling you. Killed their tanks. Dumbass tanks.
You should be ashamed. You are under my protection. You are welcome.
Oh, you had them?
I have become vulnerable.
Still got it, Eric!
Oh, this is bad matchmaking.
You're halfway there! Keep going!
How do you die? How do you possibly die?
You are under my protection. All shielded up.
What this badass game is this?
Almost there! Don't turn back now! Oh yeah! Shields up!
I feel like
Time for a claw!
Oh, nowhere near me. I couldn't bubble him. He's on the other side of the card. Stop pushing. Nigga, I'm dead. I was fucked. I have to die. I'm a fucking Magneto.
Get that
shall
vehicle
not be
moving again!
removed so easily.
I'm not getting away from that. I was getting fucked up already.
Chaos Blade!
Me on the other side of the card.
What's up, bad guys? I'm hit! Cover me!
You need not fear.
You're extra shielded! They'll have to
Fear Magneto! I seem to be unprotected.
I don't have that.
Mutant magic!
This is real firepower!
Bro, get off thing, bro. What the fuck is he on thing? Well, I guess he gets buddy.
My
It's the
power
only
cannot be
possible reason you
quelled.
be on that gas character. He beat him down for all of the team for one nigga. I don't know if that's even true.
Get that vehicle moving again!
This is fucking
They shall not escape our wrath.
Be off my game.
Chaos Blade! Simply God of Thunder!
This nigga.
Alright, I'll switch when I pop my ult.
Dude, we just losing.
Rebirth is a mutant's greatest gift.
Get that vehicle moving
We're losing for
again!
no reason. We literally was walking these niggas down.
Only 60 seconds left. Experiment!
What a curious place.
Nobody's with me.
I feel like myself again.
Ionic burst!
Berserker! Rage!
Fucking bad.
Your savage side is showing, Logan. How delightful! Mutant magic!
Down to 30 seconds.
You shall be harmed. Never believe
Oh my god.
cannot hurt me.
The final 10 seconds.
Always rise again.
Time for a glow up.
The dragon!
Chaos! No winner yet. Going to overtime. Hell unleashed.
My daughter!
Assemble!
Fear Magneto!
The current score is 1-2-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
Be wary. No timeline exists where Magneto yields.
I am beyond my pitiful creator. I am beyond everyone.
Round
Perhaps
2,
Tony
go!
Stark serves a purpose after all.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Ultron virus
I've
reinforcement.
got a bit of a dragon problem. Think you could help?
You came to the right sorcerer. I have slain unfathomable beasts from across countless realities.
Whoa! Hey! I don't want you to slay him. I want you to turn him back.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I spy some bad guys.
You are all but incumbent vessels for the Ultron virus.
Feeling way better already.
Youch, that hurts!
I am strengthened for battle. I am vulnerable.
Every little bit helps.
Even better than my mutant power.
Feeling way better already.
Time for a blow up! Better stop that vehicle!
Here come our next victims.
I got hit like hard.
You're dumb.
My life force is fading. I require urgent treatment.
Extermination!
Help never hurts.
Stop them in their tracks!
This is real firepower!
Burst it in, burst it!
Behold the god of thunder! Berserker!
Unnatural selection. At least you are to embrace perfection.
Almost bowed out. My turn.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Embrace perfection. Embrace perfection.
Even better than my mutant power.
You would have failed without me.
Ouch, that hurts!
I unleash the Vishanti's power!
Assemble! Extermination!
An unseen
A high number of targets detected. Embrace perfection.
My turn.
Better stop that vehicle!
Even better than my mutant.
They faded halfway! Stop them!
Features.
Check your health!
System treatment.
Feeling way better already. Time for a glow up! Ouch, that hurt!
You would have failed without me.
Whoopee for the win!
Shoot past everybody! Shoot us all!
Bloody runt!
Stop them in their tracks!
Berserker! Rage!
I suck!
This is real firepower!
My friends are here! I was worried. See them? Right there. I don't have to be center stage. I suck!
Toya, shigan!
There's still a chance to stop them!
Pentagram of Morale.
We're 60 seconds left!
Time for a glow up!
I've still got songs to sing. Hal, you're frozen!
No, this...
Someone needs a snowball in the face. Down to 30 seconds. Final score: 1-2-2. Well, you can't expect to win them all. Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Be wary. No timeline exists where Magneto yields.
My name is my name.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Fucking idiots. I don't care. If you fucking sell the fucking round, I'm gonna just throw the game. You sold the round. You made the game way harder than it needed to be for no reason. Because everybody wanna play their fucking favorite character. I don't care. I'll throw the game. I think it was on Ding the whole game. It's like 4-3 or some shit. 4-4, 4-6. Just kept dying. Weak ass Ding. Get Ding off of my team. He never played right. I've had one good thing. And I don't know how they was letting them do it to them. Because it's in the front line beating the shit out of them. Me and him both had like 30 kills each, no deaths, and then his connection blew up. And like, FF, nigga, I'm not finna play this shit. 5v6. FF, I don't care. I'm about to make fucking overcome my odds. I don't care about that. I don't care. Fuck up this game. I already, I think, won the first one. I don't care. But then they can do nothing on Iron Man.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
I've just been enjoying that, you know. Niggas lost that point. You had that shit for just couldn't fucking adjust. Had to run their favorite characters. Then ended up with 5 DPS, 3 DPS and 1 healer. Okay, I'm throwing the game.
I feel a familiar cadence in the air.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Ready to rock, sis?
You know me, Johnny. When I'm needed, I'm there.
Old, reliable.
Don't make me hurt you.
You get confused with that.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Literally was dying for no reason.
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Get in the game.
Got it?
We can lose to these bumps. I don't
Underneath
care.
my caustic
I don't
exterior,
care about
I'm
losing people, but
still pretty caustic.
Ooh, found me someone to fight.
Dude, look at the team.
You shall not be harmed.
An extra force field?
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. The mission area is yours.
Look at these things, bro. They're so dumb. So I don't play with them. That's why I don't like playing. Imbeciles.
Control lost.
Rebirth
That
is a
was
mutant's
her.
greatest
What
gift.
are you, dude?
Oh
We're
my
fucking
god!
talking about.
That's one time.
They hit real hard.
Give up.
You need not fear.
Oh.
Much better.
Yeah, no, I finished. I don't know how bubble. When did I use bubble?
What vile creatures may not have
Help?
summoned back my daughter's blessing?
Yeah, I'm reloading right when you guys get low every time.
Where's the
Your team's
DPS?
capture progress is past the halfway point.
Full HP. How do I die?
this weak bastard, bro.
My power cannot be quelled. My daughter's blessing. Oh, win it!
They've almost got it! Disappear!
Magneto! Magneto! A fatal attraction.
Double KO! That's 3! Control C!
You know you never stood a chance, right?
I have known none since the dawn of time. You mortals have no hope.
Got eyes on one of them.
What's first?
Just the idiots I was looking for. Using magic. Gambit never falls! You shall not be harmed.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Expect you to do that again. My daughter's blessing.
Who's my DPS?
It seems we are outnumbered.
Ass niggas.
Control lost!
Feel the pull!
Bro, what is your mental, man?
Oh, that's Matilda.
I feel a familiar chaos in the air.
Yeah, you
no
gotta just do better.
timeline exists where Magneto
Do better.
yields.
That's all we gotta do.
I am beyond my pitiful creator. I am beyond.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Impressive, Stark. For a human.
You're leaking?
Oh my god!
This is my unnatural
Don't
selection.
tell these niggas every time. I'm done.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1! All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
You surface dwellers can't resist destroying yourselves, can you?
That dude just one-shot me. Okay, got it.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Ultron virus reinforcement.
We captured the mission area!
Embrace perfection. Airs are in order.
Ooh-wee, that hit the spot.
Feeling fantastic.
How refreshing.
That put a spring in my step?
I am barely wounded.
Embrace perfection. Embrace perfection.
Give it never time!
This is my unnatural selection.
One step closer to saving.
Power fresh from the depths.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Ultron virus reinforcement. I have finished the job for you.
Control seized.
Embrace perfection. I have finished the job for you. Ultron virus reinforcement.
Just who cares?
Extermination!
Turn around!
Embrace perfection.
Okay,
There's
who ordered
already
calamari? Did that put a spring in my step? Remind me never to eat squid again. All eyes on this spot.
A little help, please.
Oh, win it, man!
Disappear!
Fear Magneto!
Pulse charge, fire!
Let me guess. Your Namor's friends? Feeling fantastic.
An extra layer of armor.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
I could have done that far more efficiently, Stark.
All eyes on this spot.
Now I see them.
Got one in my sights.
I have finished that job for you.
气贯长龙
Glory's almost yours.
God's might!
Well, here they are. So predictable.
Anyone willing to help?
Ultron virus reinforcement.
Shields up!
They hitting real hard.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Perfection.
Control lost. They've almost got it.
Just who handle your control.
How refreshing.
I hate to admit it, Namor.
This is my unnatural selection.
That's much better.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Give it never fall!
Good job throwing, big guy. I hope you feel better.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Oh shit! I set out to set, pretty much set it out to see around. Oh my god! Oh, that's too good. Oh my god! Pretty much set it out. Set out the game. I don't give a fuck. They quit playing like shit.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Be wary. No timeline exists where Magneto yields.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
zero. That's my second account. One of my accounts is called Barry Zero Mental, nigga. One of my accounts is Barry Quits Round 1. My second account, I think I have a third one, right? My second account is Barry Zero Mental, and I have a third one. Or is it Barry Zero Mental? Oh my god, man. We banning the double dinosaurs. That's what I'm gonna run out of everything that they close at. They dive stab. Oh, that's what I'm. When it's
The right heroes could make all the difference.
That's what I'm calling it. Bro, get the fuck off the game, bro.
I feel a familiar chaos in the air.
Oh shit!
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
I have been fighting to protect my people since before you were born, boy.
Good for you, old man. But age doesn't always mean this time.
Ah, the fire of youth. Charming, but dangerous.
Oh my god!
You would be wise to follow my lead.
Set out.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
Oh
2,
shit!
1.
Oh shit!
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
TGP.
Gotta punish it, dodge.
Hello, TGP.
You shall not be harmed.
Can we kill her? She's going straight past that. I'm pretty sure you can see that, you blind fuck. You let them die.
Cancel the group.
You cannot hurt me.
These niggas let them die. I'm only one trying to protect them. They're all weak ass mad. You shot at them. I already see this game playing. The weak ass DPSs are blaming the healers to be the worst niggas in the game. Ain't no DPS. We're just gonna lose. Bitch, you don't even get killed. I don't even know if they go. Oh, punch that fast.
I shall not be removed so
You
easily.
really punch that fast. Take us 3 and 3 on
You shall not be harmed.
Shield, count me in.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks. Better stop that vehicle.
You cannot hurt me.
I forgot to get
I am ready to put on a show. All right, Ty.
There's no point in it all. Yeah.
Your attacks are futile. I feel like myself again.
Andy needs help. Penny!
Better stop that vehicle. They've made it halfway. Stop them.
Judge, jury, executioner!
I thought he was further back.
insignificant gnats.
Look at these niggas. They killing us at our next
My
spawn.
daughter's blessing. Was that truly your best?
I'm
You are under
Yeah, I'm cursed.
You are welcome.
There's still a chance to stop them.
They're killing us at our next spawn, so get rid of that
I
stuff.
feel like myself
I
again.
don't have bubble. You just kill and die for the entire game. I don't even have no bubble.
Insignificant gnats.
That's all. This is ridiculous. Nobody back here for me. I give up. I give up.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Mutants always rise again.
Perhaps Tony Stark serves
Better stop that vehicle.
This is my unnatural selection. Ultron virus reinforcement.
People too dumb to fucking. I hate playing with our characters.
Yeah, it needs this, and I don't do 360.
It's now. Stop them.
These niggas are like that.
Yeah, musician.
Better stop that
Useless. So sick of this game. These people are
By the eye of Agamotto!
Us against the world.
shouldn't be allowed on this one. I don't know what you're gonna do. Dude came off the point to do it.
Ultron virus reinforcement.
Behold, that child!
Tandy needs help.
You suck! What the fuck you talking about some real me?
I'm ready to put on a show.
How do you do that grab?
That was illogical. Selection. I have suffered severe damage.
The current score is 0, 2, 3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I am beyond my pitiful creator. I am beyond.
Be wary.
Oh
No
my
timeline
God.
exists where Magneto yields.
Oh my god! You suck, nigga!
I feel a familiar chaos in the air.
Oh my
The
god!
worst part about white costumes? The bloodstains. Am I right?
I wouldn't know. I don't fight to hurt people. I fight to heal them.
Well, when I'm done here, you'll have plenty of folks to heal. Trust me.
Something tells me I should start with you. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1! All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Oh my god!
Tandy needs help.
My daughter's blessing! You shall not be harmed. Shield? Much better. Do clean up your toys with Defecto.
Man, where's Buddy even like shooting his arms?
Forget how tough Spidey is.
An unseen assist. Use it, magic! Much better. On your toes.
Us against the world!
Lead them to consume.
Why are you shooting the hole? Man, trying not to. I don't have it. There's literally nobody playing with me. I only have one bubble.
You need no fear.
I don't even focus. This guy still didn't kill me. Oh shit, they suck. The fuck? Oh my god, they suck.
I feel like myself again. Chaos Blade! Fear Magneto! Fatal attraction.
Double KO!
It seems we have company.
I am ready to put on a show!
This bitch ain't even in the. Get her! She's not even in the. Oh! Are we done?
By the eye of Agamotto!
Someone's in my head.
She wasn't even in the. Oh!
Much better.
You get a web. You get a web. And you get a web.
She's not even. This bitch was just sitting outside the ult.
Double KO!
Fucking pathetic.
Exactly as I expected.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Go have fun.
In the open.
See, down! That fucking hurt!
Oh shit! Like, what are we doing? This is who fucks y'all up.
Now.
You shall not be harmed.
That's a little too early, I love it.
Your attacks are beautiful.
Judge! Jury! Executioner!
Get that vehicle moving again!
My daughter's blessing! It seems we have you are under my protection.
You can't even get to guard.
Fear Magneto!
I blocked
My daughter's blessing!
That's a monster.
Hello, the on-site!
This is so ass. Oh my god. Why is he on Squirrel Girl? Like, bro. You would get way more because we can't counter and dodge.
I am ready to put on a show!
You get a weapon! You get a weapon! You get a weapon!
He's so
Double
cool.
KO.
Oh my god, he's so cool.
You're halfway there! Keep going! Only 60 seconds left!
So bad, bro.
Chaos Blade! Much better.
Almost there! Don't turn back now!
You shall not be harmed.
Down to 30 seconds!
By the eye of Agamotto!
The final 10 seconds!
This nigga is 21 and I can't believe
My
this
power
shit,
cannot be quelled.
Final score 1, 2, 3.
Oh my god.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Oh shit! This nigga is 21 and 15. Oh my god! Oh my god, bro! Oh shit! Oh my god! Oh my god! These niggas are so troll, bro. Oh my god! Are you trolling? Oh, nigga, I'm laughing, nigga. You are terrible, dog. I want to watch your gameplay so bad, but I don't want to waste my time doing it. Oh my god, that nigga sucks. I'm gonna try to keep mental. I'm gonna try not to sell. Are you trolling?
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I'm getting sick of being in man jail with these bombs. If somebody lock in the oven, somebody locked in.
Now,
Motherfucking-
who am I gonna banish from this match?
Somebody lock in another fucking dive tank or some shit. I swear to I get Rogue in another dive tank. I'm like, no, I'm done. We got the same girl or person. Are you sure? Oh my god, they was so ass. GG's is Spider-Man in the first two supports. They're really pissed. That nigga. I ain't know the other ones over there. All I know is that one nigga, bro. Oh, he's crying for heals. Nigga, you on Iron Fist. Get out of the fight. You can get out of the fight and heal yourself. You have a block. You have that kick. Yeah, I don't know if he had the uppercut or the fucking. I don't know what team up here is running. That shit ridiculous.
You'll need a
Let's have them
top-notch
back
team
again.
to win this one.
Be wary.
Mag
No
Gel.
timeline exists where Magneto yields.
Offense. Permanent mag gel. I mean, triple support works with fancy support. I don't know. I'm trying to run fucking. Who is she? Looking at
Escape pod ready. Opening escape capsule.
Yeah, we know the Spider-Man.
I feel a familiar chaos in the air.
Go! 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Man, that Iron Fist.
You know how
fucking
you have all the
terrible.
powers of a spider and all the powers of a man?
Just like you have all the powers of a squirrel and all the powers of a girl.
Okay, so here's a question I don't want the
Like, this
answer
is
to. If I can
ridiculous.
summon an army of rodents to obey my every command,
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2,
Bro, I still love
1.
that road grabs.
All you need to do is capture the mission
What
area.
team was I
Got
playing
it?
with? When they beat us into our spawn on
thought
this
it
fucking
shouldn't have
thing, like some
pictured it.
fucking
I'm
AI
sorry for picturing
bots.
it. This is my fault.
They just keep pushing us.
Can I wash my brain?
Oh my god, we lost. Oh, this count versus double down. GG. What a weak ass use of that guy. Okay. Oh, and they got Psylocke. This is a hard competition.
Need to strengthen my field. I'll just suck power. Feel the heat.
Not bad for
My daughter's blessing!
Don't have to fight alone. Flower power. All eyes over here.
The fuck did they all die? I didn't even get to do anything. I literally didn't get to do anything.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
I will crush them all.
Feel the heat.
They shall not escape our wrath now. It's my daughter's blessing!
For this world.
Approach this side with caution.
We have triple support.
Quadruple.
They have 4.
Oh, remember, they have quad support.
Shake it up. You're halfway there. Keep going.
Feel the pull.
My daughter's blessing!
God damn. Okay, I can't replay the chances.
Was that truly your best?
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Yeah, they fucking suck. Oh my god, they suck.
They swapped off
Vehicle
quad
reached a
support
checkpoint.
and back
Keep up the
to
momentum.
quad support.
You think this gonna work? You dumb bitch.
No more now.
There's no way she's alive. This is what happens when you don't have great minds. I'm gonna catch you.
Oh my god, get blown up.
They are not gonna be no else.
Double kill. That's it. Don't let anything stand in your way.
What the fuck?
A valiant attempt, Namor, but a failed one.
This thing actually sucks.
My daughter's blessing! turn.
These niggas actually
That's good shit.
Much.
top tier love.
Big chance! There they are!
Our true enemy lies beneath the planet's surface.
A little help, please.
We are undefeatable!
I never thought to kill them. Yeah, this Spider-Man was the shit.
That's good job, guys.
Squirrel.
The current score is 3-2-0. Time to switch things up, including which side
It's
you're
so
on.
bad, it's fucked up. This is fucked
The
up.
right heroes could make all the
What
difference.
the
Be
fuck?
wary. No timeline exists where Magneto yields.
Should I play Penny?
I'm here to finish the fight that my father began. I hope I make him proud. Round 2, go!
Be
Penny's not
wary.
too bad on
I
defense
feel
here,
the
but
familiar
if
chaos
you're more
in the
comfortable
air.
on mag here, then go ahead.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Watch your step. It's about to get real sticky around here.
My dear sweet Susan Storm.
It's Richards, Namor. As you are well aware.
So gay for playing
Perhaps
this.
the two of us have been brought together here for a greater purpose.
Wow. Are your motivations always as transparent as I am?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Anyone willing to help?
You may have to ally with
Hey,
one
Punisher.
team temporarily to defeat the other.
You know what to do, spiders?
That's much better.
Time for
Bucky's
some
over here.
fireworks. You got my back? I've got yours.
Thanks, friend.
These niggas are terrible. There's no way you should do that.
We make quite a team. Systems restoring.
Crap, they're gonna play this.
Gun can't solve, Frank.
I'm counting on you, friends.
Armor.
Time for some fireworks. Enemies at this location.
Uh-oh, it sure looks like a portal.
No way we can score.
Fire forever win. Extra strength awesomeness. This is gonna hurt. Let's heat it up.
We got fucking folded.
You know what to do, spiders? Check out these.
Another epic victory!
Oh, they suck! Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Oh, I need that back. Oh, my God. Oh my god! I legit didn't even have to do anything. Oh my god, bro. Them niggas just got smoked, bro. What the fuck? Oh my god, they were so bad, bro. That shit is so bad. They so ass, bro. That shit fucked up. Oh my god. Don't think this thing. I can grab this shit. That nigga love fantastic food. Oh shit.
Which hero do you think you want to be today? Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
I can't believe them niggas in front of me. That Iron Fist. Who's running BP? I know against us.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
Be wary. No timeline exists where Magneto yields. I feel a familiar chaos in the air.
There's so many different jet drips.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Wow. I thought Hydra did some weird experiments on me, but look at you. Easy, fella. I didn't mean any harm. Don't bite, okay? I've already lost one of them too many.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1! All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
What have you mortals gone and done this time?
Get out, because you never get them.
Incoming! Got it good! Chaos Blade! I feel like myself again.
Keep your tentacles to yourself, Namor.
Who's over there dying?
Looks like the mission area is yours
Oh,
to capture now.
You need not fear.
That time I got a shield.
Mutant magic! Insolent fool! You cannot hurt me!
They captured the mission area!
What the fuck?
My power cannot be quelled.
Just shoot that right there. I've been dying.
Trouble has arrived.
Chaos Blade! I feel like myself again.
Cephalopods are quite intelligent.
It seems the tides have turned against you. Give it never fall! Chaos Blade!
Why are we shooting Gabby? Why are we shooting Gabby? Why are we shooting Gabby?
Your team's capture progress has passed the
What the
halfway
fuck?
point. Control these!
I feel like myself again. You shall not be harmed.
My shield! Perfect!
It seems we have company.
If you want to die, you can die.
Allons-y.
Just we need one first.
They hit real hard. My daughter's blessing. I feel like myself again. You cannot hurt me. You need not fear.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going. Disappear!
This will be good comeback.
Namor's subjects are to me. My daughter's blessing.
Control lost!
This will be helpful.
Vortex field!
They've almost got it!
Let me guess. Your Namor's...
The denizens of the deep have been killed.
By the eye of Agamotto!
You need not fear.
I suppose the shield could help.
You cannot hurt me. My daughter.
No winner yet. Going to overtime!
Attack them! Drown them! Mutants always rise again.
Forget the four. We two make quite the pair, Susan.
Install.
Forget the
let's
four.
make
We
a voice.
two make quite. Open your eyes. Reality
what is the
science,
reason that-
freedom.
Be wary. No timeline exists where Magneto yields.
What is the reason? It has to be DPS, right?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I feel a familiar chaos in the air.
I wouldn't know. I don't fight to hurt people. I fight to heal them.
Well, when I'm done here, you'll have plenty of folks to heal. Trust me.
Something tells me I should start with you.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'll start doing better.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Every game on someone
Every
tanking.
problem, if you just
Nobody wants to
look
play
hard
tank.
enough.
Still. I think we just need to I'm on.
I feel like myself again.
Need more reinforcements, I presume.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Sight showing Logan. How delightful.
There was a self-killing bro.
Chaos Blade!
Can he die that quick?
I never believed I would see this day. Magneto!
What the fuck? What is that?
We've been discovered.
Your attacks are futile.
Control lost.
My power cannot be quelled.
Like, why force me to keep playing? Like, look at what I'm doing. I don't have to keep playing with y'all. I'm sick of this shit. Why am I...
Chaos Blade! I feel like myself again.
Problem solved.
Magneto! By the eye of Agamotto!
We've been discovered.
Disappear! Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Rebirth is a mutant's greatest gift.
For now.
Chaos Blade!
Everybody's just asking.
Again!
I tagged a potential hotspot. I knew we could do it.
Super Soldier Cryostasis units fully operational. Ready for transport.
Incoming!
Yours, Diablo!
Chaos Blade!
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going. Switch places time.
Much better.
Is that the best the oceans have to offer?
Namor subjects are tenacious. Never fall! Insignificant mass.
Glory is almost yours. Control lost. Double KO.
I'm opening a portal.
Rebirth is a mute.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Oh my god. This was how do people not do anything on DPS ever? There's two teams on DPS.
Which hero do you think you want to be today? Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Just can't kite on ults, man. They can't get kills in neutral, they can't kite on ults. You can get any kills in neutral, and you can't kite on ults. What is this?
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Oh.
Be wary. No timeline exists where Magneto yields. In the air.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Got you good.
Think you're fast enough to stop a high-velocity round aimed straight between your eyes, old-timer?
Why would I have to be? I've already disabled the internal mechanisms on all of your weapons.
Okay, here's the deal, Spider Friend.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1! All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
It's an endless universe, but somehow I keep finding the worst parts.
Mutant magic!
You damn well, Penny! They had some of the worst fans I've ever seen in my life.
I got hit, like, hard!
Andy needs help. I love the way they fought.
Where's my team? Oh, not to fucking Namor? Are we serious? Did they all die? What the fuck is my team? I have 3 DPSs. There's no plan, man. Let's go. No.
I emptied the spider.
No, bar shooting.
Feel the wrath of the goddess! Losing control!
Mutants always rise again.
Oh boy. Here they go next. I'm taking requests.
Oh, bleed him dry!
Chaos Blade!
Someone scratch my back. Ready to radiate.
I shall not be removed so easily. My dark blessing! Behold!
Sometimes, you know, only 60 seconds.
Pushing that. Don't heal her down.
Time for a blow up.
Bloodstone's down. That was our cavalry.
Kill this bitch, bro. What the fuck are we doing?
Much better.
Go back fighters.
Why is he alive? Why is he alive?
Down to 30 seconds. Clock's ticking. Don't let it get. The final 10 seconds.
Yo. Which is, I don't understand how I don't do that.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
My power cannot be quelled.
Oh, God.
Magic is not the only invisible force in play here.
Pulse charge.
The current score is 0-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
Open your eyes. Reality is but an illusion.
Round 2, go!
Perhaps Tony Stark serves a purpose after all. This is my
We'll be coming in 30 seconds.
Throwing is
Stay
throwing,
strong.
dog. I know we're not doing good, but
There's something about you, Jubilee. It reminds me of Bucky.
The energy of a plucky teen sidekick? Yeah, Wolverine tried for years to reel me in, but it never worked.
Ultron virus
The
reinforcement.
battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
This is my unnatural selection.
Before we had powers, we had each other. That bond is unbreakable.
Tandy needs help.
Aha! There they are! Damn it!
I'm counting on you.
Help never hurt.
Whoa, those are some systems restoring.
Make yourself Useful.
I got hit, like, hard!
Wish to survive, you must repair me.
I can restore health, remember?
I have finished the job for you. This is my natural selection.
Enemy! I'll get you next time.
Help never hurt.
Should have stuck to that's the boost I needed.
The virus takes hold.
You never had a chance. Take it.
Look what just crawled out of the ocean!
Technology.
Your king.
Final score 0-1. Well, you can't expect to win them all.
I have to just like steal people. That's before your turn. Let's be honest, you suck. Let's be honest, you suck. Shit. Oh my god. The more I had to see who was talking. You suck. Look, the more you suck. Oh, it's too good. Let's be honest, you suck. Oh god. Don't watch my games. Nigga.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Go. You're probably low dying. But I'm not. I have much more experience in it. I don't sell too much to play against big competition.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Not definitely next time. You have to end if neither team. I'm not playing. Why are we dead? My man only plays Star. They got a penny in that, and we never shoot the mess and get in the point. I'm getting off the game. I'm getting the fuck
You'll
off
need
the
a top-notch team to win this one.
Oh, the thing! Ah, dang it. I'm dead. Ah! Ah! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
The higher the pressure, the more dazzling the diamond.
Oh my god! Oh my god, they ran down on the thing, bro. What is going on? What is, it's hella broken. I'm just not scared of a gold helmet.
How delightfully on brand.
Yeah, this is crazy. The thing? I don't think the thing's been terrible, bro. Them niggas is always ass.
Oh, well. Aren't you the sweetest thing that ever crawled onto dry land? Whoa, hey. Oh, sorry, little buddy. Wasn't trying to dehydrate you. My bad.
I'm about to fuck off the game, probably.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1! All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Power is a great gift.
And look, Penny. Already done with fucking Penny.
Some uninvited guests. Diamond and
He's like, I'm alive.
the mighty Magneto, savior of mankind, strikes again. Huzzah! You've got frostbite! Mental domination! Look who's here! Spider-Bots against me. The nest is gone. Happy. Did you even train for this? As if I wasn't strong enough.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
I was as adored by the heroes of Midgard as you are, little one.
We are undefeatable!
Armed and dangerous! I would turn around if I were you.
Mental domination! It is time we pay Dracula.
We're halfway there. Keep going!
Empathize with
Just playing in the open book.
Spider time!
Okay.
Let's cook some more!
I was fine, but thank you. I will keep the thunder raging in your honor, Aurora.
This is bad.
The mighty Magneto, savior of mankind, strikes again. Huzzah! Diamond and Snow!
I'll light us a path to the park.
Judge, jury, executioner!
The mighty Magneto, kind strikes again. Huzzah!
Everybody's there! Don't turn back now!
Or a dagger.
Don't step on lava!
You've got frostbite!
We are undefeatable! The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
I can't say I'm shocked, Aurora, but clearly they were.
Insolent too.
Priceless!
My daughter's blessing.
Mental domination! I suppose that helped.
I think just kill any one of them.
Armed and dangerous!
This beast can save New York. We must protect it on its journey. Another unsuspecting foe. Line crush!
That's it! Don't let anything stand in your way!
I don't understand what's going on. What the fuck happened? What are we doing? Why is he 7 and 5?
Emma Frost never surrenders.
Why are you 7 and 5? Now 7 and 6. Holy shit, he's just dying. Ass.
We are undefeatable!
I suppose that helped. Careful. Punisher let out his big gun.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Behind you!
Come with us, Ancient One. We shall guide you.
Exquisite! I suppose that helped.
Only 60
What the
seconds
fuck? I was
left.
doing.
So close! This is your big chance!
Bright like a star!
I see them!
Armed!
From the seas to the skies! Now's the part where down to 30 seconds! The current score is 3-2-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
The higher the pressure, the more dazzling the diamond.
I literally was about to kick him off the map. I was waiting for him to jump back down. That nigga jumped back there.
I'm not anyone's sidekick. What I do is best done alone.
Round 2, go!
I am the Phoenix. Behold my cosmic
Pick me! Pick me! Please!
He'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
life are in perfect harmony.
The winds may not be blowing in our favor, Eric.
When has that ever stopped us before?
That's literally 3 games.
Be careful. There are some forces that even I cannot alter.
Do not forget, my dear. We are mutants. We are change itself. There is nothing we
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Happy thoughts, everyone. If we stay focused, we've got this. At last, our enemies show themselves! Fire and darkness! Marked by the Phoenix!
So much fucking clutter on my screen. That dumb shit blocking my shots.
I'm trying to help.
It seems we have company.
Light them down.
I feel like he didn't die at all.
Many thanks.
Doing so much damage to this guy.
I'm trying to help. We are undefeatable!
Light them dead!
Bro, I'm gonna spend
Some help will help. You are nothing!
What? The fucking map blew my shit up.
Light them dead!
I don't think Legends contributed anything.
The Phoenix burns once more.
You need to
Because
stop
we would
that
have probably
vehicle in
killed
its
Venom
tracks.
like 3 times if we killed anybody else. Why didn't you just let me stay on fucking enemy first? So I'm gonna play Punisher. Fucking shit on the shot.
Release!
I got missed all those shots.
Hey, they're halfway! Stop them!
Disappear! Hurricane incoming!
We are undefeatable! To stop them!
That's such bullshit.
We are undefeatable! Better stop that vehicle!
You got like no kills since one shot. That's a thing.
You belong!
Nah, they suck. Oh my god, why did they?
They hit a checkpoint!
Yo, they lost
Now
this game.
might be a good time to stop
2
them.
3 fucking
Bogeys incoming.
My daughter's blessing.
During my stay!
You did real good for
furball. Now drop faster.
Hold still. I'm trying to help. There's no vengeance like that of an angel.
You cannot hurt me. Chaos Blade!
We got this. There's no way.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Damn, yeah.
Better make this count.
Can they focus him? Why is he able to get in and out over and over?
Hunting doesn't prep you for war, redhead.
Hurricane incoming!
Oh my god. Second time. You dumb fuck. Oh my god. Are we dumb? Are we dumb? Are we ever gonna kill him once? Yo, get the fuck. Oh my god.
This is not over.
What are you doing?
Maximum pulse for mutant kind!
We... Only 60 seconds left.
You did real good, Furball. Slowed me down.
Please, one hurt.
They ain't seen nothing yet.
Better stop that vehicle! Down to 30 seconds.
Locked and loaded. Just need a target.
It's now or never! Stop them! Release! Final 10 seconds!
Judge, jury, executioner!
No winner yet. Going to overtime! Double KO!
Eat unlimited ammo.
Final score, 3-2-2.
We got like no kills in the second round. Off Angela. I'm not playing fucking Angela.
Another epic
So
victory!
bad, bro. That was so bad. They were terrible on Johnny Storm, and they were terrible on Alpha. I forgot she had heals too. I'm also like, what fucking they didn't even do it this entire round. women. Too bad they can't play her because she's usually trash. Maybe she's good now.
Which hero do you think you want to be today? Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
The fact they never focused on Rim. I was literally pumping the shit out of them when you get out of the You should have motivation.
Or magic.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Be wary. No timeline exists where Magneto yields.
No,
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I was honored to receive your invitation to the Hellfire Gala, Emma.
What is up, YouTube? It is your boy Joe Bowen.
It is a formal.
Do you
affair,
remember Memory
Namor.
TV?
Shall I assume
Maybe its
you'll be
logo
wearing
will
the
ring a
shirt?
bell.
Be wary.
Memory TV
No
is an
timeline
organization that's
exists
mostly
where
known for
Magneto
translating and
yields. The
subtitling
future of
media,
mutant
particularly
kind
from
lies in
Palestine
the
and from
Battle
other
starts in
countries where support for
4,
Palestine is
3,
common. It had a fairly
2,
long period
1.
of cultural relevance that peaked around 10-15 years ago, and many stills from the videos that it translated remain popular memes to this day. Like this one, tie me to a missile and fire me at Tel Aviv. I am ready. That's from a memory video. And how did SpongeBob obtain his pineapple house? Through jihad. That one came from a memory video too. Memory disseminates these videos, sometimes with serious translation errors, across the internet. And there's a clear pattern to this. They are almost always examples that are clearly picked for the purpose of portraying Palestinians, Arabs, and or Muslims in a negative light, devoid of any context. Indeed, despite the fact that Memory's name stands for Middle East Media and Research Institute, they note themselves that they monitor over 100 channels from the Arab and Muslim world. So Israel is explicitly excluded, despite the fact that it's also in the Middle East, and despite having no shortage of horrid personalities who go on TV and say repulsive, crazy stuff every day. This isn't a coincidence. Memory TV was founded by Israeli intelligence officer Yigal Karman and Israeli Zionist neoconservative political operative Weyrav Wormser, specifically for this very purpose. All of its staff are fanatical Israeli or American Zionists, some of them even being former US government officials. So they're not exactly trying to hide it. The very point of Memory TV is to try and get people around the world, particularly in the West, hating Israel's opponents. And they do this by taking advantage of the general ignorance among Westerners regarding the Middle East, and of negative Western stereotypes of Arabs and Muslims. For a long time, this mostly had the desired effect. People would see the stills from Memory's videos, or the videos themselves, laugh at it, and think, damn, those people are weird. Zany, barbaric, and repulsive, aren't they? And then they'd go about their day, having been driven slightly more towards prejudice against specific groups of people by cherry-picked and decontextualized videos disseminated for the purpose of having exactly that effect on them. Still though, some of what Memory translated was legitimately just funny in a sort of universal way, in spite of their bad intentions. Like, who in the world cannot relate to a religious man like this looking for a religious message in a dumb kids show? Christians in the Western world especially do this sort of thing all the time, or at least they do when they take a break from trying to ban said kids show. It's easy to imagine an evangelical pastor saying SpongeBob gained his pineapple house thanks to his faith in Jesus Christ, or his donations to our megachurch. So if anything, seeing that sort of thing should really make us react by thinking about just how like us these people on the other side of the world really are. But that's not really how many people took it back then. A key part of the punchline of all of this Memory stuff was that these people are Arabs or Muslims or Palestinians, and thus the stuff that they're saying is different and weird and stupid, in large part because they are not like us, which subtly reinforced negative views of those groups among the viewers without them even needing to be conscious of the fact that it was happening. This has long been a mainstay of Israeli propaganda, and it still is today. The idea is that Israel's enemies, especially the Palestinians themselves, are mostly Muslim and mostly Arab. So turning people in the West against them by taking advantage of negative stereotypes against those groups will make people there more inclined to support their government's alliances with Israel. And Memory very much operates on that precise logic. In this video, we're going to be analyzing some illustrative Memory TV translations, how they were received in the past and how they are received now, because the vibe shift on Israel that has happened since October 7th, 2023 can really be noted in the way that Memory TV's previously quite successful propaganda now often falls very flat.
This video was made possible thanks to my supporters on Patreon and Ko-fi. If you like it and you'd like to see more like it, consider heading over there and supporting me yourself.
Back in 2014, Memory translated and disseminated a news segment from a Jordanian TV show. The presenter first showed the viewer images of injured and killed Palestinians from that year's Israeli bombing attack on Gaza, which killed around 2,000 Palestinians and injured more than 10,000. He then apologized to his viewers for showing them such images, denounced these attacks, and burned a small printout of the Israeli flag, which he had presumably printed haphazardly for that moment, because it's not very easy to find an actual Israeli flag in Jordan, a country with an overwhelmingly pro-Palestinian population.
أعزائي المشاهدين طبعا نعتذر عن يعني بعض المشاهد ولكن كان علينا أن نظهر هذه المشاهد لنظهر بشاعة هذا المحتل هذا العدو هذا الذي علينا أن نحاربه صباح مساء ومن أجل فلسطين ومن أجل أطفالها دعوني أشعل هذا العلم القذر علم الكيان الصهيوني أمام العالم ليعلم هذا العدو أن الصهاينة هم أعداؤنا وهم القتلة وهم المجرمون وهم الذين يجب علينا مقاتلتهم ومطالبة كل شعوبنا العربية بطردهم من بلادنا وبداية من الأردن. دعونا نبصق على هذا العلم.
4, 3,
Memory chose this clip to translate and disseminate, though they strategically chose to edit out the preceding part where the host showed images of people injured and maimed by Israel. The clip was then disseminated by right-wing media outlets like Breitbart and National Review, clearly with the idea that it reflected negatively upon the host and his people, and thus served pro-Israel propaganda purposes. You can glean from this scenario how Memory tends to operate. Their target audience is people in the West who know next to nothing about Palestine, nothing about the Middle East in general, nothing about Arabs, nothing about Muslims, but who have passively absorbed propaganda against these groups, and who are thus inclined to view something like this news segment negatively by default, without really thinking about this man's motivation for this at all. This sort of person might see a clip like this, devoid of any context, and think, wow, he's burning the flag of another country. And worse, it's Israel. They tell us that's our ally. What a hateful, unreasonable, Arab man. He's just like what they've told us those people are like since 9/11, thus priming them to become more sympathetic to Israel and more hostile to its enemies. That's the whole game that they've been playing at for decades now. And they're often very brazen with it, as that very clip shows, because any reasonable person who had been paying even cursory attention to the news regarding what Israel was doing to Gaza would have immediately recognized what this man was reacting to, and would have been much more likely to sympathize with him than to think that there was something bad about what he was doing. They have always relied purely on the audience's ignorance to be able to pass these clips off as negative propaganda against their targets. But even back then, their efforts would sometimes backfire. For example, the most viewed version of this clip still available on YouTube was uploaded by an anti-Israel channel, and the comments are full of people agreeing with the presenter, which Memory definitely did not intend to happen. They wanted something much more akin to the sort of reception that the clip got from the right-wing news outlets that spread it. But usually, the clips that Memory translates are not nearly that on the nose. Most of the time, in order to see through that propaganda, you actually do have to think a little bit, and you need to have a decent understanding of the context and an ability to look beyond the prejudices in your own society to understand that something that might seem objectionable to you at first glance really isn't. In this video, for example, a Palestinian mother talks about how she lost 2 of her sons as martyrs in jihad, and says that other mothers should encourage their children to do the same.
خلتم إياد رسالتك لكل فلسطينية شهيد ما زالت لوعة الفراق تحرق قلبها وحتى لو مرت سنين طويلة على استشهاد ابنها لا يمكن أن ينتسى الابن.
إذا كان كل أم فلسطينية تبخل عن الدفاع عن القدس فمن هذا القدس دفاع عن القدس واجب علينا. رسالتي لكل فلسطينية أن تحث أبنائها على الجهاد. الجهاد في سبيل الله اسمه أمانينا. والذي أليست هو جهاد، أليست هو شهادة. إذا كان الموت حق فعار علينا إلا أن نموت شهداء. نعم. تحية لكل شهيد. تحية لكل شهيد حتى تبنى على الجهاد. تحية لكل شهيد ودعت ابنها بالزغاريد.
Truly weird and barbaric and repulsive, right? That's what Memory would want you to think. This clip was then reposted by pro-Israel outlets, who clearly intended it to be seen as an example of Palestinians being terrorists who indoctrinate their children into senseless, rootless violence for no good reason whatsoever. And they were right to assume that spreading that clip would have that sort of effect on many, if not most, of the people who ended up seeing it, because they surely could have counted on the average Westerner just hearing words like jihad and martyr and associating them with scary, evil Islamic terrorists, just as they've been conditioned to. But with the actual context and a little bit of thought, the clip is really completely different. This woman and her sons are from Gaza, a small strip of land which hundreds of thousands of Palestinians were expelled to from their ancestral homes by Israel in the 1948 Nakba. They have since been confined there, kept from being able to return to the land that was taken from them by Israeli settlers, under the threat of being killed if they dared try. She and her sons were born into this situation of dispossession and confinement in Gaza, enforced by Israel, which surrounds Gaza with a line of settlements and military bases, and which has been periodically attacking it since 1948, killing thousands upon thousands every couple of years, and more recently killing hundreds of thousands and leveling the entire strip. Many people, hearing words like jihad and martyr without knowing this context, are likely to think of stereotypical depictions of Muslims as crazed, mindless, religiously motivated terrorists, hell-bent on killing people simply for not believing in their God. And that's precisely how Memory is hoping this is received. But what this clip actually depicts is very, very different. The Palestinians are resisting a colonial project that has stripped them of their land and of their most basic rights and made their lives hell. The woman in question uses Islamic terminology like jihad to refer to fighting back against Israel because she just happens to be Muslim. Jihad means struggle, and its use in this sort of context is equivalent to
You'll
a
need a
term like
top-notch
armed
team to
struggle
win
in
this
English,
one.
which is often used for very righteous rebellions against colonialism or tyrannical governments. It's nothing to get appalled at. And the term martyr in this context is used completely differently to the negative, stereotypical
let us
Western
know.
understanding of it.
Like the moon,
Palestinians of
I
all
shine in
religions
darkness.
use the word martyr. The official list of the dead in the recent Gaza genocide, for example, is called the list of martyrs. Every person on it who was killed by Israel is considered to be a martyr. It's a word that simply denotes someone who was killed by Israel, and it isn't always religious, though it can also be used in a religious context. And if it is, then there's really nothing wrong with that either. If an oppressed Palestinian draws additional strength and motivation
30
to
seconds
struggle
before you
against
attack.
their
Get
oppression
ready.
due to their religion, then what exactly is negative about that? It's only due to
you're
negative
Asgardian, so
stereotyping
what?
that memory can
Even I
rely
once
on
wielded
the
a Heimdall
illogical,
sword.
default, Western propaganda-influenced assumption that this would be a bad thing. I couldn't find anything online as to who exactly this woman's sons were and how they died. However, I think it's fair to assume, given that she's from Gaza and this interview is from 2019, that they were most likely killed by Israel in its 2018 to 2019 attacks on the Palestinian Great March of Return. These were demonstrations held by Palestinians against the perimeter fence that Israel uses to keep them confined and excluded from their own land. 223 Palestinians were killed and more than 9,000 were injured, and Israeli snipers have openly bragged in their national media about intentionally shooting civilians at those protests. So what we have here is a mother from an oppressed, colonized group of people who are actively trying to resist the usurpation of their lands and the genocide of their people. Two of her sons chose to take up arms against Israel to defend their people and died doing so. She advocates for other mothers to also encourage their sons to take up arms and defend their people in what is a defensive war against a colonial occupier. And who on earth could ever blame her? What she's saying there is no different to a Soviet citizen encouraging their son to join the Red Army or one of the resistance groups in order to resist the Nazis. Who would not salute both them and their children in that circumstance for being willing to make such profound personal sacrifices to fight against levels of oppression that most of you watching this will luckily never have to even remotely experience.
I can be
And that's what
reckless
this
now.
clip actually is, when it's not looked down upon with the default sense of derision that memory expects from the Western target audience. Memory relies entirely on ignorance, negative stereotypes,
Avengers
and
Tower.
decontextualization
I was hoping for Madison
for its
Square Garden,
propaganda
but
to work.
okay.
Let's compare that woman's dignity to the way that the average genocidal Israeli soldier is mourned by their loved ones.
היית הבן אדם הכי שמח ואופטימי ושותיק במחלקה. התקלנו בזה לראשונה בעזה, עפת הבית בלי אישור בשביל האווירה.
לא נכנסת לעזה בשביל לזכור! זה מה שעושה! נשים, ילדים, כל מצליחה! זה מה שרצית! וביום הזה, שנה אחרי שמחה טובה שחשבנו שנטבח באויב! נטבח בכולם, נגרש אותם מפה מהארץ! פה בהלוויה שלך! שים אותך לא בתוך הקבר!
كل يوم شايفة تزرع في انت مسافرة مش قادرة تتكلم والجوع ما
I don't even need to say anything. It's really no wonder why memory doesn't translate anything from Israel. The fact that memory has always relied on playing to the biases and ignorance of its target audience like this makes it a particularly interesting case study in the wake of the October 7, 2023 Palestinian resistance attack on Israel and the Gaza genocide. Israel and its allies were unable to control the narrative as the combination of smartphones, the internet, social media, and imagery uploaded by their Palestinian victims has exposed the world to more evidence of their depravity than ever before. People are now more aware of the truth about Israel than ever, and the standard type of Israeli propaganda which for decades insisted that Israel has the most moral army in the world, and that it is a light unto the nations, a bastion of democracy in a sea of cruel barbarism that is illogically hated for no reason aside from anti-Semitism by the barbaric and unreasonable Palestinians and their allies, has not only completely collapsed, but actually now often has the complete opposite effect to what they intend with it. People see stuff like Israel creating elaborate 3D renders of secret Hamas bases under hospitals to justify them bombing said hospitals, which disgracefully might have actually been reasonably effective 10 years ago, and now just laugh at the complete absurdity of it. If anything, the ludicrous depravity of this sort of thing just makes people hate Israel more. Not even the Zionist zealots themselves really believe this stuff anymore. They just pretend to. And Memory TV falls under that same sort of category of propaganda, though it is a bit more subtle, given that it's mostly purported translations, rather than something they 100% produce themselves. Yet still, the average Memory TV translation, showcasing a Palestinian or a Palestine supporter supposedly behaving badly, will now usually result in the majority of people watching it nodding their heads in agreement with the subject, even if the subject uses scary-sounding Arab words. For one example of this, Memory TV, as mentioned earlier, is the origin of this classic still, which especially since October 7, 2023, has become a very popular anti-Israel meme. Memory translated this back in 2018, apparently thinking that most people would see it and gasp in shock at the notion that anyone could express such sentiments.
I like the cold.
So let's look at the context of this. It was a sermon given by Imam Hussein Abu Ayada, a civilian official of the government of Gaza. He was for some reason dressed in military fatigues, though he is not actually a member of an armed resistance group. He was exacerbated at a recent humiliation that Israel had inflicted upon the Palestinian people, specifically their massacres of many civilians during the Great March of Return that we already talked about. And he was angry with the feeling of impotence arising from the inability of the Palestinians to respond effectively to these attacks. And so he expressed his willingness to, metaphorically, be tied to a missile and launched at Tel Aviv. And Memory translated this clip and expected it to be received by most people as a bad thing. Some people surely did fall for it, but it was already a fairly well-known anti-Israel meme before October 7th, as plenty of people could identify with this feeling of exasperation and powerlessness regarding the crimes of Israel. And now it's even more popular than ever before, as more people than ever before can identify with it. Abu Ayada, by the way, has survived Israel's genocide in Gaza, and Memory is still, to this day, translating his interviews and his sermons as anti-Palestinian propaganda with the hope that seeing his rage against those who have genocided his people will make others hate Palestinians. Even after they bombed Gaza, destroyed basically everything there, and murdered hundreds of thousands, to the point that Abu Ayada is now giving interviews from a tent among the ruins. I don't think Memory's strategy here is gonna work. A really, really good example of this sort of shift in understanding in the post-October 7th world is the way that Memory's translations of the Palestinian TV show Tomorrow's Pioneers used to be understood. Tomorrow's Pioneers was a TV show run by Hamas's Civilian Media Bureau from 2007 until 2022. Hamas is the ruling party of Gaza, so this was just a kids show on public TV. Yet Memory absolutely loved Tomorrow's Pioneers. It was their favorite thing ever. They translated it extensively, spreading it among the Western public as a representative example of how Palestinians supposedly indoctrinate their children into terrorism and anti-Semitism. And this was highly successful. In fact, it was probably Memory's greatest success, because many people took it exactly as they wanted them to. The show was highlighted by a ton of the Western mainstream media, including like primetime American news channels, and went extremely viral online, and not in a good way. So it spread further than any other thing that Memory has ever translated and disseminated. But when you actually watch Tomorrow's Pioneers, with knowledge of the context of the Israeli colonization of Palestine in mind, a few things are immediately evident. Firstly, that this is not actually that different to the sorts of kids shows in other countries that also promote local nationalism and the cultural norms of their country. Take away the default Western reaction to scary-sounding Arabic words, and there was really nothing particularly out of the ordinary about it. And secondly, the things about it that are actually different are specific to the unique circumstances that Palestinian children are forced into by Israel, and especially Palestinian children in Gaza, where the show mostly aired. The show frequently covered topics like children losing their homes to Israeli bombings, or having their limbs amputated, or being left orphaned. It also sometimes included military propaganda, which again is something that many other countries also do. The USA is the most obvious example. It's a country where kids grow up glued to unsophisticated military propaganda from a young age, and everyone there is taught to worship the troops. But in the case of Palestine, this is much more justified, given that Palestinian soldiers fight to defend their land from a genocidal occupation, while American soldiers murder poor people for ExxonMobil, Jeffrey Epstein, and Israel. But sadly, this is not quite how things were always perceived. A great example of this is the fact that some YouTubers who make videos about supposedly creepy or shocking media made videos covering tomorrow's pioneers, framing it as sinister terrorist propaganda which was indoctrinating children into hating poor, scrappy little Israel. You might know the sort of channels that I'm talking about. Videos with ominous music and creepy edits of the content they're analyzing, which is extremely melodramatically framed, with narration characterized by dramatic pauses for emphasis. One of the channels that covered tomorrow's pioneers was Nick Crowley, back in 2022. Crowley is an immensely popular YouTuber, maybe even the most popular of that niche, whose videos get millions of views. And looking back at his interpretation of the show provides us with a really good example of just how much things have changed in regards to the reception of Israeli propaganda since October 7th, 2023. Because the video that he made on tomorrow's pioneers is now actually unlisted, meaning that it's no longer publicly available unless you have a link to it. Though unfortunately it wasn't unlisted before it had already gotten more than 4 million views. I emailed Nick Crowley asking him about why he unlisted the video, and he said that he did it because as a result of October 7th, he learned more about Palestine, and he now realizes that, with this video, he was inadvertently doing pro-Israel propaganda. So do not take this as an attack on Nick Crowley or anything. The message here is not that he sucks. It's rather, even a seemingly apolitical guy like this, who makes overly dramatic videos about supposedly creepy media on YouTube, who previously fell for decontextualized, dehumanizing Israeli propaganda, can now see through this sort of thing. And isn't that interesting? So here's how he introduced the show back then.
I am ready to put on a show! The final 10 seconds! Cover!
December 29, 2008. The Gaza war had just begun, but already Israeli missiles were raining down on the Gaza Strip, annihilating peace buildings, military bases, and anything they deemed to be a threat. It was carnage on the streets, as residents in the Strip were left helplessly waiting to see what target Israel would choose next. Though that day, when the missiles again fell from the sky, it would strike a rather strange target, a small, little-known TV station called Al-Aqsa TV. And that day, it was Israel's sole intention to end their broadcast forever. Though when the smoke cleared, the broadcast somehow remained. With content comparable to the public access channel, you might think this is an odd site to attack, especially when it's revealed that the attacks didn't even end there. In 2014, Al-Aqsa TV's headquarters would again be bombed and destroyed.
Oh my god. You know, I didn't even see it coming as far. I didn't even coming as far. That was so stupid.
As well as in 2018.
Years ago,
but as recent as 2 years ago, in 2024. So let's see how they hold up alongside the actual endings from back in the day. So these new endings were released as part of SpongeBob's birthday celebration. Not
Which hero do you
like
think you
birthday
wanna
of the
be
show,
today?
but the birthday of the character, SpongeBob. And that's why Tom Kenny is at the top of the screen, because this is from a TikTok video that was released on the official SpongeBob account,
Who am I
which
gonna
means
banish
it's
from
gonna be
this
slightly
match?
hard to see some of the endings because it's gonna be cropped for the TikTok aspect ratio. But it is still, in fact, 3 entirely new endings for Shanghai. Shanghai is a bit weird because it already had 3 different endings. The reason the episode had alternate endings in the first place is because back when it first aired, it had fan voting for which of the 3 characters would get a wish from the Flying Dutchman. And now there are 3 new ones, so now the episode got 6 endings with 2 for each character. So let's make sure we are all on board with which one is which, because otherwise this might get confusing. So SpongeBob's original ending was that he wished for the Flying Dutchman to be a vegetarian so he wouldn't eat them. But then they just turned into fruit and were eaten anyway. The new ending is pretty similar.
Don't worry, Squidward, I got it.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this
too
one.
full to eat us.
But now they turn into drinks, so now he drinks them. Patrick's old ending was that he,
Be
after
wary.
thinking for
No
a while,
timeline exists where Magneto yields.
Oh, I'm sorry. Want some gum?
just wished for gum, and then they were eaten. Patrick's new ending is just him endlessly wishing for new wishes.
Another wish!
Okay. And this time...
Oh, another wish!
Just keeps wishing for them one at a time until Squidward makes the wish for him.
I can't take it anymore. I'd rather be
Jubilation?
than listen to this
I'm glad to see you alive and well.
And they were
We've
eaten
been
anyway.
concerned.
Squidward's
Go
original
ahead, Mags.
ending
I know this is
was
the part
that
where
he
you
wished that
lecture
he
me
never
for
met
signing up with
SpongeBob
Apocalypse.
and Patrick.
I shall do no such thing.
Hi there, I
You
don't
are free
believe
to
that.
make your
My
own
name is
choices.
SpongeBob, and
You are
this
a
is my
grown woman
associate
after
Patrick.
all.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
But then he just still was on the ship, and they just didn't know him, so they were eaten anyway. Squidward's new ending. Squidward wishes that he was home and they had no way of wishing him back.
Good to have you back, buddy!
Back? What?
But then they just end up being home, but in his stomach, so they eat it anyway. The new endings are a lot better than the show is now, like as it is, but it still does not feel like season 2 to me. If you pause on certain frames, it does kinda look like it could be a deleted scene from the episode from back in the day. This is, however, because especially SpongeBob's wish and SpongeBob's ending is literally copied. Like, I'm gonna put them side by side here. This is not new animation. They are literally just reusing the old ending. But other times it really just looks like modern SpongeBob made a sequel episode to Shanghai. Like Patrick, for example, looks absolutely nothing like his season 2 self, but he does make a few poses that looks like they could be from classic SpongeBob, but he himself does not look like classic Patrick. Squidward, he just keeps doing modern poses and stuff. If they aren't literally just copying poses from classic episodes, they are not gonna move or look like they are classic. But it's still better than modern SpongeBob usually
we
is.
should go.
And I like the color scheme they pulled off. I think they nailed that as opposed to the show usually. So, let's talk about the writing of the new endings. since these are not actual lost endings, they're not only newly animated, they're also newly written, and it kinda shows it's not as funny as the stuff on the original episode to me. No, there are still decently funny bits, like Patrick constantly asking for new wishes. However, compared to the original endings, they fall a bit short. The pacing is pretty good though. I like how the dialogue flows. It's honestly miles better than the average episode from this era. Like this, if this came out in 2024, when it was originally made, that would have been season 14, which is like arguably the worst season of the show. And it's definitely the writing is a lot better. Something I really like with the original endings and the whole classic show in general is how they do a thing where when characters are talking and stuff, other characters are reacting by changing expressions or like making short replies and stuff, like with Patrick here.
You know what I win? I win!
Like it's such a small thing, but Classic SpongeBob was full of small things that made it just great. Like Squidward could just have kept going. He could have said like, you know what I wish? I wish. There was no need for Patrick to say no in between and look confused. Almost like they're angry, but they still put that in there. It just elevates the scene in my opinion. They kinda did something similar in the new ending with Patrick in SpongeBob's ending.
I don't want to be trapped here forever. Especially not with you. Or him.
Like, in theory, it is similar, right? But it's different. This is them making a whole joke and the characters are reacting to it and answering to it. Whereas with the original line, Patrick just saying no, it was like they cut in and then cut back. It was like a quick, subtle, little extra gag thing. You can feel that it's not a classic SpongeBob joke, but it is in that direction, and I like that. One thing I noticed though is that there are still very much modern SpongeBob mannerisms in these endings. Modern SpongeBob goes for sound effects and music changes and stuff, which can make it feel a bit more overstimulating, and it's pretty noticeable that these are in fact new endings because you can tell. The music in general gives that off. They are using more new tracks, and I feel like if they wanted to really make these endings feel like actual endings for the season 2 episode, they should have worked more with older tracks and made the sound design match the original endings. Because, like, except for the voices, because the voice actors are obviously like 25 years older at this point, or what was that, 20-something at least, and they obviously can't change that. I think they pitched SpongeBob's voice a bit, maybe, but even without the voices themselves, you can hear in the sound design from the original endings and the new endings that these are different eras of the show. But even if I don't think this is on the same level as the original episode, it is definitely a step in the right direction. It shows that they can make stuff that feels closer to the classic era, at least with visuals. These endings are better than modern SpongeBob, and this is also a lot better and closer to looking and feeling like the classic era than something like A Fish Called Sandy or Timeline Twist-Up. Now, these endings were made like 2 years ago and were supposed to release in 2024 for the 25th anniversary of the show, but I still would much rather they try to do more stuff like this, but with new episodes. Like, not adding stuff to more old episodes or doing more remakes or stuff. I mean like make the new episodes more like this. Because this is all new content that was just added on to an old episode. So clearly they can make stuff that at least feels a bit more like classic SpongeBob. Of course, replicating the art style is only one thing, but with slightly better dialogue, it's a step in the right direction, I think. And who knows, they might get better at it, and one day we can have another classic era level episode.
I feel like myself.
Get that vehicle moving again!
So our AI friend Sponge Troops has uploaded, I would say, his worst video yet, but like every video from this AI slot channel is the worst video yet. They don't mean much, but this video that we're gonna take a look at today it's just really bad.
Bikini Bottom is one of the most beloved places in cartoon history. It is also, statistically, one of the deadliest places on television.
There is just no way that this graph is true in any way. First of all, what? 9 million? That's like 9 million more than people that live in Bikini Bottom. I don't think any of these are true. It's probably just an AI-generated graph with no source for the numbers.
And I have the proof. Now, before you say anything, yes, this is a kid's show.
I like how one of the examples is a rat. Like, not even a human sentient rat or anything. Because the show does like mammal characters that can talk sometimes, but no, it's just a rat skeleton.
The camera just quietly pans to a pair of shoes on the ocean floor. In any other show, that'd be a setup, a Chekhov's gun, foreshadowing something darker later, which they actually did. Patrick did get caught and sent back inside the tuna can.
What the fuck are you saying? What is this script? You're saying that in any other show, this would be a setup for something. And then you say that it was a setup for something in this show too?
In any other show, that'd be a setup, a Chekhov's gun, foreshadowing something darker later.
Like you're building it up to be something SpongeBob does differently
The right
to
heroes
any
can make
ordinary
all the
show
difference.
by saying, like, this is how it would be in any other show. But then only after that you directly say that it's the same as any other show.
Which they actually did. Patrick did get caught and sent back inside the tuna can.
Like, oh, I'm just so lost with Sponge Troops. There's just no saving this AI channel.
Actually, I can't recall you ever having
Well, there he is!
You could argue the customer died of natural causes.
You could argue that it's a rat and not the real customer, which I'm pretty sure is like part of the joke. But what do I know? Like, why ice cubes?
He died before he could finish the sandwich, and Plankton couldn't even be bothered to clean up the body. To maybe hide the fact that someone got food poisoning from Chum. The skeleton just sits there, still at the table, probably still waiting to complain.
The skeleton is not sitting at the table. I think you're referring to like another scene. This is a rat skeleton that's like lying on the table because it's a rat and not the real person. Yeah.
4, 3, 2, 1.
It's too late.
It's not exactly SpongeBob Spatula, but the point still stands. We get a full emotional farewell from a kitchen utensil.
If you're doing a kill count, it's kind of stupid to argue that what you're counting is actually not a living thing getting killed. So if that's the case, just don't count it then. Sponge Troops and a lot of other AI channels do this so much, where it's almost like the narrator is getting mad at the show for being cartoony. Like if Patrick does something dumb and goofy or a joke, they start lecturing him, like, Patrick, mayonnaise is actually not an instrument, why are you asking that? It's just really annoying to watch. It's like, I just have no idea, it's like CinemaSins, why are you like... That's the joke.
Meanwhile, somewhere in this same show, a man fell off a cliff and got an explosion.
I sure wish the ChatGPT script would give episode references to the editor, because apparently Squidward is a man who died in that scene. Yeah, rip Squidward.
Let's just start with the Fry Cook Games. The episode is essentially the Olympics, but for fry cooks. SpongeBob represents the Krusty Krab, Patrick represents the Chum Bucket, and they compete across a series of increasingly unhinged athletic events.
Why on earth are we recapping who's on which side in the Frightful Games in a kill count video? These channels just can't help themselves. They need to recap the plot of every episode in their videos to pad out runtime.
Patrick launches himself off the pole, but he completely mistimes the landing and splashes a vat of boiling oil directly onto the crab.
I'm just so baffled by the recapping. Like, everything needs to be double recapped. Like, you're showing the fish frying, which is what you are talking about, only to then start recapping the fish getting fried. Like, you can't just show the clip or just say what happens. You need to say what happens, then show the clip again, and then recap what happened before that. And then recap what the episode is all about. Like, the fish frying here is not enough. We need to know who's on which side in these Frightful Games. I need to know who represents which restaurant to be able to understand that people are dying here.
48 fish instantly turned into fish sticks. But the crazy part that really gets me, the vendor in the stands just starts selling them. Like, I understand the business side of it, being opportunistic and all that stuff, but isn't that basically cannibalism? You're serving fish sticks to a crowd of fish?
Also, I just thought that the video title makes no sense. Because was these fish killed off? Like, no, every single one of them, or there's not that many of them, there's like 5 of each fish in this shot, but all of them appeared again after this. This is just a kill count video where he's not even really counting up the deaths, because he's surely not gonna end up with 9 million as a number from this. Like, I would expect him to have like a number count on the screen, but then it would just not add up to 9 million, so I guess we're just talking about characters getting killed off, and none of the characters are killed off. Great job.
Anyway, Patrick doesn't apologize. The games continue. 48 people are now overpriced stadium food, and nobody files a single complaint.
I'm gonna file a complaint against your channel's existence.
The squirrels get the win?
Yeah, this really is worst video. Like, in like concept and execution, it's just wrong.
Now, if you watched my last video,
trust me, we did not.
I've covered this one in detail already, so I'll keep it short.
Trust me, he did not.
Patrick almost never faces any proper consequences for it. 4 people died.
Almost never faces any proper consequences for it. Almost never faces any proper consequences for it. Does that mean he does face consequences for this only just once?
Patrick almost never faces any proper consequences for it.
Like you said, almost never. That means it needs to have happened at least once. ChatGPT might be dumber than Patrick. Like,
3 people died getting there. During band practice, Fred and an unnamed fish spin the flag so hard they take off quickly and then crash into a blimp.
So in the video about characters getting killed off in SpongeBob, we include Fred, who did not get killed off since he has appeared in like 100 episodes after Bandits. Again, I don't think Sponge Truths knows the concept behind his own video, since none of these characters are getting killed off. Like in many of these cases, or all of these cases pretty much, where there's not like a gravestone and stuff, he's assuming that people died, but we have the proof that they didn't. Since they come back after it, so they're just not killed off. Idiots.
But then Sweet Victory plays and we all forget about it completely because it's just that good of a song, which honestly might be the most bikini bottom thing on this entire list. Old Man Patrick is a much quicker one, but it earns its place here.
A much quicker what? Death? Episode? Recap, I hope. Like, what are you saying, Robot Boy?
There's a scene where a lady puts a flotation device on her little girl to help her swim.
Now you've got water wings. Try them.
But just in case you forgot, this show takes place underwater.
Ew, what is that background? Again, using AI visuals in your video is very much a red flag that you probably use AI for other stuff. And if, like, somehow this isn't intentionally an AI image,
30
like
seconds
it's
before you
some
attack.
AI
Get
image
ready.
that came up when the editor searched for whatever on Google. Then the editor is just an idiot who can't tell the difference between AI, I really never can say that word, abominations, and like real screenshots from the show. And the editor is an idiot, so like, yeah, both can be true.
So the girl just floats away immediately while the mother watches.
Well, that surely is not the character getting killed off, as both the girl and her mom appeared in a later episode. Again, I think you're confusing a video about SpongeBob killing off characters with the SpongeBob kill count video, and even then you're still wrong.
Death by physics and common sense doesn't happen often in this show, which is exactly why it's so memorable when it does. And then we get to Granny. Have you seen this snail?
Why are we seeing this clip when he's saying this? That is not Granny, and it is not from the episode he's about to talk about. Like, even those sponge groups, yeah, like I said, it's most likely a real human editor. That editor is still garbage. He's like using AI and putting the wrong clips in every video. Like, he's actually dragging the quality of the show, well, not the show, of the videos down. And I didn't even think that was possible.
Granny has done this before, multiple times. She takes in stray snails, showers them with affection, feeds them her special cookies. In any other genre, this woman is the villain of a true crime documentary.
Bro, what do you mean, in every other genre? If she's the villain of a true crime documentary, then that's the genre, that's one genre. Like, you can't say in every other genre she would be a true crime villain. It's like,
The
if I
current
said,
score is 3.
in every other genre
Time
it would
to
be
switch
a
things
fantasy
up,
movie.
including which
Fantasy
side
is
you're
one
on.
genre, true crime is one genre.
The
Also,
right heroes
Granny
could make
is
all
on the
the
thumbnail
difference.
as a character getting killed off.
My pitiful creator.
Did she get killed off in this episode? And what he's talking about are these unnamed snails that we've never seen before. So they are also not killed off. That's just... It's like someone finding a skeleton. That's not a character getting killed off. That's just someone being dead. These are not characters.
Good thing Gary made it out alive. Everything we've covered so far has been pretty casual.
It has? You have been flabbergasted by the absurdity of everything happening in SpongeBob. Like, if someone if there's a fire underwater, SpongeBob would go on a 2-minute rant about... No, this actually makes no sense. Like, no, the joke, an even like more direct example, the joke of Patrick saying like, how can there be a fire underwater, and then it turns out...
Your words might not make sense to them,
goes out.
but I can hear your every
SpongeBob
thought.
would say like, yeah, this is a funny joke, and then like 5 seconds later he would be like ranting about it. It makes no sense. It's like,
for no reason.
I don't think you portrayed anything as casual. I think everything in SpongeBob is like too hard. It's like the Fox News thing where the like woman said she didn't like SpongeBob because she could not understand it. Like, SpongeBob, just delete your channel. Like, at this point, just delete it.
The Dirty Bubble. If you know Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy, then you know who he is. A massive, sentient, dirty bubble with a menacing reputation that precedes him. He's been the arch enemy of Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy since the very beginning.
No, just not true. Maybe one of their nemesises, but the one arch nemesis, just no. There's plenty of villains, like Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy villains. I would argue that Man Ray is more of their nemesis. He's like more of the bad guy. But I would like put him and Dirty Bubble on a similar level. So he's just not the arch nemesis. That's just not true.
So he walks up to ask for an autograph, pencil in hand, and pops him with the tip.
Stay back! The point! What's the point now?
Then Dirty Bubble comes back in Patrick Man.
Why did you show this if he clearly did not die? Like the words right after are, and then he comes back. Is this video about every time the Dirty Bubble gets popped, or SpongeBob killing off characters? Because if he gets killed off, he wouldn't come back in the later episode.
Patrick ducks down to pick up a half-eaten Krabby Patty off the floor and accidentally pops him with the cone on his head.
Lunch!
But that is obviously not the Dirty Bubble dying or being killed off, since he still comes back after this. Like, clearly popping him does not kill him off or kill him at all.
Patrick wasn't even looking at him. He was thinking about food. That's a specific kind of indignity that the show took the time to do twice on purpose.
Bro, you legit showed clips from the Dirty Bubble Bass. Is that what it's called? The Dirty Bubble Bass? Yeah, I think so. Which is a later episode where the Dirty Bubble returns. There's even an episode called The Dirty Bubble Returns. That's after both of your examples.
Why are you dead?
He's legit just being like intentionally dishonest by not mentioning those episodes and like acting like the Dirty Bubble got killed off there twice. Huh?
However, as bad as it sounds, Dirty Bubble still had it better than Scooter in Bubble. One time, SpongeBob creates a bubble friend named Bubble Buddy to keep him company for the day.
Again with these weird-ass sentences. One time SpongeBob creates a Bubble Buddy. Who talks like that? One time.
And SpongeBob leaves Bubble Buddy in charge of digging him out before the tide comes in, while he goes off to get some cotton candy.
Showing the wrong clips again, are we? Also, he's not right here, of course. This video is not about characters dying, it's about them being killed off in the show. Which Scooter clearly wasn't. Like, yes, he dies here, he comes down as an angel, but he's not killed off. He's appeared plenty of times after this. Oh.
In One Course Meal, there's a moment where Plankton briefly mentions that his entire family was once eaten by a whale during a family picnic. All of them at a picnic, mid-sandwich, presumably. The crazy thing is that the show doesn't dwell on it, as if it was not the point of the episode.
What do you mean they don't dwell on it? It's like the whole setup for the episode and Plankton's motivation and why he's scared of whales. Also, when Plankton has a nightmare later and gets eaten by Pearl, he sees his whole family inside the stomach. That don't mean that they survived, of course, since it's a dream, but I feel like it should have been mentioned, especially since you say they don't dwell on it, but it literally comes back later in the episode.
Like, it's just something Plankton says in passing, as context for why he's terrified of whales, and then the plot moves on. But think about what that actually means.
Be wary.
Plankton is
No
one of the few
timeline
remaining in
exists
his
where
bloodline
Magneto
because a lot of whales showed up at the worst possible moment.
No, he still has a big-ass family, which we see in multiple later and earlier episodes. So that's just not true, yet again. Of course, they're Plankton. Imagine like how many Plankton there must be in the sea.
And his wife isn't even aware of this, let alone her believing the story when Plankton tries to tell her. The casual cruelty of that one scene is genuinely impressive.
Yet again, it's like this was something that was just mentioned fast and then rushed over, but it's the entire driving force for it's the setup for Plankton being scared. It's not rushed over, it comes back later when he has a nightmare. You're wrong about everything.
Let's do something that we never did.
Until you realize that the show keeps doing this consistently across 20 years.
It's not 20 years. Actually, this year it will be 27 years. And if I was counting from that would be 16 years. It's really nitpicky, I know, but you have to point out stuff like this to show that it is an AI script. He has no idea what he's talking about. He doesn't even know what his own profile picture is from. Yeah.
One Krabs crash, when Mr. Krabs sneaks into a cemetery late at night, he stumbles across Squidward, who quietly cries and places flowers on a tombstone. After Squidward leaves, Eugene goes over the tombstone and it reads, "Here lies Squidward's hopes and dreams."
How many characters were killed off in SpongeBob?
What the fuck was wrong
It's
with
not a joke that Squidward has buried his hopes and dreams.
You gotta keep watching.
That single image, Squidward mourning his own ambitions at a cemetery at night, is genuinely one of the darkest things this show has ever quietly slipped into a comedy episode.
Love World, Kitty Rat, GIF. Also, yeah, not a fitting example for the video at all, like not relevant whatsoever, but it did add an extra minute to the video.
Let's go. One down.
Squidward dug that grave himself,
we need
put
our
up the stone himself, and comes back regularly
we gotta push up a little bit.
powers
Okay, never
while
mind,
crying.
back.
Man, what I would pay to see an episode where Squidward's hopes and dreams are still alive and well.
We literally talked about Bandgeeks like 10 minutes ago. And if you argue that don't count since it's an earlier episode, there's still episodes after One Punch Smash where Squidward has hopes and dreams.
Rocket's won! Rocket's won!
Just
I'm the only one showing them.
If there are any characters in this whole show that Nickelodeon actually killed off, it's our dynamic superhero duo. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy were two of the most beloved recurring characters in the entire show. SpongeBob's childhood superhero.
I don't really want to talk about SpongeBob's last example because it's about Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy. And I legit feel kind of sick watching this AI channel make up this like fake sob story about the two voice actors passing away. Like you just know that it's ChatGPT writing this. There is, it's like,
what are you doing?
The emotional music plays and he like crosses out the actor's eyes.
Then they got another chance to not stack. Decided to do it again.
It's like that AI thumbnail with them AI generated all over again. Like, you don't care about this, stop acting. You're a robot. You're ChatGPT. You don't have feelings.
Every death we've talked about today, the Bikini Bottom brushed off without a second thought. But this one, the show actually felt it. And
look at this,
so did
no
everyone
strain.
watch. Rest easy, old man. So, there you have it. Bikini Bottom, the most beloved underwater neighborhood in cartoon history, has been quietly running one of television's most consistent body counts for over 20 years.
Did we get to 9 million yet? I feel like at most that was a few hundred, which, yeah, still a lot, but surely not 9 million, and surely not more than Game of Thrones. Like, that show is known for killing a bunch of people in like every episode. And this is SpongeBob, who has a lot of deaths, but like his video itself shows that this
Give me some heals, give me some heals,
the first thing you like see in the video. It's just wrong. It's just so stupid.
If this video sent you down a rabbit hole of Patrick causing chaos and never facing any consequences for it, good news, I already covered that. A story about every single time Patrick got what he actually deserved has been dissected in full detail. Links up there somewhere, go watch it.
Don't write on his head, Magneto. We gotta make better transitions. Anyway, this video is garbage, but I expected nothing less from SpongeBob. The thumbnail showed 4 characters, with only one being actually killed off, and 2 of them not even being mentioned in the show. Not in the show, not in the video. Like Grandma SquarePants and who was it as the Strangler? They're not killed off in the show, of course, but he doesn't even show or mention them in the video, like once. Matter of fact, Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy, they didn't get killed off in the show. They just stopped appearing in speaking roles, like they're still alive in the show's universe. They are in episodes, just in like cameos and stuff. You said it yourself.
The show acknowledged it the only way it really could, by retiring characters with quiet dignity. Their characters were still in the show, but nowadays, they're reduced to mute background characters. No voice ever came out of their mouths again.
They are not killed off. They just stopped appearing as much.
Somebody help me
That's
shoot
not
at
the
this
same
backline, bro. They
thing.
backline.
By that logic, they killed off Squilliam for almost like 20 years, until he appeared in an episode last year. That is not killing off, it's just appearing less. Idiot. You just can't do this with SpongeBob, because SpongeBob is not the show that kills off characters. Like, yes, people die in the show. But they don't stay dead, like the show just keeps using every background, every SpongeBob don't kill off characters, and I just realized, because I had like a hunch, like why does he make this video, because there's just, this is not something that SpongeBob does, killing off characters, and then I googled how many characters, but if I googled how many characters were killed off, the 2 first results are videos from No Villains Are Safe, about Family Guy and The Simpsons, and it's the exact same thumbnail. Like it's just the exact same thumbnail, just with the different shows. And like, of course, like this is no surprise, because SpongeBob, all he does is basically stealing from others, and when he don't he just has AI write the dumbest script ever. The dumbest, and it's not even really wrong, because ChatGPT and ChatGPT just steals anyway. But I don't even feel bad, because No Villains Are Safe is the same thing. Like, this is slop stealing from slop. Probably AI slop stealing from AI slop. Like, so yeah, at least we know now why he made this video and why it makes no sense. It's because he took an idea from 2 videos that were about shows that actually kills off characters, like Family Guy and The Simpsons. Those shows that actually kill off characters. SpongeBob don't do this, so the video makes no sense.
Terrible. Wait, what the fuck?
You are under my protection.
Oh, I love a shield.
So it was closing time at Krusty Krab.
So it was closing time at Krusty Krab. Just the AI forgot about the word
Oh, when I first watched this as a kid,
I don't want this to be normalized that it's okay for a robot to say when I watched this as a kid when it did. I think that's so wrong. So I want to talk about how AI empowers people who would make this thumbnail to make content.
is SpongeBob always this dark? Or did they just try to scrub that part clean?
Like, look at the fake sensationalism. Like, was SpongeBob always that dark, or did they just try to... No, man. It's just a regular show, and there's writers working on it, and sometimes they made a joke that went too far, and the network was like, hey guys, we gotta do something about it. Like, it is that simple. I guess we should start by talking about the thumbnail. This is a common strategy. The thumbnail is what really sells the video. The thumbnail is how you get the viewers. A good thumbnail can make or break a video, right? We know this. And sometimes you want your thumbnail to be a little shocking so that it will stop people and they'll look at it. And I am no stranger to this strategy. Now, I think that what they did here was kind of disgusting. I think that this is kind of gross. Just because of what it's like clearly trying to
wait, nobody touch card.
You know? So I did something similar to this with my Modern SpongeBob Doesn't Understand Basic Storytelling.
Time to switch things
like,
up,
if you look at this is not a story, and it's Patrick's butt.
I can't believe none of
this.
This
is actually a frame from the episode, though. I think that's one big difference between my thumbnail and this thumbnail, even though they are similar strategies. This is literally a kid's show joke. Like, Patrick's butt is like, this is just a frame from the episode. Like, it's not, someone thought that this was edited. Someone actually commented and was like, you edited in Patrick's butt. I'm like, no, this is the actual frame from the episode. Like, go to the episode. This is just literally a frame from the episode. It's a good frame. And so the strategy is this. So getting someone to stop and look at your thumbnail is huge in YouTube.
No
like, just doing that by even like a fraction of a percent more can be a giant difference to your video performance. So my logic with having Patrick's butt in the thumbnail is that someone who's scrolling past this thumbnail is competing with many other thumbnails that are next to it. And the fact that there's the butt in it makes someone look at this. They're going to look at it. By having that many more people actually look at this thumbnail, many more are likely to click on it. Now, here's the major difference between me and SpongeBob. This thumbnail is not disingenuous to what the content actually is. This is about the episode Laundrome Madness, and I complained that the episode didn't really have much of a story. And this frame kind of contributes to that. Like, this frame is kind of like nonsense is happening. Like, why is Patrick naked? Why is Squidward doing this? Like, it does communicate what the video does. So that doesn't make it clickbait. Is it something that is a little spicier to get eyes on it? Absolutely. And it worked. This video did pretty well, especially around the time I did it 4 months ago, because the channel wasn't even as big back then. This was a pretty overperforming video relative to a lot of videos that were posted at the same time. Now, I would say the biggest difference is, first of all, a butt is, you know, already childish anyway. There's already and also my channel's not for kids. Like, I know I cover the SpongeBob, but like, I don't set my channel as for kids. I would say that my discussions are very collegiate. Like, my channel's not for kids anyway. But this is literally a frame from the show. It's from the episode. Like, this was presented. This was on Nickelodeon. Like, it's fine. Whereas this
they had better fucking,
is not a butt. It's supposed to be implying something else, and it's like blurred out, and it's we know what it's supposed to look like. We know what it's supposed to look like. Real bad vibes on this video. Let's see what we're dealing with. The most heavily censored episodes of SpongeBob ever.
However, there's one episode that involves so many curse words, they had to censor all of them. To the
Wait,
point
is
that
that is this actually the premise of this video? Is it just talking about Sailor Mouth? This is just an analysis of Sailor Mouth? Are you kidding me? That's what that thumbnail is? Guys, that's so this is so clickbait. The most heavily censored episode of SpongeBob ever. And it's about Sailor. You know that Sailor Mouth wasn't censored after the fact. Sailor Mouth wasn't. It was censored. Oh, yeah, we'll talk about this in a moment. Another thumbnail. Sailor Mouth is not a censored episode. It's an episode about cursing, and they use the dolphin sounds as a way to cleverly bleep it out. The problem is that the AI doesn't understand that. Yeah.
there's just so much interesting stuff happening behind this episode.
There's interesting stuff happening behind. Oh, is this going to be about? Oh, it's so dull. Let me guess. It's going to talk about how when the voice actors recorded Sailor Mouth, they actually cursed, and somewhere out there in their archives, there's the voice actors actually cursing. Yeah.
I can't say a
That
lot
never came out though. Is that even true?
Holy crap, bro.
It might be true, but I think it doesn't. Like, it's not publicly available.
Please.
So it was closing time at Krusty Krab.
So it was closing time at Krusty Krab. At Krusty Krab.
What's so hard about Sandy, bro? That character is not great.
Before Mr. Krabs
She's
stopped
not
him and
dope,
said,
bro.
"Wait, you should take that pile of filth with you."
Mr. Krabs, you shouldn't talk about Squidward like that.
No.
Just
Krabs was talking about the trash bag.
Just literally just telling the joke that's in the episode. Like, that's literally what that was.
No, Krabs was talking about the trash bag.
It's literally just the joke. Like, SpongeTruth just took the joke from the episode. Like, if you watch the episode, that's just the structure of the joke. Is Mr. Krabs says, "Take that pile of filth out with you," and then he says, "You shouldn't talk about Squidward like that." And it's just you're just repeating the joke. Why would you include that in your critical analysis? When I put a joke from the show, like for example, in the video I just did on Squidward Torture, I talk about the camping episode. And I mentioned the jokes where SpongeBob says, like, they hate limping more than running. Like, I put those jokes in, but I explain how those jokes work with the story. This is just SpongeTruth telling the joke. And the reason that this is a bad thing to do is because to the common viewer, to the median viewer, they're gonna go, ha ha ha, and they're gonna laugh at it because they're laughing at the joke from the episode. But in their mind, because people are stupid, they're going to think, oh, I like SpongeTruth. SpongeTruth's made me laugh. When SpongeTruth's just told the joke from the episode. So you get people who will say, SpongeTruth's, I like SpongeTruth's because this joke made them laugh. And it endears them to SpongeTruth. When all SpongeTruth is doing is stealing a joke from the show. Isn't explaining the punchline of a joke ruin the joke itself? No, not necessarily. Explaining a joke does not ruin a joke unless you're the joke teller. If you're a reviewer, you can explain a joke. That's fine. To explain what a joke is. He's not explaining the joke. He's telling the joke. I explain the jokes all the time while I review them because I'm talking about how the joke works as a joke. Now, if you are a joke teller, like if you're a comedian and you tell a joke and no one laughs and then you start explaining it, that means that it was a bad joke because like a joke should be funny on its own, but a joke you might not know. For example, again, to tie it in with the Sea Bear jokes, with the, they hate limping more than running. Like I explained how that joke works in my Squidward Torture video. You might laugh at the joke because it's a successful joke, but you might not have critically analyzed it as much as I did, so watching my video on it could be rewarding because you get a little more insight into why the joke is funny, even though it wasn't.
Oh, those wild and naughty phones kids left to write in your school toilet stalls. Apparently some...
Oh, isn't that weird? Kids love to write in your school toilet stalls. I mean, I guess it's just an AI thing. Like, I guess I could read into that. It's not like it's made for kids because they would have like comments off.
They should ban her.
It would say like YouTube Kids, but I mean, even videos that aren't made for kids, like try to get
this shit is a
kid audience, like the Mr. Beast thing, because like a large portion of YouTube is just children with like all the time in the world. So like it is
What
a
team was
huge
Schmergel?
market.
Not to throw any-
I'm not gonna like immediately accuse it of trying to like
What cheer do you
Elsa-gate
think
or
you
whatever,
wanna be
but that
today?
is odd that it says it also is incorrect, like in the way that it says it. Like
Graffiti on
listen
the
to this.
dumpster. You know those wild and naughty poems kids love to write in your school toilet stalls?
Those naughty and wild poems kids like to write in your
Who am I
toilet
gonna
stalls.
banish from this match?
So they just in one sentence they
never getting
mixed
into
up who they were talking to. Kids love to write in your toilet stalls. So when they say kids love to write, that would be you're speaking to someone who's not a kid talking about kids. In your toilet stalls, which is the second thing it said, it means that you're talking to a kid. Oh, people write it in your toilet stalls, like at your school, you're a kid. So that's a very weird sentence, you know? It's probably just AI writing sentences badly.
From a simple one like Squidward smells, to which SpongeBob adds smells good because
Again, just like that's yes, like you, Sponge Truths, you didn't write this joke. You can't just tell the joke. That's not cool, man. Like the SpongeBob writers wrote this joke. You don't just get to tell the joke and let that be a part of your video. That's not how this works. Squidward smells good. Yes, it's hilarious. You didn't write it. Get over it. You did. I wish I wrote that joke too. It's a funny joke, but I also can stand on my own with my own content. Like what I make is nice, so I don't feel like I have to steal
The right heroes
SpongeBob
can
jokes.
make all the
Why can't they
difference.
just move on and stop going over
Be
every
worried.
joke? Because
No
if the
timeline
video was,
exists
if
where
this video
Magneto
was willed
yields.
down to only the parts of it that were substantive, which anything in this that has substance would just be taking from something else that did the same analysis. AI isn't capable of being original. We all know this.
like nematodes are people too. There's also a good pun, like up with bubbles, down with air, which is
Oh my goodness, he's just saying what all... Is he actually going over what all of the dumpster writing is? Why is that relevant? Like, if I was talking about this episode, if I did a review of this episode, and I talked about themes, what it meant,
coming in
like
30
why they
seconds. Stay
structured it the way they did, why they did the cursing, in what universe would I need to go over all of the dumpster writing? I would just say SpongeBob learned about cursing from dumpster writing. I wouldn't have to say all of the different little jokes in this joke montage, because then I would just be stealing from the episodes. I would just be stealing from the SpongeBob writers and their jokes. And it's also, it's disrespectful to the episode itself, because when I make my videos about SpongeBob episodes,
stop them
I
from
usually
securing the
want to
mission
think of
area.
them as you should go watch the episodes I'm talking about. I don't want people to watch, especially when I talk about bad episodes, actually. Because with good episodes, I pretty much assume that you've already seen it. If I talk about a classic SpongeBob episode, I'm pretty sure most people who watch like my Bang Geeks video, my Dying for Pie video, are people who've seen the episode. But when I talk about like a season 16 episode, I really do want people to go watch the episode and form their own opinions on it. I know a lot of people don't. I'm sure a lot of people don't watch like the new seasons and just watch my videos on it because they don't want to watch the new seasons because the new seasons hasn't really proven themselves. So I try to fight against that. I try to tell people that they should watch the show and my content should be supplemental to it. But this is just like watch my, like don't watch the, like just watch the episode, man. Like at this point, like this is a 12-minute video. That's the same length as Sailor Mouth. Like you could just watch the episode and you get so much more out of it. But yeah, if you cut this down to just the parts that were substantive, you'd probably get like 3 minutes of content out of that. And you need to make your videos a little longer than that, you know? So they want it to be a 12-minute video, so most of it is just recapping.
It's actually a survival slogan for divers, meaning if you find yourself disoriented underwater...
Look at this horrible editing. Look at how the diver face is transparent. You can see behind it. It's because, by the way, I know how this happens. They took the diver and they put it into Photoshop and they clicked remove background. And I do this all the time. I click remove background. And remove background is the computer determines what is the subject and what is the background, and it removes the background. It's not AI, like people could call it AI. It's not generative AI. It doesn't generate something using a bunch of stolen stuff. So I think it's fine. I think it just saves time. There's nothing wrong with clicking remove background on Photoshop. Like you can do that. If you're like super anti-AI and you're like, oh no, like it's fine. It's fine. You can click remove background. But remove background is imperfect. It's a computer. It can't always tell. So when they clicked remove background, it also removed the diver's face. but because their editor is lazy and they don't care about their audience, they didn't take the extra step, which is super easy, to put that back in. You actually, if you remove the background, what I would do is in Photoshop, you go to select and mask, and it takes the parts of it that were removed, and you can see them again, and you can put back what you missed. And all you would have to do is click in the middle of this, and it would give back the diver's face literally like 5 seconds. So either this person is inexperienced or they just do not get it.
Which is actually a survival slogan for divers.
So they're trying to put in like a fun fact. Like, I guess they're trying to tie in going over all of the dumpster writing. They're just trying to like tie it together, I guess, with like this little fun fact, which doesn't have much to do with the actual video, the actual subject of the video, which is the most censored SpongeBob episode. What does the fun fact about what up with bubbles, down with air have to do with any of that? Not to say that I've never done something like that. I've done that where I'm like, oh, quick tangent. Like, I'll say that sometimes in my videos. It is a common strategy. But it's just AI saying something random and then leaving it in the video to take time. But also, like, why this background? Like, why would a diver who's disoriented, wouldn't you want, like, an open ocean background? Why would it be SpongeBob at Blue Lagoon and the diver is in trouble? Just a weird editing choice.
Which is funny, because SpongeBob is an underwater creature, so the concept doesn't really apply to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess this...
Wait, hold on. Which is funny because it's...
funny, because SpongeBob is an underwater creature, so the concept doesn't really apply to him.
The concept doesn't really apply to him because he's underwater. Up with bubbles, down with air, dude.
There's also a good pun, like up with bubbles, down with air.
Wait, a good pun? I didn't even catch that. A good pun, up with bubbles, down with air. A good pun, that's not a pun. It's a saying. You even go on to explain how it's a saying. But also, this isn't supposed to mean... So, okay, so I'm pretty sure that this maybe is correct, that's a diver saying. I actually don't know for sure. I don't feel like looking it up. I'm just going to assume it's correct. It actually is a diver saying. But the point of up with bubbles, down with air that makes this a clever joke is that it sounds like almost like a protest thing. Like it's up with bubbles, down with air, like you're almost saying like seize the means of production. Like that's what I always read this as, you know, but they just use this silly, or they use this real saying about diving to make it as a joke of something saying that. So you just going, oh, that's weird, like that doesn't apply because they're underwater, and it's like, well, kind of missing the point there.
I guess this was the equivalent to us laughing at Dory's slogan, just keep swimming, right? You get the idea.
Wait, what? Wait, why would it be? That's incoherent, right? Am I missing something? I guess this is the equivalent to us laughing at Dory's slogan, just keep swimming. He's referring to Finding Nemo. Just keep swimming isn't a joke. Is it a joke? It's a theme. It's a main part of the theme. It's not a joke. And what does that have to do with what you said? That's just so incoherent. Just completely incoherent.
Yeah, anyway,
what is that?
What's important here is the next graffiti that SpongeBob is about to read. Oh, when I first watched this as a kid, I really thought it was just...
When I first watched this as a kid, how sinister. When I first watched, again, trying to be relatable, being like, oh yeah, when I say that, because I probably said that in my most recent video on Squidward Torture, I probably said, when I watched this as a kid, I thought this. Like, that means something. When someone says, I watched this as a kid, that means something. That matters. And I don't want this to be normalized, that it's okay for a robot to say, when I watched this as a kid, when it didn't. I think that's so wrong. I think that's so repugnant.
Patrick said you can use it when you want to talk fancy. You just sprinkle it over anything you say, and whammo, you've got yourself a spicy sentence sandwich.
That's just the line from the episode. Why not just have Patrick say the line? Usually when I quote a line verbatim, I just put in the clip.
They said their mouths felt tingly when saying all those spicy sentences.
We're just recapping. This is the most heavily censored episode. What a sensationalist title. We're 3 minutes in and they're just recapping the beginning of Sailor Mouth.
He got up here.
How do people watch?
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
The higher the pressure,
just recapping.
But of course, the customers...
What was the fade out there? Isn't this so... The editing is so inconsistent. Look at... Why did it just fade out like that? The editing is so incoherent. I just put out a pretty long video on Squidward Torture And I did a couple like new editing things in it that I hadn't really done before. But I try to keep my editing, me and my editor. I'm not, my fiance is also my editor, so she works on the videos too. We do so much to make the editing consistent. I think that's a really important thing in a YouTube video. Like, if there's going to be a time where there's a noise that comes in, or times where you like fade out or switch between things and do a certain transition.
But of course,
like there shouldn't be a random fade to black that doesn't mean anything to the transition. It's almost like the editor uses like just stream of consciousness. It's like, oh, like maybe this will work here, and they just like put it in. Instead of actually having a specific, consistent way of editing.
I mean,
another fade out. Wait, that's so weird. They didn't have fade outs in the other.
This nigga had to go to
people love Popeyes for their sassy attitude over here, but not to this extent.
Season 9. He like,
wait, why is somebody fade out?
Mr. Krabs rushes from the bathroom after seeing all his customers.
Recap.
He gives SpongeBob.
You don't need to explain all this. You could have just, if you're talking about the themes of the episode, you could be like, SpongeBob learns. It's so easy. SpongeBob learns a bad word. Him and Patrick say it a lot. All the customers leave. Mr. Krabs gets mad at them. The story then revolves around. You know, it's like you don't need all this.
He said the F word is a bad word.
He said the F word is a bad word. No, it is never confirmed what the word is. The word that is censored by the dolphin sound is not the F word. That's not how it works. But AI doesn't understand that. It just sees cursing. It doesn't, so it assumes that it's a thing. But it's never actually said what the word is. Like saying the F word, that's giving someone the wrong impression of the episode. The whole point is that you don't know what the word is.
I mean, they're both just innocent kids trying some new slang.
They're not kids. SpongeBob and Patrick are not kids. Like, you even put a thing of them as babies. Like, you're overthinking it. Well,
we ain't even got the fucking point,
like,
because
they're not
everybody
kids.
else ran forward.
Knowing what they actually meant.
They're kind of kid-coded in this episode, because it is supposed to be that Mr. Krabs is like the parent and they're like the kids. So SpongeBob and Patrick are kid-coded in the episode, but SpongeBob does a good job of not making it too much like the characters are kids. Like, that's a part of why SpongeBob is successful, because it doesn't really say, oh, they're kids, they're adults, they're this. It just kind of moves past it. Harping on it and saying, oh, they're kids, they're this. You're actually like obfuscating how the episode actually works. You're giving someone who is watching this instead of watching the actual episode, which most people who actually watch this have probably seen the episode, but they're just getting a shallow, incorrect interpretation of the episode.
SpongeBob said it again in the middle of frustration of a ladder board game. But this time,
of a ladder board game. Wait, so why skip so much? So like they harped on for so long about explaining all of the dumpster stuff and going over the scene. Look at this, for like a whole minute of just explaining the scene at the Krusty Krab. And then they skip over eels and escalators, which is the most iconic part. Like, why not just over-explain eels and escalators?
Frustration of a ladder board game.
In the middle of frustration of a ladder board game. A ladder board game. Ladder board game. First of all, it's eels and escalators. There are no ladders. Is it saying that because eels and escalators is clearly a parody of Chutes and Ladders? Eels and escalators, Chutes and Ladders? But there's no ladders in the game. So the AI doesn't get that, and the AI doesn't get eels and escalators, so it just says a ladder board game.
He actually said the bad
this
word
himself. This nigga like his own play.
Yes, that is.
Nigga, you was on Rocket.
Yes, that is what happened
the anchor of the team. You tried to make
again,
us
5
lose.
minutes in. Like, actually look at a video of mine. This video has said nothing of substance so far. The closest it has said to something of substance is the fun fact about the diver. That's it. And it's not even about the subject of the video. Look at one of my videos, any one of my videos. In 5 minutes, how many things do I say about themes, about story, about like why things matter? Like, you don't just recap the episode and then say something of substance at the end. That's not how these videos work. You have to say something of substance throughout the whole video. You need to have substantive, and it's It's hard to
do you
do
think you
that.
wanna be today?
Like I just put out one of the longest videos on the channel. It's 38 minutes about Squidward torture. The whole time I'm saying something of substance. I'm not just recapping these episodes. Talk about 10 different episodes of Squidward torture. You should check it out. It's a good video.
timeline
I
exists
talk about 10
where
different episodes, but I'm talking about substantive things. I'm not just explaining what's going on.
Both of them are trying to race each other to see who can snitch first. Then, after
Again with the dip to blacks. At least the dip to blacks are consistent. Because I saw the one dip to black and I thought it was going to be like the only one. But dip to black is not a very good transition for a YouTube video because it's a very slow kind of transition.
Why the hell is
It's not really a transition that I would use. I think I know why it's doing dip to black. I think it's a TikTok thing. There's a new thing-ish on... I think it's a new kind of trend where in the middle of people who do like bits, where there'll be like a bit on TikTok and someone will be like, you know, it'll be like POV, you're hanging out with the most annoying guy in your class or whatever kind of thing, and it's someone like acting like it, and in between the different bits it'll like fade to black and come up. So maybe it's just kind of hopping on that trend. The bubble transition would be better. It depends. I do bubble transitions between my main chapters. I'll usually do more like a swipe transition if I need one. I did this new transition where it kind of like zooms in and blurs into the next thing that I think was really nice that I made.
naughty kids should be punished, right?
Naughty kids should be punished.
There you
Again, calling
go,
SpongeBob
brother.
and Patrick kids. AI is not capable of
There you go.
understanding
You'll need a
nuance.
top-notch team to win
And
this one.
SpongeBob and Patrick both not being kids and being kids is nuanced. The way that the show
There you go,
has
brother.
SpongeBob and Patrick be
What the hell is
kids and
season
not
nine?
kids at the
This shit
same
put in
time
Hell's Kitchen.
is brilliant. It's
How
why
the fuck
the
is that
show
even
works so
possible?
well. In so many other kid shows, the main characters are kids. They are literally kids. And like that's fine. Like it's not bad when a main character is a kid. Like of course that there's many shows where that works. But something about
Bro, how
SpongeBob
does
and Patrick being both not kids and being able to take the role of kids is so important to the show because it makes it accessible. There's so many like adults can feel like they can watch the show. Or even
30
like
seconds
kids who
before
don't
you
want to feel
attack.
like they're being
Get
talked
ready.
down to. If you're a kid and you watch SpongeBob go through stuff that kids usually
I
go
have
through,
been fighting to
and
protect
you
my
are a kid at the
people
same time,
since before
you can
were
sometimes
born,
feel a little more
boy.
endeared to SpongeBob because SpongeBob is an
age
adult
doesn't
in
always
the
mean
show.
wisdom.
So there's so
Oh,
much
the
like
fire
to that
of youth.
nuance, to that teetering. But because
Charming,
AI
but
can't
dangerous.
understand
You
that,
watched the video?
it just calls them naughty kids. And either we call them kids or we
They
call them
seemed
adults.
interesting,
It's
so I
not
wanted to
capable of
check it out.
understanding
Like,
this
this
nuance
title
between those
kind of
things.
unskippable.
As in all of my
Fake
videos, it
CIA
is
agent
He said the two of them
Rob's
should give the
house
Krusty Krab
burns to
a
the
fresh
scene.
paint job from top to
So
bottom.
the little
look at how
snippet
pointless
that I
this
got
was.
of this is that apparently
Right?
this dude
He said the two of them should give the Krusty
Look at
Krab.
this.
committed a
He
crime,
blurred.
dressed as a CIA agent.
What is
and then
what is this
returned
editing choice?
to like
Look at this
investigate
nonsense.
Kids should
and
be
figure out
punished, right? He said the two of them should give the Krusty Krab.
So it seems
Has the shot of Mr. Krabs with the paint cans. He blurs it out to bring up a PNG of the same Mr. Krabs.
Nowhere to fucking die.
A fresh paint job from top.
He has it swiped to the side. He could have just had the same footage.
They don't know who they're dealing with.
What?
That's some
And like,
CIA
if your
right there.
editor is so lazy, why are they doing that? Like, you could have just had the footage in there. It wouldn't have made them. Like, does that make a difference to your like watch hours?
And now the table.
What was that cut? Look at this.
What are you doing?
Look at that. Suddenly it's a different background. You can't just cut from one background to another. It's very sloppy. It's very sloppy. You need some kind of...
You can check my
I get
paperwork here. I got
using
my badge on
different
me.
backgrounds for different sections of the video. Like, it's just so bad. So amateur.
They have to snitch the Mama Crab.
What's that?
5 minutes and 35 seconds. It's literally just recapping. Like there is other than the diver thing, there has not been a single thing in
There's already
this
so
video
much going on, so
that
he's
has not just been
pulls in here,
explaining
he's got
so much.
this-
And again,
this vest
let's
on.
remind ourselves, this is a video that had a thumbnail, that suggestive thumbnail saying the most heavily censored episodes of SpongeBob, and it showed
Holy
this episode.
charisma.
You understand this episode is not
Who are you?
censored, right? This is not like it's self-censored.
You don't know, it's
Technically,
Jack
the
Reacher.
word censored just means like bleeping something out. Sure, you can be like, oh, it's censorship. The most heavily censored episodes of SpongeBob implies
Oh, you know who.
that the SpongeBob made something
heard of
and then
Area
later
51?
on it was censored. Like that, and that can happen, by the way. That's the Panty Raid episode. They banned the Panty Raid episode. They got rid of it. I mean, it's still self-censorship, but Nickelodeon themselves decided to pull it down. It's not like made illegal or anything, which that's a whole can of worms too. Like, what is self-censorship and censorship that's literally by law? Or censorship by TOS. Censorship is a very broad term, and it means a lot of different things. And literally, Sponge Truths is talking about the most mild version of censorship ever, which is someone choosing to put a bleep on a curse word so that they can reach a wider audience. That is the censorship of this episode. This is a family show, and they wanted to do an episode that teaches kids about cursing, and if they had them actually curse, families wouldn't watch the show, and kids wouldn't learn the lesson. So they chose to put dolphin sounds in it. It is the most mild, innocent version of censorship ever. It does not warrant you calling it the most heavily censored episode and putting that title where SpongeBob is naked, by the way. Like, and that's not even what is censored.
And saying, you should all be ashamed. If you're gonna talk like a sailor, you all better work like a sailor too.
Why is just show the clip then? If you're gonna, and I know why they the reason why they have an AI quote the lines instead of putting in the actual lines, and sometimes they do put in the actual lines. The reason why they want the AI to say the lines instead of having the character say the lines is because it seems like it's Sponge Truths doing more content. The less of your video that's you talking, the more of your video is clearly the episode.
It's like when
so
you
by
steal from a
having the
merchant in
AI
Skyrim and
voice
try to sell it
say
back
the
to
lines,
them.
they're making it seem like it's more content that they made when they're really just quoting the episode, recapping the episode. 6 minutes in, by the way, only recapping.
Say, we were all just waiting for the final punchline. We can because Mama Crab did more slides on the way.
We were all just waiting for the final. Yeah, that's the case in any comedy show. There's always a final punchline in any comedy show. That's how that works.
It kicked a little rock, just like Eugene, and said all the foul words too, or no.
And said all the foul words. No, she said one foul. No, she didn't even say a foul word. She did not say all the foul words. She said one foul word as what the audience would think. But she said one word, not all the foul words. But the AI doesn't understand that because it thinks that it's a repeat of
What is going on?
Actually, it was just Mr. Jenkins with his July.
Ridiculous!
Again, with the PNG over the shot. Like, what's the point of this?
much more.
Why do you need a PNG of the thing that's in the shot? It's already on the screen, dude.
Krabs is a fine lady. She would never talk.
Look how this transition.
You ever heard the Captain America Super Soldier Theorem?
Mama Crab.
This is like a circle transition.
From
Like
what
it's a
I
fine
gather,
transition.
he installed the
I
same
mean, you can just do it anyway.
They went to go get drinks, and
Like, this
while
is
they were
a-
doing
this
that,
is a
he
more
stole money
smooth
from
transition.
their safe that he installed. Got caught speeding, so they
Like that transition is
came
more
over
smooth, but then we go
here,
back here.
pretending to be a CIA agent, and now talking to his friends
And then,
like, who
and then
the
you have that
f-
transition. But then you have
This
a
is
circle transition.
incredible.
So why be
The
inconsistent?
storyline here
Why not
goes
have every
crazy.
transition be that circle transition? Or if you want to do different transitions every time, then have it be on like a loop where it's like every like maybe you have. I did this once. I don't do it anymore. My transitions are all consistent. But when I was editing I think it was my Truth or Square video, I had 3 different transitions and I alternated between them. So it wasn't the same transition every time, but it was 3 different kinds of transition. It wasn't one time I just didn't do a transition because I didn't feel like it, and then I did a circle. I feel like consistency. Consistency is so important. I'm waiting for the SpongeBalls to pay off. They don't. They don't. There is nothing about it.
Had to put some goofy nautical sound effects to all the foul words.
Yeah.
Listen, I've been working this operation
That's what
for a
the
long
SpongeBob
time.
writers did to make the episode interesting. Thank you. Thank you for explaining that thing that is apparent to everyone who's watched the episode. Why don't you talk about things that are difficult to know? Like, talk about themes. Talk about deeper things. Like, anyone who watches the episode is gonna know that. You're gonna know that if you watch the episode. Oh, they use dolphin sounds because it's not. Great. If you watch my videos, there might be some stuff if you watch my videos where you'll be like, well, like, I knew that. Like, that was obvious. But a lot of the stuff that I say in my videos, I try to say stuff that wouldn't immediately be apparent to the
He's got higher
average.
clearance than the president.
And, like, that's why review content like this exists. So that something that
You
isn't
don't
apparent
usually
see these to the average viewer is something that we can think about more. That's how I share my knowledge. I study film. I study writing. Like I have a master's degree in creative writing. So I studied this stuff deeply, and I like to pass on that knowledge to everyone. Then that's what I make my videos for, so that everyone can see a little bit of what I spent years studying. I like to pass on to people. I want people to share in knowledge. But this is just a waste of time. And every second someone spends watching this, that just recaps and says nothing of substance, is time that people don't spend watching my videos, or another creator who is just as good. And now you're going to lose your job to this AI slot. I think I'm going to be fine. I think if this is the quality of the AI slop, I think I'm gonna be okay.
This kind of story is just gonna make us more curious about the world. I'm not gonna lie. SpongeBob and Patrick.
What? Is it trying to say that it, like, at least this is an argument?
Content analysis for children's television made by PTC or Parents Television.
Lance over there, the head of SAD.
So, like, now they're actually saying.
What have you got on the horn and told
Suggest we also mentioned this was an example of how levels of profane,
Lance is a bad
sexual,
guy. I don't
and
like
violent
it.
activity have increased in children's
Calling him a
television.
liar.
Which is, well, they're not wrong. Even
What is this Puritan nonsense? Are you kidding me? They're not wrong. It seems today that all you see is violence in movies and sex on TV. Is this what you're saying?
Are those Boy Scout badges?
What are you talking about? You know, it doesn't have
Presidential Medal of Honor, perhaps?
AI, so it doesn't have real.
I can only imagine what
but it's just
division that
like
is, the fucking
taking
BL division.
whatever is the most like puritanical.
Another
opinion.
bad
This is
year.
also another problem with
That could be
AI.
anything.
Just scraping
The
opinions. Like
MIB.
this isn't a real person's perspective. It's just scraping perspectives from the internet. So like there could be another Sponge Truths video that could like say, oh, like it's fine just because the AI finds another. Like yeah, that's weird how it went to the like puritanical. Like this episode teaches kids like makes cursing seem fun. I didn't see that at all in this episode.
I'm talking to the sergeant of
I
staff.
think another thing too is that it's such an assumption that like kids are stupid. Like I didn't get what the words were. It made me want to curse. Like it's just a way. And first of all, kids are gonna want to curse. Like it's just life. Like come on.
He wasn't born.
Also, I think that this episode is important for that reason. Like if I would have my own take about this episode,
You're going
like
fucking chasing this guy around.
I would say that this episode does make children curious about the idea of cursing, and like that's fine. Like that's not bad. Like what are we getting all worked up about? Don't be a baby. Like kids, and yeah, like I did sit around in 5th grade with a bunch of other kids at lunch table talking about this episode and going, okay, well what were all the 13 bad words? Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure so many kids had that conversation. And you know what? That's normal. That's like a normal part of development. Should we just hide that curse words exist? Should we not discuss them? Like the episode still does say like, hey, these words aren't really appropriate in this situation, and like that's fine. I think that's a great lesson. Like I think that's just fine with what it is. So whatever like the puritanical opinion that the AI scraped, I disagree. I disagree. I think it's silly. I think we are such babies about things being in shows. I know that there's a line. I know that there's a limit. I don't think SpongeBob has ever pushed that limit. I don't think anything SpongeBob's ever done has been too inappropriate. Nothing like the panty raid I think I've ever really taken issue with. A lot of gross out stuff I think is messed up. Ink Lemonade, I think gross out is just pointless and weird. And I think the jokes in Are You Happy Now and One Course Meal, you know the jokes I'm talking about. I think that's a little uncalled for. But I think that those aren't so much, and they're like, oh, let's think of the children and their innocence. I think it's just that these things don't provide any substance. Like jokes like the ones in One Course Meal and Are You Happy Now, they don't provide a good substance. They just make you uncomfortable. Gross outs like that too. The point of gross out is to make you uncomfortable. But this, Sailor Mouth, is meant to provoke thought. Sailor Mouth's jokes are meant to make you think. It's meant to make you question a thing that undoubtedly children are going to be exposed to. Children are exposed to cursing. It happens. They're raised by parents who are, most children are raised by parents who are adults, and they're going to hear cursing. So to pretend like it doesn't exist
he's crushing
is silly.
it here.
You should have episodes about cursing where you talk about it. You don't have to put in the actual cursing, as this episode doesn't, but to not talk about it is silly.
But that's just how learning goes, whether you like it or not. You can't really teach kids what not to do if they don't know what it is. Not to mention, some of the creative team behind this.
Wait, I thought you were being a Puritan. Now they're siding with it.
Zegner.
Again, not being able to understand nuance. It says one thing on one side, but now it's saying you can't teach kids about something without knowing
there
what
because
it
you
is.
just robbed them after
But you just
setting
said
up a
that
dinner
there's
date
like
as
too
a-
much.
as a
Again,
boy.
something Hillenberg said many times in his interviews. The idea of early SpongeBob is just to showcase how innocent SpongeBob is. Taking it as some sort
The idea of how early SpongeBob is to showcase how innocent SpongeBob is, that's probably not, that's a little incoherent, right? Like, I don't think that, like, I guess it would be that what he's probably quoting out of context is the show is about innocence, not early SpongeBob. It's not specifically early SpongeBob. Early SpongeBob was just what Steven Hillenburg worked on. Doesn't have anything to do with being, oh yeah, early SpongeBob was
you're
about
taking off his
innocence, but
vest.
later
He's-
SpongeBob isn't.
He's vulnerable
which I
now. What
think
are you doing?
we should applaud them for. They're willing
I
to do
think we
this.
should applaud them for. But you just said that. But you were just saying
Lance
that
has
it was
never
bad.
been seen without his vest.
You're saying we should applaud them for
In
it?
20 years on
And
the
you just
Sad
said back
Force.
here.
Make us more curious about the words. I'm
This story is just going to make us more curious about the
not
word.
gonna lie.
You're
SpongeBob
gonna
and
want to
Patrick
answer
only
that phone, officer.
So you don't like it.
sexual and violent
It's the
activity
president.
have increased in children's television
He's calling
programs,
to get
which
Lance
is
out.
what
Violent activity has increased in children's television programs.
they're not wrong.
Well, they're not wrong. So you're making a very puritanical statement there. Well, they're not wrong.
I
You're
see.
agreeing with
Very
the thing that in
smart, Lance. He gave
2006
his
said
wife a
that
fake name to
certain
protect her
more
from his
profane
enemies.
content is becoming more common in
See,
kids
Sad
shows.
doesn't play
And
around.
you
Protocol
say
dictates
they're not wrong.
that you
but they
have
are
to
wrong.
never
They
give
are
anyone your
factually incorrect. If anything, a
20
lot of
layers
shows are
deep.
cleaner now. I guess it's a kind of
Not
a
even
difference.
his
Like
wife knows the
back
real
in
him.
like the Looney Tunes days,
provided us a
there was a
fake
lot
name,
of
and
like
we're actually looking
firearms
into some other
usage
stuff right now, so
that
he's
they
gonna
don't
be
really
the
use a lot
police
in modern
department.
cartoons. Like if you like old Tom and Jerry, you know. But I guess
Do you have
like
any idea why he's
nowadays
showing
you
up
have
in
like
a bulletproof
dirtier
vest
jokes. Like I guess it just
and
kind
what
of
appears to be a fake
changes.
badge?
And also we haven't really seen much of an upward trend with that either. You know, it's just
overdosing.
puritanical
Does he work for a security
nonsense.
company
And it's
or
weird
like
that he
that?
says later on, making such a puritanical
He's a
statement that he
government
says we should
contractor.
applaud them for that.
What's easy, on the other hand, is talking about all the bad words.
What's easy on the other hand? Yeah, I wouldn't want to watch a YouTuber that breaks down difficult topics. Why would I want to watch someone break down difficult topics? I want someone to break down easy topics. What is self-report there? I'll talk about difficult concepts in my videos.
First two are F word and ass. Someone actually posted the uncut version
So I
transcript for
wonder,
this episode, but I
maybe
can't
she's in
confirm
on
whether
it.
it's legit or not. So maybe take it with a little grain of salt. You had to actually curse in the recording session.
Yeah, they're just saying that.
So we've seen the save.
Okay.
That means an uncut version of this episode with the uncensored cursing does exist. So
It's just that I knew that it was going to bring that up because it's just such a
I think I have a
sensationalist
pretty good
thing,
grasp on
but it
what
doesn't
led up
add
to the
anything to the
robbery
commentary.
and the
Saying
stealing of the
this is
money.
out there with the
I want
cursing,
more lore on Lance.
the voice actors actually doing the cursing, saying it's out there, it doesn't mean anything. Just so, and again, this is another thing. Like that's just like a fact that's out there, or it might not even be a fact. I think it's just
Man,
a
this
conjecture.
is-
Well, I
this
guess
is some
it might be a fact. I
disorienting
don't know.
footage here.
I've just heard that before. Like, oh, they actually
Okay, I
cursed.
think
The voice
I
actors
think I'll
actually
skip
cursed.
this sequence. It's
So
kinda making
Sponge
me
Truths, this is very similar to Sponge Truths just taking the jokes. So now Sponge Truths is just saying something that you would see in like a Reddit post. Like, oh, did you know the voice actors actually cursed? And now someone is going to watch Sponge Truths, see Sponge Truths say that, think, oh, that's cool, and now they like Sponge Truths more because Sponge Truths
so
is
they
the one
went
who
from
told them
sad
that
to
fact.
sack.
It's just taking random facts, things that don't mean
I guess
anything,
he's
none of your
still
own
operating under
observations,
the OG
and
division
trying to take credit for it. Should we talk about
at a
the
government black
racist
site.
Well, let's talk about so.
And it's very
The
covert.
thumbnail,
I would have never
complete
known
clickbait.
he was a
Like
sad
definitionally
agent.
clickbait.
He only
This
had
thumbnail
3
does
badges,
not
one
even
prominently around
slightly
his neck
denote
while wearing a vest.
that the video is about
pretty
Sailor
good.
Man. Let's talk about another one. This is an older Sponge Truths most racist episode. SpongeBob's most racist episode. It's a video about squirrel jokes.
It's still got
so
deep in
let's
there.
talk about the thumbnail. Let's talk about
He's
what they
been
did. I think what I
investigating
want to
that
talk
fucking
about
safe
is
for a
that
long
someone
time.
who would make a thumbnail like this. And by the way, the banana house is not
inside,
lost on
he said, "Oh,
that is a
you
part
guys are
of
at
the
the wrong bar."
racism. We understand
I thought
why
that was
that's a part
him.
of the racism.
Can you imagine Lance just
completely
opens that door
disavow,
and walks
completely
in?
condemn. but we understand why that's part of the racism, right? The banana house is from an actual episode. I know that's from an actual epispisode, but they chose to put a banana house. So I want to talk about how AI empowers people who would make this thumbnail to make content. So this is, I talked about this in my anti-AI video, my initial anti-AI video, my very first one on the main channel.
So we had
and I talked about how something about AI is that people look at AI as a way of circumventing having to have skill
was arrested and later charged with felon in possession of a firearm.
Time.
Felon in possession
Those are the three main roadblocks of someone being an artist, someone being a YouTuber, someone being an actor, a writer. Being in the arts has three main roadblocks.
The charges
time, skill, and money.
gets on the case.
And AI circumvents all of those things. The problem
oh my God, this dude has done this multiple times. I found another body
all of
cam
those
of him getting
things
caught.
are necessary.
You have to send me that.
I think that those are necessary roadblocks. Yes,
Lance
including
Moore
money.
now,
I know
please.
that's controversial. And I get it. We should have a more equitable world where
How is
people
that
have
possible?
the
I thought that was like a
opportunity to
spur-of-the-moment
make things. But
decision
the
to,
reason
like,
that I
try
also
this.
include money as
So
a
it sounds
necessary
like he is
roadblock
at least
is because
employed
if
at
you're
some
spending
kind of
money
security company.
on like a channel artist, on an editor, you're paying an
And
actual
that's
artist.
why
So
he
that's
has
why
some of
money
that
is
gear,
a
and then he
necessary
gets
roadblock. Let's talk about
NCCIA
talent.
badges.
Let's talk about talent. So generally, people
you're right,
who
yep.
are
Fake
talented
CIA agent
are
gets caught
people who
again.
would not do this. You know, it's
On
not a
November
one-to-one.
18th,
There's definitely a lot of talented
officers in
people
Oak Creek,
who
Wisconsin,
believe wretched things, who
also
are
Motel
even
6 for a
racist.
man
But
who
usually
the
people who are
hotel
talented,
with
people who
multiple
are
weapons.
introspective,
The suspect was 38-year-old
enough to
Connell
make
Love.
YouTube
They're still
videos that
using
would
his
get
fake name. Excellent
161,000
work, Lance.
views.
You
Usually people who
fooled
are good
them
enough
all.
to do that
This guy's
would not
good.
make this thumbnail. But AI empowers people who would make a thumbnail like this to make content. And I think that's a problem with it. I think that people like this should not be able to make content because they can't without AI. Someone like this, whoever's behind
He's really
Sponge
struggling
Fruits,
over there.
they can't cut it. They can't write.
Okay,
They
what's
don't
your name,
understand the show they're talking about. AI empowers them to do it. That's not better. It's
another
worse.
good one, Lance.
It is. It's not this. It's this. It's bad that people like that are in our media landscape. They should not be able to make content.
He brought
But
his
AI
whole
empowers them
loadout
to do so.
over here.
Let's check out SpongeBob most
Damn.
racist episode.
It's easy to laugh when you're not the one being laughed
PD's
at.
got Lance traveling.
I think she should buy both.
You'll catch it,
Got him armed with the
stupid.
gills.
It's the stupid.
A lot more clips at the beginning of this one.
You remember squirrel jokes? It's the episode where SpongeBob becomes a comedy star by making fun.
This was 7 months ago. You can already kind of hear how the AI voice is a little less human sounding.
Coincidentally, this is SpongeBob's
So
most
this one doesn't
racist
have a crazy
episode.
plot line.
This is SpongeBob's most racist episode. So that claim is saying that the episode itself is
This
racist.
one's
Different voice?
Whoa.
No, it's the same voice, but it's less advanced because it was 7 months ago, and AI voices have just gotten better since then.
Now, I'm not saying SpongeBob himself is racist, but this episode shows exactly
It
how
feels like she
racism
probably wouldn't
sneaks into
answer
our
what he's
daily
saying, that
lives.
his wife is mad at him, which
Okay,
is why
wait. So you already
I feel like
contradicted
that's probably
yourself.
not the play.
Lee, this is SpongeBob's most racist episode.
So this is SpongeBob's most racist episode. Means that sentence means that the episode is racist. The episode promotes racism. That is the statement that you are making when you say that.
But this episode shows exactly how racism sneaks into our daily lives.
This episode shows exactly how racism sneaks into our daily lives.
So he's not
So
really
it's an
using the fake
anti-racist
CIA
episode.
this
You
time
just said
around,
that
outside
the
of
episode
saying
was
he has
racist,
security
but
clearance.
now you're saying that it's an anti-racist episode.
He just doesn't
Contradicting
want to give
yourself.
us
Again,
info
can't
because they're
understand
going to
nuance.
see his,
It's either one
previous
extreme or
charges
the
and
other
stuff.
extreme. Like what you
Because he probably
could
can't
say,
legally own these guns.
I don't think I would argue it about this episode, but if you were trying to say it's a racist episode, you could be like,
Oh,
oh,
now
well,
he's
like they
going-
tried
Wait, here
to
it
tell a
comes.
story
I
about
spoke 1 second
how
too soon.
racism is wrong, but it ended up being racist.
Bikini Bottom always treats anyone who doesn't fit the mold with a little...
Okay, that's not Bikini Bottom, that's in Squidville, so that's not in Bikini Bottom.
Sometimes all it needs to hurt someone is one joke. It all
Tunel's
starts with
wife
a
appeared to already know his made-up story.
He makes
as if she
multiple
had
jokes.
covered
open mic night at the Krusty Krab.
The problem is that he makes so many jokes. It's not just one joke.
Or as I like to call it, comedy night for bottom feeders. Sponge...
Ugh, that's so cringe.
Mike Night at the Krusty Krab, or as I like to call it, comedy night for bottom feeders.
Or as I like to call it, comedy night for bottom
We're trying to find
feeders.
some sort of
Isn't
ID
that so
on him,
cringe?
and he
Like you're
doesn't wanna
talking
give
about
us his name.
they're not real,
If he
dude.
gives us that information, we can
Like
get
why are
this
you
information.
insulting animated fish? This is a problem with critiquing a show
He said to ask
as
you
if
who
you
he works
exist
for.
within the world. Comedy night for these bottom feeders, like they're made up,
Can you
bro.
tell us his date of birth?
SpongeBob.
Sponge Truths is a bottom feeder. See, now that works. The person running the channel is a real person. So we can call them a bottom feeder.
God, I feel
Shot it,
terrible
stand
for
up,
her,
and
bro.
let's
This is
just say
awful.
it's rough.
We'll work it out.
Oh, that's
The deal on those things.
So what does he do?
That was a
Officers
weird
learned that
example.
Janelle did not have a concealed carry permit.
It didn't say
and he
the
was a
joke. It just
convicted
said, "What's the
felon."
deal on those things?" and showed the cricket. That's not a very good example.
Mechanics. He scans
That's
the
part
room,
of his
he
cover
finds the
story
one
with,
person he knows won't
the
boo
Patriot
him,
Defense Group.
his best friend Sandy.
He's working a case.
Now, big
So he
squirrel
didn't
teeth
try
are.
and lurk.
He goes for the easy
Super hard
target,
this
not because
time
it's
around.
clever, but because it
This
just
one was
works.
Not because this,
far
but
more,
because that.
He cracks a line about Sandy's
straightforward.
teeth, then her fur, her smell, her brains.
You don't need to go so much into it, man. You don't need to explain every different joke.
Sandy laughs it off at first, because what
different background. Is the music AI?
18th
Probably.
of September
Probably.
2012,
I assume it is.
Manchester,
If everything
England.
else is, why would it not be? I've never heard it
Fiona
before. It could
Bone
just
and
be
Nicola
like
Hughes were responding
copyright-free
to a
music.
reported
Usually
burglary.
those
As
have
they
you have to like
approached
put a
the
credit.
house, they were mercilessly shot
Join the
dead
shit, copyright
at point
disclaimer.
blank range.
Usually you would credit
I
it,
was a
but I guess
police officer
Sponge
for
Truth
31
might be
years.
the type to just like
I never
find
saw
copyright-free music and just not
approaching
credit them.
this
I don't think
in
you
all
really.
my
They
time
ask
in the
you
police.
to when you use the
And I hope
copyright-free
to
music.
God
I mean,
I
I
never
use
see
the
like of
music
it
from the SpongeBob video games because
Their
you can use video
families
game
were
music
left
in pretty much
devastated.
any YouTube video. So I usually use SpongeBob video game music from the GBA games. It's probably AI music. I'd be surprised if it wasn't.
Don't stand too close to a squirrel, Billy. You'll catch
Lured
it
into
stupid.
a trap
A
by
child
a
is told you might
notorious
catch the
gangster,
stupid.
29-year-old
Yeah, you just
Dale
showed the
Krieger.
line,
The
and then you
callous
said it.
hitman had a
It's a pretty
vendetta
surface
against the
level
police.
reading of
What
the
makes
episode.
Cregan such
It's
an
actually
evil
one of the
killer
reasons
is,
I
firstly,
haven't
his
covered
complete
this
lack
episode
of
because I've thought about
remorse.
covering this
And secondly,
episode.
it's his narcissism.
But
that
I
he is
need a
basking
better
in the
read on it
attention
than
that
just
these
that.
murders
Like what
brought
Sponge
with
Truths
them.
is saying is
Driven by
the read of the
revenge,
episode,
Cregan
and
had been
this
on
kind
a
of
killing
proves like
spree,
why
taking
that
4
would be my
lives,
video on it
including a
because
father and
everyone
son.
knows this about the episode. Like it's
Extraordinarily,
just
he was
it is
the
really
first
saying the
criminal to
surface level
commit
themes of
murder
it.
on
Like
British
for example,
soil
when I did
using a
my Magic
grenade,
Conch
a
video,
weapon
I
of
think
war.
I had a
All
really
of this
strong
makes
read
Dale Cregan
on
one
the
of
Magic
the
Conch
world's most
episode
evil
that is not
killers.
really commonly talked about. Like you can look at the Magic Conch video, people know it's about religion. They're like, okay, it's about religion. But I went a lot deeper into it. I talked about confirmation bias. I compared it to how in the real world there are real consequences. The same, like you can look at the cartoon world, but then you can look at the real world and see what happens when religious thinking bleeds into our lives. Like I could kind of do that if I covered this episode. I've been considering covering this episode. I might cover it in a broader video about a deeper subject. I'm guessing SpongeBob is white and Sandy is black in this
in the
narrative.
line of duty.
It's
the
not
nation
really
mourned the
supposed
loss
to be
of
any
2 young
specific
women.
race. I would
32-year-old
say.
Fiona Bone
I'd say that's
and
kind
Nicola
of the point.
Hughes, who was just
Is that
23.
you could apply it to any
Greater
two
Manchester
people who are
police were
different, who make jokes
coordinating
about people.
one of the biggest
it's one of those
manhunts
things
in
where
UK history, as
by
well as
not
dealing with
saying
the
it's about
devastating
any one
impact
group of
of
people, it's
losing
now
2 of
about
their
every
own.
group of people, and it
People
makes the
assume
story
that
a
police
more
officers are
one-size-fits-all
immune to
narrative.
dealing with
That's why
domestic
SpongeBob works
violence,
so
we're
well
not.
as an episode, is
We
because
see
the
some
fact
pretty
that they're
horrific
sea
things as part
creatures
of the job.
and she's a squirrel, you can't really put any
But
real race
this
in
was
it,
different.
and that's okay.
This
That's
had
the
a
point.
feel
We
of
don't want
something
to.
different.
We want
They
to
were
think of it
someone's
like
mum, sister,
from outside of a specific
daughter,
thing, so
and
that
they
if
had an
you're in a
absolute
situation
right
where it's just two
to
different
go
kinds of people,
home
you can
that
say, oh,
night
it's
to
like
their
that
loved
in
ones.
that episode.
And
Just like that, the crowd
animal
turns on him. So he makes a choice.
took
Yeah,
that
you don't
away.
need to recap a whole
Local
episode. Like, look
gangster
at my
Dale Cregan
again. I'm bringing it up a lot, but look at my
Fiona and
most
Nicola
recent
during
video,
a
my
routine
Squidward portrait video,
call-out,
where I covered 10
then
different
mercilessly
episodes.
fired 32
I don't recap
rounds
every single
at the
one. I
unarmed
talk about the
officers.
things that matter.
The impact
But
on
when
the
you
nation
do a
was
whole, it's actually
extraordinary.
really tough to do.
killing of 2
You'll notice that a
innocent
lot of my
policemen
videos recently
by
have been been about many episodes,
As
and
Manchester
it's a
lined
general
the streets
subject
for
that covers a
Fiona
lot
and
of different
Nicola's
episodes.
funerals,
Even
grief
videos that
brought the
cover like
community
one
even
episode, like for
closer to
example, my Laundra Madness
it would
video,
change policing in
the
the city
central
forever.
episode that I was
I think
covering
this
was
is
Laundra
one of those
Madness,
cases
but I
that
talked
people
about like
remember
5
because
other
the kind of level of fear
classic
and
episodes in
anxiety
comparison.
that this created was
So most of my
unprecedented.
videos cover
But
a lot of
also
different
it
episodes,
highlighted
mostly
how dangerous this
because
job can
it's
be
hard to
and
do
how
a video
police
where you just
officers
talk
put their
about one
lives
episode.
on the
It really
line
is. It
every
can
day
be
to
done.
keep the rest of us
I have
safe.
lots of videos that do
In
talk
the
about
4
one
months
episode. I go
leading up to
really
the
in depth when I
murders,
do.
Dale Cregan had
But sometimes
already
they're also shorter
established
videos too.
himself
I was
as a
looking at my
ruthless
Splinter
killer.
video. My
He
Splinter
shot
video is 11
father and
minutes long.
son
I don't make
David
videos
and
that are
Mark
that short
Short
anymore.
dead in
They're
2
usually closer
gangland
to 20 minutes
attacks.
now, even
Then
some
used
30.
a grenade
You know, when
to
you
blow
make a
up
video
David
that's only
Short's
13 minutes
body.
long, but it's about only
remember
one
the time
episode,
he
you
was
end up just
feeling the
recapping
release
for a lot of it. And AI also doesn't understand the difference between recapping and critical analysis. So AI will give you spit out a script that's mostly recapping if you ask it to write you one.
He gets on stage, puts on a costume, and delivers the worst line of all.
He had to completely obliterate them. And the
Honestly, that line should be
signature
in a
of the
museum.
grenade that he claimed
It's the
for
rally
himself does
Honestly,
give this case
another AI
really
show.
sinister.
That line, that should be a museum.
This
Why
killer
that line?
story begins on the
That's not
6th
a-
of June 1983.
Honestly,
That's not really one of the more like poignant lines in the episode.
He grew up in nearby
It's just supposed to be
Droylsden, a
SpongeBob
working
being
class
wrong.
suburb of Manchester.
Like I think the AI just
He
kind
was
of
one of
arbitrarily
4
chose
with
that
a
as a
brother
line to
and
like
2
prop
sisters.
up and act
This
like it's
was at
deeper
a
than
time
it
when
is.
the city was kind
Because
of
like
going
and
through
like
a
this
bit of a
episode is deep,
post-industrial decline.
but that
The
line
area
isn't
where
exactly
Cregan
deep.
grew
That's just
up
him being
was known
incorrect.
for having quite a tough
Like the part of this
reputation.
episode that's
And I think
brilliant
when you look
is
at these
seeing
communities
how
at this
the
point in time,
racism gets
you've got
normalized.
this kind of culture
But we're
of
laughing with you,
toughness
not at
and
you, is more of just a
stoicism
symptom
and
of that.
resilience.
It's not really
And
one of the
with
moments
that
where you're like, oh,
becomes
that's
the
like the
particular
brilliant.
type of
You're not being mean.
masculinity,
You're just
a
being
kind of
sensitive.
quite toxic
It's how people just-
form of
We're not being
masculinity
mean,
that
you're just being
values
sensitive.
violence.
Like, that is
And
true.
I don't
Like,
think
that is,
Cregan
like-
had a very easy time
but, I mean,
of
it just- it
as
took
a
it from
child. He
someplace
was
else.
bullied.
It's
He
not
was
really-
smaller
Quite
than
racist
kids.
comment.
He was quite
You're not being
angelic
mean, you're
looking,
just being
and
sensitive.
that made him a bit
SpongeBob,
of a
Wait,
target.
just repeated itself.
We're not
At
being
school,
mean. We're not being
Cregan
mean. You're just
struggled
being sensitive. We're not
academically.
being mean. You're just being sensitive.
They just said it twice, and like that's not an incorrect point, by the way. I mean, it's a common point. Like that's a very obvious. Like clearly, the AI took it from someone who's made that statement. Like it's a common statement. It's important for even. I guess I could talk about it in the sense of. So this is making a statement that I agree with, right? Saying, oh, it's just a joke is a way of hiding real bigotry. But because it's an AI saying it, it's only going to say so much. It's going to be so surface level. It doesn't have any real perspective to actually meaningfully address that. So even though it's a
Cregan,
statement
the
that I agree
outsider,
with,
would escape to the
it's
fields
not being
and
presented
mete out
well
his revenge
because
on
it's
the
being presented
wildlife he
in such a
found.
shallow way.
Well, as a
It's
young
not
age,
making the
Cregan
statement
started
properly.
killing
He follows up with a
animals,
punchline
and
that
this
gets everyone
desensitized
around
him.
to kill him. It's a
He
small
also wanted to
redemption
skin
and
the
a reminder that
animals
being
and
funny
just
doesn't
show
have to be
dominance
cruel.
over them and
SpongeBob
destroy
learns the
things,
real
destroy living
a
things.
reminder that being funny
it
doesn't
serves
have
as
to
a
be cruel.
form
No,
of
he's still cruel in the end.
desensitization to killing and hurting.
He's still
living
cruel. Like
things.
it's still like it's just the butt of
hunting
the
and
joke is
skinning of
everyone.
wild rabbits
Because if you
meant
make
young
jokes
Cregan
about like that
also
is
became
that is
adept
actually
at using a
it's
knife.
kind of true. Squirrel
This
Jokes is a
progressed
complicated
into
episode.
something more
I
sinister.
feel like a take that I would have
He
on it, and I
started
should
with the
probably
fascination of knives.
if I was to
and
really
it
get into it, do a
increased to
video on it.
weapons and to
I'm a little
guns,
conflicted about Squirrel
anything
Jokes as an
involved
episode. Like I think that it's as
killing,
good of a
destroying,
message as you could
weapons,
do in an episode.
hurting,
So here's the thing about
violence.
comedy.
This all was very
Or here's the
interesting
thing
to
about
Cregan.
making a
That
joke
was part of his
about a
personality.
group of people. If you're a
Hurting
comedian
people or animals
and you make
gave
a
Cregan
joke
a sense
about a group of people, like a
reality.
race joke,
He knew full
because
well that he
you're a
could use
comedian,
violence to
whatever
re-tip
your
the
race
scales.
is,
He thought
if you
that
make
it
a
made
race
him
joke, the
more
joke is not
powerful.
about that race.
Through
the
his
joke
hunting
is about
adventures,
you
Cregan
as
also
the comedian,
escaped the
your
troubles of home.
relationship to
When he was
that
young,
race.
his
So
father
when you
walked out
make
on the
a
family.
racial joke, a
Basically,
comedian who is not
decided
racist,
that he
who
would
makes a
take on the
racial
adult
joke,
role.
understands
He would
that
man
and
up
makes the joke
and look
about
after the family.
their relationship
And that
as
alters the
someone
way he
in
saw
their
himself.
group to
At the same
another
time, he's been
group
bullied
or to a
and
person
demeaned
who
and
is a
suffering
part
the
of
effects
a
of
different
that.
group.
He has to
The
kind
joke
of
is
step up
funny
and be the man
if
of the
it
household.
resonates with
So
us
he's
in a way
quite
that
conflicted,
feels
and
truthful.
I think this
The
is
ending is
something
basically
that
South Park.
underlies
Yeah,
the
so
violence that
like
goes
that's
on
why
to
I don't
men.
really disagree with the
At the
ending,
age
because
of
if you
16,
are
Cregan left
like, for
full-time
example, South Park. Like,
education.
South Park makes a lot
The
of
outcast
jokes
who
about
was once
races,
bullied
obviously.
found a new
But South
sense
Park
of
is not
belonging
a
and the
racist
respect
show.
he craved
I guess I
by
can't go to bat
joining
for every
local
episode. I know
gangs.
South Park has had some episodes that are
Cregan wanted to
blatantly
make his mark
transphobic,
in Manchester,
that
which
I
was dominated
completely disavow.
by gang
They
culture.
apologize for those, like they apologize for
Gangs
Man
were
Bear Pig. I
everything.
don't actually.
If
I don't
you were
actually
in
know.
one,
But there
you
definitely
were
are
a
some
man
episodes
who
of
was
South Park
hard
that
to
I'm like
be
not super into.
respected.
But like
If you
in
weren't,
principle,
you were nobody.
generally at its
Cregan
best,
embraced that
South
completely.
Park is
He wanted
funny.
to be
even when it's being racist, because the point of South Park isn't so much that it makes fun of everybody. It does, obviously, like it does make jokes about like all groups, like that does help. The reason that South Park is funny when it is racist is because the butt of the joke is racism. The butt of the joke of a South, like usually, who's the character in South Park is usually being racist? Cartman. Cartman is the character who's being racist in South Park, and Cartman is the character who is in the wrong. So the joke is that racism is wrong, and it's funny because of the way it's presented. The funny thing is that I don't exactly think that the end of Squirrel Jokes is very good advice for a comedian. Like if you're going to be a comedian, all of SpongeBob's jokes within the universe about like fish smell or like crabs are cheap or squirrel jokes, like even if you are making fun of everybody equally, the jokes themselves aren't really that funny. Like they're not like offensive because you're making fun of everybody if you're like, you know, equal about it. However, the jokes do lack the concept of what is your, like, if it was actually a good racial joke, it would be what are you as a sponge in relationship to these other groups. But that wouldn't really make a lot of sense within the context of SpongeBob the Universe, because there isn't a lot of social context to the different fish people, because the different fish people just represent regular people. So you would really muddy the water. So I think the ending of Squirrel Jokes is fine for the message of don't single out one specific group.
Stealing money from
but it actually isn't
people doesn't surprise me at all. Older
because the
people
episode
are
isn't
weak.
about
They're a
comedy.
target.
If you're
You
getting
get
to the
over on
point where
older
you're
people. And
going
so
to seriously
rip 'em
pursue
off. That
being a
means nothing to
comedian,
him. This
I
is
think
how he
you'll
sees
figure
the
that out
world.
on your own.
He was
I think Squirrel Jokes is a great
antisocial to the
lesson
core.
for kids.
This is
because kids don't really go and be like stand-up comedians. To compare this to the other one, it's 40 minutes in, and it just recaps most of Squirrel Jokes, and it actually did have things that I would call substantive in between it. Obviously, it's AI, so it stole it. It's almost like better structured than the other one, because the other one was just recapping the whole episode. Whereas this one, and I guess like that's kind of what AI is, it's a roll of the dice, it's a slot machine. Like maybe the prompt for this one was write me a SpongeBob script about racism, and maybe that's why the AI found stuff that had more substance, whereas the other one was, oh, write me a script about the episode Sailor Mouth.
Now, for most people,
and
this kind of thing
then
would be
you get
incredibly
that.
traumatic.
And that's some people who are like, I'm an equal
destabilising,
opportunity
but
racist with a
Cregan
comedy.
took
It
it
just
as
tells me they're a terrible
something that he
person.
could use to
Exactly,
carve out
like
a
the
brand, to
actual
carve out an
ending, like
identity.
just because you make fun of everybody
He used his
doesn't mean you're not
gouged out
racist.
eye
Like there is
as a
more
badge
to
of
it.
honor to show
than
just
that.
how
Okay, so
tough
every
and how
joke
ruthless he is.
has truth.
In the wake of the
Every
loss
joke
of his
is truthful.
eye, he
If
looked
someone ever says it's just a joke, it doesn't mean anything, they are
Cregan
lying
was
to
now
you. Every
what
joke has
he
truth
wanted
to it.
people
So
in
whatever
Manchester
that
to
truth is, if the truth is I think something racist, then the joke is racist. If the truth behind the joke is I think people who are racist are dumb, then the joke is a good joke. It's not even that. It doesn't even have to be about racism. Or if the joke is, man, me and this other person who have different backgrounds are different, and we have certain social differences, and I am pointing those out in joke form, that could be fine. There could be nothing wrong with that. You could do that without putting anyone down, saying that we are different people with different backgrounds. It doesn't mean you're inherently different, it just means you're socially different. It really just depends on what the truth is behind the joke. Squirrel Jokes is absolutely an anti-racist episode, by the way. I do not find the episode to be
both vying
to
for
promote
control
racism, even in the
of
sense
their
of like
local turf.
the bully.
The
Like,
Shorts family
you know,
was
like the
headed
bully,
by
I could
its
tell they had good
patriarch,
intentions, but they just
David
kind of
Short.
failed. I think Squirrel Jokes actually did teach the lesson that racism is wrong and teaches kids how to approach it. I think that's what quite drastic measures had to be
It's not just a stand-up comedy episode. It's a case study in how
it's not just a stand-up comedy
at the time. Not because they're okay with it, but because standing up makes you retarded twice.
Wow, there's so not this, but this. It's so common. I did like I knew that like AI did like not just this. It's like everywhere. I guess I don't have to worry that much about it, because sometimes when I write my scripts, I'll see that I write something that says it's not this, it's this. So it's a common thing to write, but I don't make it every other sentence.
Between the Shorts
My
and the
goodness.
Atkinsons
First time
began
SpongeBob
to
pokes
fray.
fun at her teeth?
Wait. You're getting it incorrect. The
gone
first
now.
time SpongeBob
But
pokes
it
fun at her
gave
teeth, this
Dale
isn't the
Cregan
first time, this is
opportunity
later.
to redress the
This is
balance
later
amongst
on.
the Manchester
He pokes
gangs,
fun at her
and it
teeth the first
started
time. He doesn't
with
have a
bottle
big
thrown
He doesn't
These
have
are
the
two
fake
individuals
teeth
who
at
are
that time.
associated
So it's the
with
wrong
apparently
footage.
rival
talk about
families
pressure.
in this,
This
area.
one's kinda wild when you
and
think about it.
because this isn't
SpongeBob's
the
most
kind of thing
racist
that is left to
episode,
lie,
singular.
but
You're
it was
talking about
never
2
going to end
episodes.
with this.
Also, the
Dale
episode
Cregan
wasn't
was close
racist.
to the
You
Atkinson
defended.
family,
You
so
said
he
Squirrel
wanted to
Jokes was
settle the score on
racist.
their
You're done talking
behalf.
about Squirrel Jokes
To
now.
do this, he
But
had
you talked about how it's
rival patriarch David
anti-racist.
Short
Because she's not just
clearly
trying to
in
win,
his sights.
she wants them to understand.
Because of
Not
this
just this, it's this. I cannot
meaningless
believe it's that
incident,
common.
Everything was ratcheted
It's
up
everywhere.
a notch or two.
Oh, is he also talking about
As
revenge?
revenge
Squidward
was
just
necessary.
get tired and leave.
Cregan decided
And when they
that
do,
he would
what they're
take
looking
it on
for isn't
behalf of the
peace, it's
Atkinsons.
relief.
3 episodes.
Two
Yeah,
weeks
3 episodes.
later,
SpongeBob's
on
most
the
racist
25th
episode.
of
Just say
May,
episode.
Cregan
It's
and
not
3
home, it's a
accomplices
filter.
drove
Oh
to the
my
scene
goodness,
of the
with
first
it's not
argument,
this, it's
the Cotton
this.
Tree Pub in
Tentacle Acres
Droylsden.
becomes less about peace and
He
more
was
about
armed
segregation.
with a 9mm
Look, there's no drop
Glock
shadow
pistol.
on the
I think for Cregan,
frame
this
now.
was
It looks-
something
looks
that was
awful.
very significant.
So yeah,
this was
Squidville
going
doesn't
to
have the
cement
jokes
his
of land creatures or
reputation as
SpongeBob
this
in a racially coded
fearsome
costume.
gangster
But make no
who
mistake,
stopped at
it's-
nothing to get what
Wait,
he
why?
wanted.
Why does it say?
11:49 p.m. CCTV
Wait, listen to
shows
this.
a car pulling up outside the cotton
So yeah,
tree
Squidville doesn't
with
have the
his
jokes
hazard
of land
lights
creatures or
flashing.
SpongeBob in a racially coded
Inside
costume.
the pub, David
SpongeBob
Short and
doesn't
his
have the
23-year-old
jokes
son
about
Mark
land creatures.
were playing
Oh,
pool with family
it's supposed to be
and friends.
referencing pressure.
Armed and wearing a
So it's
balaclava,
referencing pressure and
Cregan
Squirrel
ran
Jokes. It's
into the
incoherent.
pub.
It's incorrect.
In less than half
the
a minute,
AI said jokes
Cregan
about
had
land
fired
creatures.
7
I didn't
shots.
understand what it meant because there's no jokes about
With
land
David
creatures.
Short nowhere to be seen.
Oh, I guess it's
Cregan
Squirrel
shot
Jokes, but they say
son
land
Mark
creatures.
3
That's a
times
pressure
in the
thing.
chest.
And then they say
3
racially
men
coded
with them
costume.
were also
And it's SpongeBob
wounded.
doing a laugh at himself. Those big teeth are SpongeBob's teeth. SpongeBob
shows
does
Cregan's
put
getaway.
in the fake teeth.
The
That's
whole
supposed to be the
incident lasted
racist
just
costume.
24 seconds.
But that's later. That's
It's
after
just
that. That's
utter
not that
Make no
shot.
mistake,
in this
because
pub.
here's what all 3 of these
And
episodes
just
have
to
in
give
common.
some
They
sense
each
of
show
how
what happens
quickly
when
this
someone feels out of
happened,
place,
David goes
not
off to
because
the
they're wrong.
toilet, leaves
They
everybody
both
having
show
a good
what
time,
happens
a
when
pool,
people
having a
place.
drink.
I'd say that
and when
only
he
applies to
returns,
Squirrel Jokes.
he finds that
In
his son
pressure,
is fatally injured.
They
Other
both
people are
both
injured
groups
as well.
think they're superior than the other. Like
David
pressure
Short
is
sobbed
also
as
about
son
racism.
Mark
So if you look
died
at
in his
Squirrel
arms.
Jokes as opposed to pressure,
They
Squirrel
wanted
Jokes
to kill
is about
Short's father. The father wasn't
one
there,
group
so you killed the son. Kill
represented
somebody
as
in the family.
squirrels,
It was
even though there's just
revenge
Sandy.
killing.
But it's still like one group,
But
like
soon
squirrels
David
as a group,
Short's grief
being oppressed
would
by
turn
the
to
other.
anger.
So Squirrel
This
Jokes is
an absolute
specifically about
blitz
oppression
on
of one
this
group over
family,
another,
on
sea
this
creatures
community.
over
It's absolutely
squirrel.
shocking stuff.
But pressure is about 2
Cregan
groups
realised
that
at
both
once
think they're that
only
one thinks they're better than
Mark
the
Short
other,
and not his
and they are
father,
against
David,
each other.
left
So
him with
that's
that
a
big
very
problem.
disingenuous
There were
framing
going
of
to be
pressure.
repercussions,
Because
and
in
there were going to be
pressure, both
violent
groups are in the wrong.
repercussions.
Sandy's in the wrong,
Revenge
and
was
SpongeBob.
necessary.
SpongeBob, as the leader of this
Despite
group,
David
are
Short
in the wrong. Both
potentially
groups are in
having
the
a
wrong.
clear
in
idea of
pressure.
the identity of his
So that's
son's
a very disingenuous
murderer,
framing.
in his
3 of these
gangland
episodes have in
world,
common.
it wasn't
They
as
each show what
simple as
happens when
relying
someone
on the
feels out of
police
place.
to bring
When someone feels
Cregan
out
to
of place, there is no
justice.
feeling out of place.
Not
Pressure.
surprisingly,
Pressure doesn't
David
feel
Short
out of place.
wasn't keen to talk to
Pressure
the police.
is 2
That would
groups
be to break
that
the
think that they're
omerta
better than the
of
other.
the Manchester gangs.
Not because they're wrong
no,
or bad or
there was never
causing
going to be
harm,
any
but-
firm evidence.
And
It was
Squidville,
gonna be
that's a
done
complete
privately.
stretch about Squidville. A complete
In order
stretch.
to avoid the
about
revenge of the
Squidville,
Short
saying that
family
it's about
and
someone
awkward
feeling-
questions from the police,
I mean,
Cregan
Squidward
fled
feels
to
out of
Thailand
place
while the
in
dust settled.
Squidville. Of these
I
3
think it
episodes,
reveals how
Squidville,
hedonistic
I would
he
say, is the one that
he's only
is not
concerned about him having a
about
good time
racism,
and is
but
prepared
racism
to
is
just kind
there
of draw the
in
line
Squidville.
and
They have
forget
it where
that he's
they
murdered
all
somebody.
are
But
squids.
also, I think
They
he
all
would have
live the
feared
same
for
and
his own
act the
life
same.
at this point
And the guys say,
feared that
we don't accept
retaliation.
your
So he needed that
kind
distance
here.
to
Like they
figure out
have
what he
all
was
of
gonna
that
do next.
in there. But
When Cregan
Squidville
flew
is
back into Manchester on
more
the 12th of
about how
June,
someone
the police were waiting
who
for him at the
is
airport. He was
not even
arrested
is
and taken in
racist.
for questioning, but
It's
lack
more
of
so
evidence
Squidville
made
is
their
more
job
so about someone
extremely
who
difficult.
only interacts
Greater
with people that are
Manchester
like
police had
them.
their suspicions
might
about Dale Cregan. But
Not
what they didn't
that might not be good
was
for them. It
firm
might not be good for you to be
evidence to put
only
before
around
the
people
Crown
who are just like you all the
Prosecution
time.
Service.
It is
Greater
about
Manchester
race. Like you
police
can
did
apply that
everything
to race
they
if you grow
possibly
up
could
in
to take
a
in
place where you're
associates
only
off the
around
streets,
people who are
but
like you.
there are limitations.
That does
We can
have a
only
negative
do
effect.
so much.
Not because
Yeah,
I
it's not
know
about
from my
someone feeling
experience
out
at
of
the time
place. Like, Squidward does feel out of place, but not because of his race.
But sadly,
like, the racial elements of Squidville is very below the surface. It's there, but it's not like the point of the story. It's just a way of
he was able to evade arrest.
going with the
Over
story.
the next 3 months,
Whereas
the police
Pressure
built
and
the
Squirrel
case
Jokes are
against
specifically
Cregan.
about race.
Once they had more
Actually, it's called
evidence,
Tentacle
they
Acres, not
attempted to
Squidville. Yeah,
rearrest
yeah,
him at home
true.
on August the 7th,
And I
but
also
he was
know that there's a
nowhere
couple
to
of
be
other
seen.
And while Sandy fought
Cregan
back,
had disappeared
Squidward,
further
he just
north
left.
to
Because when the group
Bowness
won't
in
hear
the
you
Lake
out,
District.
sometimes they only...
After
Well,
hearing his
Squidward didn't.
accomplices
Wait,
had
that's
been
a bad
arrested.
comparison.
And while
Whilst
Sandy
on the
fought
run,
back,
he made plans
Sandy
to
fought
finish
back.
the job.
Okay, so this is
he
the wrong
botched
footage.
the first time
because
around.
this is from Pressure,
the execution
where Sandy
of
fights
David
the
Short.
seagulls. But I think
It
what
was
they're
now a
referring
race
to is Sandy fighting
kill
back
or
in
be
Squirrel
killed.
Jokes. So while
Cregan
Sandy fights
knew
back
that he should have killed
at the end
David
of Squirrel
Short,
Jokes, at the
and
end
that
of
he
Squirrel
had to
Jokes,
do so.
Sandy doesn't take it anymore to
Short,
fight
for
back.
his part,
That's the
was already
comparison. That's what they're
threatening
saying.
Cregan
Squidward,
and his
he
family.
just left.
It was
Squidward, he just
only a
left.
matter
Okay,
of
so
time.
here's the
simply
problem
a
with this
question
comparison.
who got there
They're
first.
comparing Sandy's actions
In
at
order
the
to
end
plan
of
his
Squirrel
next
Jokes, where
move,
Sandy
Cregan
stands up for
familiarized
herself,
himself
with
with
the actions of
46-year-old
Squidward
David Short's
at the
movements.
beginning of
The grieving father
Squidville.
visited
But
his
the
son's
ending
grave
of
at
Squidville,
Droylsden Cemetery
Squidward
every
is just
day.
as brave
This
in
was
the end of
opportunity
Squidville
Cregan had
as
been
Sandy
looking
is
for.
at the end of
I don't
Squirrel
think that
Jokes.
bothered Cregan at all.
Both
That
stories
Short was at a
have their
gravesite mourning his
protagonists
son.
at
That
the
didn't
end
bother
of the
him.
story
His job was to
stand
kill
up
him,
for
and so
themselves and
kill
stand
him.
up for what
That's
they
it.
believe in, and
Wait
that's
till
why
he
they
goes to the
succeed.
grave. He's going to be unarmed
Squidward
by
doesn't
himself
leave.
out in the open.
But
Kill
just
him
because-
there.
I mean,
In
Squidward
Cregan's
doesn't
mind, that was a
leave
good
at the
idea.
end
It
of
was a good
Squidville.
way
He
to
leaves at the
accomplish the
beginning.
goal.
And the end of Squidville is
On the
Squidward
10th of
leaving
August, Cregan and
Tentacle
another
Acres.
violent
So this is very
criminal
disingenuous.
acquaintance, Anthony
It's
Wilkinson,
drawing a
waited
connection
at
where
the
there is
cemetery
one.
for
This is another
David
problem
to
with AI
arrive.
not understanding
On
nuance.
this occasion,
A human
however,
being would know
David
that. A
broke
human
his
being would be
routine.
able to make
When
that
their
connection,
target
but because
didn't
AI
appear,
just scrapes
Cregan
and
and
takes
Wilkinson
whatever
were
it
driven
is
by
and just
another
tries to make a
accomplice in a
point based off
rental
this
van
amalgamation
to
of
David's
words.
house
It's going to
just
give you
over a mile
nonsense and
away.
giving you
Here they
misinformation.
lay in wait
This
for
is
their
incorrect.
moment.
This isn't a correct
Before
way
long,
of looking at the
he
episodes.
came.
Because Squirrel Jokes
On
and
this particular
Squidville,
day,
they don't
David
say
was
the
going to
same
have a
thing,
family
but they both have
barbecue.
characters
He was
that
carrying
stand up
some
for what they
great
believe in at the
furniture
end.
through
Sometimes
from
the only move you have left
into the
is
house,
to walk away.
and he was chatting
So-
with his neighbours.
But he doesn't walk away. I mean, he does at
and
the
he leaves
beginning.
the front door open.
But
as
Sandy
he's
just walks
taking
away at the
things in
beginning
from the
too.
car.
Squirrel Jokes
Now,
and
Cregan
Squidville
and
have
his
similar
associates
arcs.
Seize this
In
opportunity.
Squirrel Jokes,
They very
Sandy
quickly
at
exit
first
the van and
ignores
run
it,
into
just
the
as how
house
in
after
Squidville,
David.
Squidward at
Cregan
first
and his
ignores
sidekick
SpongeBob and Patrick by
Wilkinson
moving
shot
away.
David
And
multiple
then throughout the
times.
journey of
As
the
they
episode, they
cornered him
see
in
that
an
ignoring
alleyway,
it didn't work.
Cregan delivered
They,
3
even though they
final bullets
ignored
to
their
the head
problems,
at point
it still comes back to
blank
bite them. In Squirrel Jokes, this is shown by
David
people
Short
being
was
racist
clearly
towards
dead.
Sandy. In
But
Squidville,
Cregan
this is
did not
shown
want to
by
stop there. He
Squidward
wanted
being
to be
unhappy
infamous,
in
the
Tentacle
Manchester
Acres.
gangster
So
everyone
they solve
remembered.
their problem.
And so he took
Sandy
out a grenade,
does that thing where
a
she
weapon only
uses the
used during
stereotypes
war,
against SpongeBob
and
and
exploded it
tortures SpongeBob and
on
teaches SpongeBob the
David's
lesson.
body.
And in Squidville,
destroying
Squidward stands up for himself by playing with the reef blower and then flying away from Squidville.
This was the first time
flying
a
away from
grenade
Tentacle
had been
Acres.
used
So in a way,
murder
they tell
on
the same story.
mainland
So
British
acting like
soil.
Squidville is about
The
someone
scene
avoiding
would
their
have been one of
problems,
absolute
whereas
devastation.
in
This is a
Squirrel
military
Jokes, it's about
weapon.
someone
This is
facing their
not the sort of
problems.
thing that you come
You're just
across
incorrect.
in
Hey,
even
Justin's
very
deep
serious
dive.
crime.
Deep
This is
dive.
absolutely
Justin's
unprecedented.
deep
And
dive
the
for
injuries
$2.
that
Thank you. You are
suffered
inspo, and I made my own
would
SpongeBob
certainly
channel.
have been
Well, thank
comparable
you.
with
Thank
those that
you.
one would
Very
expect
good luck
in a
to
war
you.
zone.
It's about habit.
Hop in.
Cregan and his fellow
Ignorant.
gangsters
And look,
then
the
drove back
other
to
one is a
Droylsden,
different
where he
size.
hurled a second
The
grenade
Squidville
at the
footage
home
is
of
slightly
another
bigger, so look
family
at this.
They had a grievance
So
with.
it doesn't fully cover it. So it pops pops
Then
up,
he
it goes
used
ahead
a
of it,
third and
and then
final
the footage just
explosive
disappears.
to blow up their van.
Like if this
before
were
fleeing
well
the scene.
edited, if this were edited by
Luckily,
a
there were
competent
no
editor,
further
it would go
casualties. But
above
Gangster
the footage,
Cregan
and then the footage
had
would
left
disappear
his
behind
mark.
it. But because the
There's a very
footage on
powerful
top is
message
smaller
being
than the
sent
footage
out
below,
here. I'm
it
not just
doesn't
going to
cover it
kill
all
this
the way,
person, I'm going
and
to
then the editor just
absolutely
cut out the
obliterate
footage,
them.
and it just
the
looks like
grenade
trash.
becomes
The
part
video
of
it talks
Cregan's
about how
signature.
like
This is
racism
my
is wrong,
calling
like that's
card.
because AI would do
Unfazed
that,
by
like
the
AI
devastation they'd left in
AI is
their
not going to
wake,
write a script
Cregan and
that's
his
going to be
accomplice stopped to
racist.
buy
Like there are
ice
some
pops during
guardrails on
their
it. I don't know, maybe
getaway.
use Grok. It would.
29-year-old
AI
Cregan
generally
had
is
succeeded
going
in
to
making
avoid
himself one of
making
Manchester's
content
most
that
feared
is
gangsters.
itself racist.
He was
But let's
on
keep
the
in mind,
run after
this is the
murdering Mark
freaking
and
thumbnail.
David Short.
Like the video
But this
itself
was no
is saying,
ordinary killing.
"Oh,
For
like
the
this is
first
how
time in
discrimination
mainland Britain,
happens."
a
Like,
grenade
oh,
was used
yeah,
in
like
a
it can
murder.
look like a joke.
A bomb disposal
This is your
unit was
thumbnail,
brought
dude.
in, and
Like
residents
you're
were
racist.
evacuated
This
due
is
to a ruptured gas main caused by
undoubtedly
the explosion.
racist thumbnail.
In
and
response,
you have the
Greater
audacity to
Manchester
have in
Police
the video
launched Operation
like not
Dakar
racism.
to hunt Cregan
And I know
down.
it means nothing because it's just about
Greater
rage
Manchester
bait,
Police,
and it's just what's going to get them the most clicks because they don't care about anything.
everything
Here it
that
is.
we
Every
had in
banned
the search for
scene from
Cregan.
SpongeBob.
He
Because
was
when you
the
look at what doesn't make it on
#1
screen, the stuff
wanted
Nickelodeon
individual
quietly
in
edits
Greater
out.
Manchester.
What doesn't make it
not
on screen?
all
So they're
the
talking
UK.
about SpongeBob and
We
Random
knew
Land,
he was a very
which is
dangerous
the Red
individual.
Mist. And this is the part from
The use
Just
of
One
hand
Bite where there was an
grenades in crime is
explosion
almost
in the Krusty
unprecedented.
Krab, and it
They are
aired
totally
very soon
indiscriminate
after
and will
9/11,
cause
so they got rid of it. But this is
serious
not.
and
This doesn't
significant
count.
injury
That's not
to
a
anybody
banned
who's
scene.
within
That's just
quite a few
unused
yards.
scenes because there was
So
different
to use
endings
a
to
weapon like
Shanghai.
this shows a
And
total
they
disregard
just didn't use the other ones.
for
Was SpongeBob
human
always
life
this dark?
and
Or did they just
for
try
the
to scrub
concerns
that
of
part
anybody
clean?
else who might be in the
Let's start with the
vicinity.
kind of scene.
It wasn't
look at
only his
look at the
vendetta
fake
against the Short
sensationalism.
family that
Like,
made
was SpongeBob
Cregan the
always that
prime
dark, or did they
suspect.
just try to?
Forensics
No, man.
work on the
It's just a
half-destroyed
regular
van he left
show,
near the scene
and
found
there's
fingerprints
writers
belonging
working on
to
it,
the
and
killer
sometimes they
and
made a
his
joke
accomplices.
that went too far, and the network was like, "Hey guys, we got to do something about it." Like, it is that simple.
To back it up.
Now,
which
if you
put
want to look
Beryl
at
Cregan
a good
firmly
video
in
that
frame.
discusses the similar topic, watch my panty raid
Police
video,
also found
where I
Cregan's
actually talk
DNA
about the
in
social
saliva on an
implications
ice-block
of the
wrapper
panty raid
left in their
and why I
abandoned
think it shouldn't have been
getaway
banned.
car.
That actually means
Here,
something.
too,
But
they
just, but like
discovered
saying
Cregan's
this is
fingerprints
messed
all
up.
over the
Was
inside
SpongeBob
of the
always
Ford
this dark?
Fiesta,
Or did they just try to
together
scrub
with
that part
empty
clean?
ammunition
Was
cases
SpongeBob
and the
always
gun
this dark,
magazine.
or did they just try to
All
scrub that part
evidence was
clean?
pointing
Like, it's
towards the
conspiratorial.
one-eyed gangster.
It's saying like, oh, like were they like
It was
trying to do this? Like,
incredibly
you have no
important
evidence
to put
for that.
Cregan
They just
behind
made a
bars.
joke in an episode,
knew that
and then later on,
this
the
feud
network
was
said,
escalating out of all
"We got to take
proportion.
it down. It's
And
not good for
at the
our
time,
brand. It's
we
that
didn't know
simple."
where it was gonna
Now,
end.
you should talk about that,
14 armed
like I
response
did in my
vehicles
panty
were
raid video.
patrolling
You can
Manchester
really
at any one
discuss.
time.
What are
Meanwhile,
the social
Cregan and his
implications of this? Is
accomplices
it right
had fled
to
45
change an
miles
episode? Is
northeast
it
to
really
Leeds
inappropriate for
before
kids, or are
travelling
people just
another
being babies?
250
Like,
miles
that's
south
actual
to
discussion.
Herne
Not
Bay
this
in
conspiratorial,
Kent.
oh, did they try
The
to
police issued
scrub it
a
from
photo fit to
existence?
Dale
Like,
Cregan
no, man.
and
Like,
warned
that's not how it
everyone
works.
that he was
Unless you have
potentially
evidence for
armed
that.
and
If you have
dangerous.
evidence for that, then that's pretty
By the
sensational. But
middle
there is
of
no
August,
evidence for
a
that, 'cause
price
you're
was
lying.
put on
It's not
Cregan
gore,
and
not really.
Wilkinson's
It's still
head.
silly. Still,
First,
It's not
the
this.
police
But
offered
wait, that's not a deleted scene. It just they just didn't
reward.
end up
There were
doing
two
it.
weeks
It's a
later,
storyboard.
this
They
was
just
done.
didn't end up doing
The
it.
pressure
This is
proved too much for
misinformation.
Wilkinson, and he
Originally, there was a
handed
shot of
himself
SpongeBob
in.
waking up in
A
bed, nothing but his
£50,000
underwear.
reward still
Wait,
stood for
that's
information
misinformation.
on
You're just
Cregan's
saying that
whereabouts.
that's not a
But
deleted
people who
scene.
knew
A
Cregan
deleted
were
scene
too
would be
afraid to come
that
forward.
it came from somewhere else.
The people who had contact
And
with
look at
him
this
knew
screenshot. This
exactly
looks
what he
like
was
it
capable
would be
of.
from another
And
YouTuber. Look
you
at
can't spend that money if
the
you're dead.
borders. I know these borders because I
They
do
knew
borders
exactly
like this.
what
If you go
threat
into
was to them.
Photoshop and you take an
So
image
sadly, they
and
don't
you
think
put
any amount of money
you can put a
would
border around it and it looks like
cause
this.
people to
Okay,
give
so
up.
they wrote a scene
Wanting
and they
posters
storyboarded
were
it
put
and they
up
decided it
across
was
the
too
city of
raunchy and then didn't end up doing
and
it.
Cregan's
That's
face
not
even
the
appeared on
same
the big
as an
screens at
episode
football
airing
matches.
and then them cutting
Cregan's
it later.
family and close
Nickelodeon cut the scene
criminal
for pretty
associates
obvious
were
reasons.
placed under the
Nickelodeon cut
watchful
the
eye
scene. Like,
of the
do you know
police.
that, or was it the
But
writers
nothing
decided
led
not
the
to do it?
investigators
The show wasn't
to the
just
killer.
making a joke about fast food. It was showing us how
was
far
well aware
SpongeBob would go to
the police
That's
were
weird.
after
It's
him.
suddenly
He was
talking
intent on
about.
not giving
This
up
is so
without a
weird.
fight.
It was
And
talking
so he
about
laid a
banned
plan.
moments,
His plan
but
was
now
to
it's
go
just
out in
recapping. Or I
On
guess
the
even to give it a little
17th
more
of
credit,
September,
it's
just 7 miles
describing
from his home,
the like
Britain's
themes
most
probably
wanted
taken
man
from someone
forced
else's
his
cover of
way
the
into the
episode.
house of a
That's so
former
weird. The
acquaintance.
structure. It's supposed to be
He
talking about
threatened him
banned
with a
scenes,
grenade placed
and now
on
it's
his
just describing the
mantelpiece
episode
if he
as it
didn't
aired.
keep his
It happens
silence.
during Truth or Dare. The big
He goes to the
anniversary
house of
special.
the barber
happens
and
during
essentially
Truth or
holds him
Dare.
hostage and gets into trim
It
his
happens
hair
during
and
Truth
trim
or Dare.
his beard.
It happens
This is a
during
guy
Truth or Dare.
who wants his
It happens
mugshot to
during
look
Truth or
as
Dare.
good
Just
as
no-
it possibly
no-
can look.
no care.
So
They don't
this
care.
is
They
real
don't care.
premeditation.
Says,
This is real
this isn't a real
narcissism.
wedding. And SpongeBob,
Well,
for
it's his
just a
image.
second,
Before
Wait
he
until
knew
the
he was
priest
gonna
says
be
this isn't a
arrested
real. No, the
beyond
priest says
TV
I
and
didn't
so
know
on.
it
He
was
wants
her.
himself look
The
good.
priest says,
That's Cregan.
this isn't a real
Everything
wedding.
is his image.
Until the priest
As the
said that's
barber's
incorrect.
partner and
That's
young
not what
daughter
happened.
cowered
And SpongeBob,
upstairs,
for just a second,
Cregan
drops the
binged
apple.
on beer
It
and
doesn't have to be.
cigarettes as
That's
he
the line.
enjoyed what he planned to be
5
his
words.
last night
And then
of
Sandy slapped
freedom.
him.
The next
That-
day, on
Oh,
the
is that real?
18th of
I
September,
have no idea
Cregan
what this
loaded
is.
his
I'm
Glock
not aware of this.
semi-automatic pistol
Oh, it's a
with
fan-made
extra
animation of the
ammunition
deleted
for his
scene. Gotcha.
final
Oh wait,
act
that's so
of
disingenuous.
terror.
Thank you for letting me know that. So Sponge Truce is acting like this was real.
5 words.
Oh,
And then Sandy.
that's so messed up. So they use the fan animation and they put it in there, and they're acting like this was the actual deleted scene. And you have to actually look. Like I looked at this and I'm like, that's not how SpongeBob SpongeBob moves. Like that did, I could tell that wasn't real. I'm glad it's a fan
That
animation.
morning,
not AI
police
animated.
officers Fiona
Sorry, I
Bone
thought it was
and
AI. I
Nicola
can't trust
Hughes
anything that's
were
rolling
starting
anymore.
their
It was
early
fully
shift.
animated and then deleted.
32-year-old
That
Fiona
moment was fully
was
animated
making
and then
plans
deleted.
for her
Is that just a
forthcoming
lie?
civil
Because that
partnership.
wasn't.
She had a
that wasn't
daughter,
real.
aged
That one
5,
little line broke a rule
with
the
her
show had tiptoed
fiancé.
around for years. That maybe
That's what you
SpongeBob
feel,
isn't
man.
as
I was the
emotionally
shift inspector
neutral as he pretends to be.
Same side.
There's more
when
going
she
on
joined
under
the
the
shift as
surface.
a brand new
more
recruit from training school. She was
all the
bubbly,
goofiness, he
she was
does want more.
friendly.
He just didn't know how
she
to
did
say.
everything he asked of her
Under
with
all
a
the
smile on her
goofiness, he
face.
does
She was
want
keen
more.
to
No,
learn.
that doesn't mean that.
She was just everything you
Until
would
that moment
expect
slipped
of a young
in.
police
And
officer.
Nickelodeon, they hit delete. Not just
Her
I don't buy that.
23-year-old
That's so-
colleague
that's so
Nicola was
misinformation.
only 3 years into her
They literally,
job as a
it's
police
like that's so messed up.
You get that
So
sense
not
of
only
pride
do they have this
in what she's doing, she's out
this
policing the
fake
streets, she's
animation,
out
fan
protecting the
animation,
public, and
no
she was
no
proud of
hate
what
to
she
the
was doing, she was
original
proud of
fan
wearing the
animator,
uniform.
who just
might
wanted
have
to
saw
make
a party at,
an
6 o'clock
animation
in
of
the
what
morning
the
when they're all just going
alleged
shit,
scene
she's
would
laughing
have
and
looked like.
joking.
No hate to the person who made the animation
She'd
originally.
faced
5
dangerous
words,
situations
and then Sandy slaps
assaults
him.
and fights.
So it's like so.
moment-
Yeah,
so
I
Sponge
mean,
Truce
the
used
overall
this
feeling
fan
was quite
animation to act like
Partway through Nicola
it
and
was
Fiona's
real,
morning
to
shift
act like it was
at
animated, or to act like there was
10:14
footage of it, to
Dale
give more
Cregan
credence
made
to
a
it.
999
And then-
emergency call.
And then deleted. Because that one little line broke a rule the show had
That one little line broke a rule that the show had. So the correct
Most
assessment
wanted
is the
man
rule
posed as a worried
that it would have
resident
broken
Adam,
is that
who'd been the
SpongeBob and
victim of
Sandy are not
crime.
supposed to be a love interest. And the reason for that rule is simple. If they were love interests, it would derail the status quo of the
Cregan was
show.
planning an ambush
That's it.
on
It's
the
that
police.
simple. It's
With a
really
clear
that simple.
view
It doesn't
of the
mean
road
anything
ahead,
deeper. It's just
he lay in wait. He had
we don't
chilling
want
words
our
to end his
SpongeBob.
call.
We don't want SpongeBob the show to be about SpongeBob and Sandy being a romantic couple.
Pretty innocuous.
It
the
is
sort of thing
easier
which,
for us and our
you know,
storylines
police
for us
officers
to have them just
deal
be
with every day.
friends
So
and
Nick and
play
Fiona
karate
went to
together.
investigate.
That is the way that we want to write the
38
show.
minutes
It's the same
later,
reason that, like in
unarmed,
Seinfeld,
Fiona
Jerry
and
and Elaine
Nicola
aren't a couple.
arrived
It's
at
like
the
they just
door.
don't want the will they won't
As
they.
the two
Some cartoons
policemen
have the will they won't
walked up
they.
the path towards the front
And
door,
some cartoons
Cregan
say, you know
threw
what?
it
No,
open
we don't want to
and
worry
began
about that.
firing.
Our show is not about romantic
32
gestures.
shots had been fired.
Sponge Truths is making all these claims like this.
tiptoed around for years. That maybe
So the
SpongeBob isn't as
brutality
emotionally
of
neutral
this
as he
attack
pretends
was
to be.
horrific.
There's more going on.
He was just utterly
That
remorseless.
SpongeBob
He
isn't
kept
as
going. He
emotionally
kept
neutral as he pretends
deciding
to be.
pull that
SpongeBob is
trigger.
not
There was no
emotionally neutral
hesitation
at
whatsoever.
all. He's an
Despite being hit
incredibly
between
emotional
5 and
character.
8 times,
You mean
Fiona
neutral
tried
as
to
in
deploy
you
her
mean
taser
asexual.
gun.
That's what you
Cregan's
mean.
response was a final shot
You mean that
through the
because
heart,
SpongeBob doesn't
killing
have a
her
love
instantly.
interest.
Her
But
colleague
I mean,
Nicola
SpongeBob did
couldn't
say once,
move
like,
after
"Oh,
a
Magic
bullet
Conch,
had
will I
severed
ever
her
get
spinal
married?"
cord.
But like,
Cregan then
they just don't want
mercilessly
SpongeBob to have a
shot
love
her
interest
3
because it
times
complicates
in
the
the
show.
head
Like, and
at
that's fine.
point-blank range.
After he'd emptied
But like
his
saying
vial,
it's
that
because
was
he's
not
like,
it. It was
if there's
not
something
over.
deeper,
He
what?
takes out a grenade and
Under all the
throws it.
goofiness, he does want more.
Under all the
So
goofiness, he doesn't
he's
want
not
more.
just
That's
killing
so
his victims,
disingenuous.
He's obliterating them.
Acting
And
like
I think that's
SpongeBob
what
is
he
not
wants
a
to be known
genuine
for.
character
By killing
because he's
two
a
police
goofy guy
officers,
because he
he's
actually wants to be
securing
with
that
Sandy.
attention that he so desperately
And then
wants.
saying,
I don't know how to say it until that moment.
The whole attack lasted
Nickelodeon,
just
they hit the lead.
31
and Nickelodeon,
seconds.
they hit the lead. No,
I
man.
think it's fair to say that
That was
the moments
not
after the attack,
Nickelodeon.
the
That is
minutes after the attack,
such. It's the writers of
the
the
police control
show.
room was
Like, let's
absolute
say that's
chaos,
real.
but
Let's say it's like because it
very
seems
quickly a
rumored.
picture
It seems very
started to emerge,
possible.
and
Let's say that's
Red
real.
Manchester
That they were going to have a
deployed
scene where
armed officers
SpongeBob
into
said
same sides
the
straight
wedding
after the
doesn't have
attack.
to be in Sandy
In
Hills,
a
and that
desperate
kind of
attempt to
implies that
save their
SpongeBob is
colleagues,
attracted to her.
unarmed units
And
nearby
what
rushed to the
probably
scene.
happened was the writers were like, that goes too far. We don't want to imply that. We don't want to imply
They
romance.
knew
We're going to
something
play it
horrific
safe.
had happened. They drove
and that's
straight
it.
to
It's
the
not
danger to
Nickelodeon
help
hit
the
the
colleagues and
lead.
help
And,
public.
ooh, this like it's
Sadly, it
such
was too late.
fake sensationalism.
Nicola was rushed
and that's
to
another problem with
Thames
AI. Is
Hospital
that
by
AI
paramedics, where she
is
later
going
was
to buy
pronounced
into
dead.
fake
Her
sensationalism.
father,
AI
Bryn,
hallucination.
was
We're seeing
driving
it right
home
now.
from work
Not just about
when he got a
SpongeBob's
call
feelings, but about
from
the boundaries boundaries they
release.
built around his character.
There was a
Not just
to and
this,
fro in the
this.
vibe
He's not
where
supposed to
I
walk.
what's
He's not
the
supposed to
latest
feel.
beats yet. And then
What are you
automatically then you start to
talking
think
about?
something
He's
not
not
quite right
supposed to
is.
want.
And this will,
He's not
tell me
supposed to
what's wrong.
feel.
I'll
That's
I'm
like
outside your house,
every
and then when you hear those
episode that
words,
focuses is
I'm
on
outside
him,
your house,
dude. The
that's
very
when
first episode,
a
he
light
wants
goes
and
and
feels,
you
and help
panic.
wanted. He
And it
wants
didn't even-
to work at the
I didn't
Krusty
even
Krab.
register what
He
was
feels
being said as well at the
nervous
time.
at the end. He
And
feels
eventually I said to
triumphant.
him, "Don't
What are
dare
you
tell me he's
talking
dead."
about?
And that's when he said,
Just
you know,
because they don't
there's no
have
easy
the
way of saying it.
dude want to get a
And
date
from
because
then
they
on, it
feel
was-
that romance drama isn't good
you
for
know,
their
I
show
believe
doesn't
was-
mean he
was-
doesn't
I didn't know
want
where I
and
was
feel.
or where I was
But
driving.
here, just for a moment, we saw a version of
and it
SpongeBob
was a
who
journey
doesn't
that would
reset.
take usually 10,
Here,
15
just for a
minutes.
moment, we saw a version of
It seemed to
SpongeBob
take
Doesn't Reset.
hours.
Shows the fan animation that isn't real.
Pretty bad words
Cregan's
with the
first two
Dolphins.
victims
Oh
had
my
been
goodness, Sailor
embroiled
Mouth.
in
We
the
come full
feuding
circle here.
gangland world he
We
was
come
part
full
of.
circle.
But
Behind that
these two
dolphin
young
sound,
police officers
the actors
were
actually say
completely
the curse
unknown
word.
to him.
That's not okay. First of
By
all,
this time,
he
Cregan
said this
realised
again.
That there was no
Oh my
escape.
god! Like he's not.
chose to
He's
kill
reusing.
two
So this
innocent
is
police
from
women
7 months ago.
because it was to be.
This is 7 months
his
ago. The
gravestone,
other one,
his
the
legacy,
other
thing
video we
that
watched
ensured
today
his infamy
came
in the
out
hierarchy
today, as of the time
infamous
of the
criminals.
stream.
He wants
And,
to be the biggest gangster
He said
in
this same
Manchester
fun
and be
fact.
seen as
So
this
again,
fierce
what I
and
said
powerful
earlier was he
nobody's
said
going
this
to
fun
mess with.
fact so that if this
On
is the
this
first
day,
time you hear this fun
we saw
fact
the
about how the
worst
actors
that
actually curse,
any
you're gonna
police
think of
force
Sponge Truths whenever you hear that
ever
fact. Be like, oh,
experience.
I learned that from Sponge
Two
Truths. So now
innocent
Sponge Truths
young
is saying this
officers
well-known fact about the show,
As
and now
Greater
you
Manchester
feel
Police
endeared to
was
Sponge
learning the
Truths because Sponge
devastating truth
Truths
about their
said it.
fallen comrades.
And Sponge Truths
Dale
didn't earn
Cregan
it.
had
Sponge Truths
already
didn't make an
decided
original
on his
observation. They
next
just said a
move.
thing that other people have said.
He lured
You said this in this
unarmed,
video, now you're saying it in the other video.
unprotected young
Also,
officers
that's not a
to the door
banned
of that house
scene.
and murdered them
A
in cold
banned
blood.
scene would be
He
they
then went to the police
changed it
station and handed himself
after
in
the fact, or they
because in
like
his
a
pathetic
banned
mind,
scene would be that the scene was
thought
intended to be something
that
else,
the colleagues
and
may
then they had
shoot
to
him.
change it for one reason or another.
The reason he's doing
But
this is
them
firstly to
actually
stay in
cursing,
control,
they
because
always
Cregan
intended
being in
to
control,
censor the
being
cursing with the
director of his
dolphin
own
sound.
gangster movie
The
is
only
very
reason they had
important
the
to him.
actors
But there's also
actually
an element of
curse
fear here.
was so that
He does
the
not want
lines
to
would
die.
flow
He does not want
properly,
to be killed.
and they could put the
And I
dolphin
think he's
sounds over it.
actually
Because if they didn't
afraid
curse,
of
if they
being
just
killed in a
didn't
police
say anything,
shootout.
the
He thinks
flow
they're
of
not
the
going to show
characters
him
would
very
be
much
off.
mercy
But that's not a
because he's
banned
just
scene.
cold-bloodedly murdered
Nickelodeon
two of
kept
their
the
officers.
tapes.
So
For
he's
years,
in
it was just-
self-preservation
And
mode
yeah,
at
they
this
keep
time.
all the
Seeing
recordings.
two
What do you
of their
mean
own
they kept?
killed in
Yeah,
the
like
line
that's
of duty
sensationalist.
sent
I mean, maybe not.
shockwaves
Maybe they
throughout
deleted
Greater
it.
Manchester Police.
Like maybe they actually
Walk
did
into that
delete the
police station,
files.
I'll never
You
forget it.
could,
The
but I would
faces.
assume that
People
Nickelodeon
had
would
1,000 yards
like if
there.
some again sensationalist.
Nobody could
Actually
believe
say the
that.
curse words. All of
You come
them.
on work.
And Nickelodeon kept the tapes.
This
And
happens.
Nickelodeon kept the tapes.
John was playing
Yeah,
with
dude.
in a
I'm
break
pretty
time.
sure that a big company
then she wasn't there.
would keep all of the
Imagine the
recordings
impact
of
that
their
has on
actors that they pay millions of dollars
family,
to voice the
friends,
characters.
colleagues who were sat
Yeah, I think they
at
would
7
want to
o'clock in the
keep all
morning,
of the
making
recordings
cups of
of the
tea
voice
and
actors
chatting about
that they
what we were
paid
gonna
so
do
much
that
money
day.
to have record the
It's just
voices.
beggars belief.
Like, don't act
that
like,
they were put
ooh,
through
they
that.
kept the tapes. Yeah, they keep all
And
of
they came
it.
back
Of
to
course
work
they do.
and police the streets of
Until a
Greater
few years
Manchester.
ago, when two of those original
And what
audio
fantastic
clips were redone.
rise to their
And-
memory.
Wait, hold
They
on.
kept going.
This is 7 months ago, and
They
you're
were
saying that they got
professional,
leaked.
Committed.
But
just
in the
like
video
Nicola
today,
Fiona.
you said that they never got
Cregan,
leaked.
however,
Did you
seemed
forget?
to revel in his
That's
killings.
not banned.
In custody,
They're
he
talking
told
about
the police
Shanghai.
it was
It's not a
revenge for
banned
hounding
scene. It
his
just didn't
family
air again.
whilst on the
SpongeBob's
run.
ending one, the other two
He
will vary.
only seemed
Now
to
here's
have
where it gets
one regret.
According to sources, the
Cregan
network
says,
decided
"I'm
never
sorry
to air
that
the
they
other
weren't
endings.
men." He wants
Yeah,
to be
not because
this
they were
kind of
confusing,
old
but
school
because they were too
style
dark.
gangster who doesn't
According to
hurt women and
sources,
children.
it's Wikipedia
Because killing
of
two
Shanghai.
female
Because
is
they were
not
too
as
dark,
high
especially
status in
Patrick's.
Cregan's
There's
mind
some-
than to killing two
Wait, too
male.
dark,
That
especially
really doesn't
Patrick.
fit
Wait,
in
wait,
with
wait,
the
Patrick's
image
isn't
that
any
he wants
more
to project to everybody
disturbing
else.
than
If
the
you
other
took
one.
his image away
This is
from
such.
him.
This is
what
so
do you have
disingenuous.
left with
I don't.
Creed?
I don't know
Nothing.
if that's true.
There's nothing there. There's
that
this
they didn't
total
air the other endings again
nothingness,
because the
inadequacy
Dutchman ate
in
them and you
every
see them in their
respect.
stomach.
He feels
I
so
don't think
weak
so.
and inadequate,
But
and that's
Patrick's
why he
isn't
has to
any
demonstrate
more
what a powerful force he is.
disturbing than the other one.
The city
in
of
both
Manchester
Squidward
was
and
united
Patrick's
in
endings, I've
grief
seen
for
all
the
the different
fallen
endings.
officers.
They wish for
A
something
week
and the
after
wish goes
Nicola's
wrong.
murder,
Patrick
her
wishes for
father
gum,
Brian attended a vigil
and Squidward
arranged by the
wishes that he
local
never met
community
SpongeBob and
for
Patrick,
his
but then it
daughter
goes
and her
like
colleague,
nothing changes
Fiona.
except they're like, "Hi, I'm
And you got
SpongeBob."
that
Like that's the
sense
joke.
of
In both
shock and outrage
non-SpongeBob
and grief from the
endings,
community.
you see
Look
the
how
Flying
they deal
Dutchman
with
eat both of them.
murders
So
day
why
in,
single
day
out Patrick's ending?
Patrick's.
but
There's
not
something
their own.
especially haunting about that.
So I think for them
Patrick
as well,
accepts
it
his
was a
fate.
massive
He
shock.
sits there,
Massive
chewing gum, trying to
outpouring of
enjoy
grief
his
from,
last moment.
you know, not just Greater Manchester,
What the?
but every
What?
police force in the country.
What?
There was
What?
a bond created
That is not.
between
That's
Greater
not
Manchester
a.
Police
that read makes no sense.
Came together and
I'm not talking about that version. Patrick accepts
This
his
Manchester
fate. He
spirit
just sits
was
there chewing
truly
gum.
brought out 2
No,
weeks later
bro,
on the
he's
3rd
not
of
accepting
October,
his
the
fate
day
chewing
of
gum.
Nicola
Unironically, it
Hughes's
ain't that deep,
funeral.
bro. But like, it ain't
I'll
that
never
deep in the
forget
sense that like that's
standing
not
at
the
bottom
point.
of Market
Like the
Street,
joke
and
is funny.
it
Okay,
was
so
like
jokes
a
are funny because
Derby
of
Day
truth.
football game.
And this
People were
joke's not amazing.
pouring
It's not the
down
funniest
Market
joke
Street,
ever. But the joke, the
wearing black
truth
ties.
behind the
It
joke
was
is that
absolutely
Patrick is so
humbling.
dumb
I
that
had a story about
he wishes
a
for gum
group of
in this
officers having
situation.
done a
That's the
full
joke.
night
That is
shift
what it
and
means.
drove to
Is that
Manchester
Patrick is
to
not
stand with their
smart,
colleagues. That was
and I think he
incredible.
says something along the lines of like, well,
Shops closed,
if you're gonna
banks
be
closed,
here for eternity,
Manchester
you might
came
as well
out.
have some gum or whatever. And like that's the joke. And the
When
truth
Nicola's
behind it is just that
father,
Patrick's
Bryn,
dumb.
arrived,
Like that's
he
the
saw
joke. You know,
thousands
it's
of
not that funny. It's not
well-wishers
amazing.
lining the streets
There's
on
much
the
better
route
jokes
to
in this
Manchester
episode,
Cathedral.
but like that's the joke.
the
The
back of your
moment
mind,
does not
you
mean that
think, I
he's
don't wanna
like
be here, I don't wanna do
resigning
this.
himself.
It's
Squidward
like
and
a huge
SpongeBob
tunnel
kind of do that because they chew the gum
faces,
too, and
you
they kind of like
recognise
resign
them,
themselves.
you
They're like, yeah,
just
well, we might as well have the
people
gum if
crying,
we're gonna get
people
eaten.
clapping and you-
But
I
like,
think you
this is
sort of
not.
like- it's
That's
like an
not
energy
what
like that.
happens.
It helps you get through the day.
Even Squidward's fate, though played for laughs, ends in a rage.
Fiona's funeral
His one
followed
selfish wish
the
makes
next
him
day on the
completely
4th of
alone and forgotten.
October.
Then
Again,
anyway,
Manchester
SpongeBob
paid its
Yeah, you just
respects.
acknowledge they get eaten in both of them. So why is Patrick's
4
darker? The
months
SpongeBob
later,
ending
on the
is the
4th
best
of
one
February
narratively. I talked about that in my
2013,
Flying Dutchman
serial
video.
killer
The
Dale
fact that you
Cregan
don't see them
finally
get
faced
eaten
justice.
and it ends with a
120
cycle is a
armed
much
police
better way
officers
of
were used to ferry
concluding the
Britain's
story,
most wanted
where the Dutchman
killer
doesn't win
from
and they don't
Strangeways
win.
Prison
None of them
to
win.
Preston
They
Crown
just end up
Court
going in a
each
circle
day.
forever. It is the
This
best
was one of the
ending.
biggest
Watch
trials in
my
recent
Flying Dutchman
times,
video.
certainly in the northwest of England, if not the country.
Was it rigged?
Cregan
I think so.
had to be housed
I think it was rigged.
securely
I think it
and
was
taken
always
to
supposed to be the
court every
SpongeBob
day.
ending.
And there was a
I think the
massive
SpongeBob
security
ending was
operation.
the good ending. I
Armed
think that they
police
knew
were
that that was
placed
the
on the
strongest
roofs
one, but
surrounding
they
the
wanted the
court
gimmick.
building so that nothing was
But
left
they
to
knew that the
chance.
SpongeBob ending was the
9
most
other
narratively sound
accomplices
ending.
also faced
I think at the
trial
same
on
time,
charges
though,
of
like,
murder and
even if it
attempted
wasn't rigged,
murder.
of course SpongeBob was
Despite
going to win. He's the
confessing
title
to his
character.
murders,
So of
Cregan
course he would
opted
get
to
the most
plead
votes.
not guilty
So, yeah.
on all
Because why
counts.
would they ban them? The whole I don't believe this is true. Like according to sources, I don't know. Like I guess maybe they did. But the point of Shanghai, the original airing, the point of the original airing is that you chose the ending. Like you chose the ending. And whatever ending you chose is forever the ending in syndication. So why would they need to ban the other endings? There was never a reason to ever air the other endings anyway. So why would they even need to ban them?
In the middle of that episode, there's
He
a
was
quick cut to him.
characteristically arrogant,
Squidward,
tried to
bloodshot
feign
eyes,
disinterest.
but once people caught it,
Using
Nickelodeon
old-fashioned
pulled the
phrases,
scene,
trying to play
replaced
to
it
the
with
gallery as well to
something
some
harmless.
extent.
Baby Squidward giggling in a diaper, which somehow I think is
everybody in
even
that room
creepier.
Somehow I think is even creepier.
Exactly.
I've seen a
Kind of
Reddit
person he
comment
was.
that basically said
In a
exactly
final
what
act of
Sponge Truth just said.
manipulation from the
Is that
dock,
the
Cregan
other?
decided
Because I've
to
researched
change
this
his
before,
pleas
SpongeBob
during the
Random Land. I actually
18-week
considered doing a
trial,
video.
pleading guilty
I might still
to
do it. I
all
considered doing a video on
murders.
like
On
surreal
the 13th of
SpongeBob
June
episodes.
2013,
So I
it
researched
was
a little bit
game
about
over for
SpongeBob
Dale
Random Land
Cregan when
and
he was
how
given
the
a whole life
edited
sentence.
version has the
5 of
Squidward
his
baby, and I
criminal
saw on
accomplices
Reddit basically
were
someone
each
saying
sentenced
exactly
to between
this.
7
So that's probably
and
where the AI got it
35
from.
years.
Because Bread
in
Myth was
prison.
never meant to be part of SpongeBob.
Cregan was one of very
creators
few people
acknowledged
to
it. They
receive
folded it
a
into the
whole
fabric of the
life
show,
order
even if it was
for
only for a single
murders.
frame.
So
Yeah, it
he
was
will
just supposed to be a
never
joke.
be released from prison.
And that's
He'll
the part
never
that sticks
have
with
the
me.
chance
Because if
of
that can
parole.
bleed into a show,
And these
even if the
sentences are
darkest,
reserved for
most
the most
disturbing
serious
fan nightmare,
violent offenders who've done
It was
most
it was
harm
just the
and are
writers and
perhaps the
animators
least
having a little
likely
fun
to be rehabilitated.
and
So
putting
this
in
is
a
very,
creepypasta
very serious
reference.
indeed.
It doesn't make the creepypasta
relatives
canon.
and
It's
colleagues
just the
of
writers
his
and animators
victims,
having a little bit of fun,
they
and then the network
finally
realized
saw
what they did and
justice.
told them to take it down. It ain't that deep.
flash on screen,
obviously we
then you
knew
have to
can't
ask,
commit full
what else
murder
made it
and not
through?
get a whole
So
life
what do we?
What does that
to
mean?
reject
What do you
society.
mean? What
That's the
else
big
made it
relief.
through?
I think it's the relief. It's
Nothing
finally
else
over.
made it through.
And they did
Because we
finally
would know.
got justice for what happened to
What do you mean? What else made it through? through. It's an incoherent question.
Take away.
Make of all this. When you
The
look at the
sense of
scenes
loss, though.
Nickelodeon cut, the awkward ones, the
Two
gross
young
ones, the ones
colleagues
that...
have been
The scenes
cut down
Nickelodeon
the prime.
cut.
So what do we make
There's
of all
nothing to
this?
celebrate.
When you look at the scenes
I know
Nickelodeon cut,
that
the awkward...
across
The
Greater
awkward ones.
Manchester
That's
Police,
not. It's not a real animation.
people
It's a
felt the
fan
same.
animation.
There was no
Cutting the parts where SpongeBob gets too sad,
celebration.
too angry, or too attacked.
The murders of police
No.
officers Fiona
Cutting the
Bone
parts where SpongeBob
and
gets
Nicola
too
Hughes
sad
had a lasting
shows
impact
the
on policing the
Cutting the parts-
UK's
shows
second
the
largest city,
Sandy.
Manchester.
That's not sad.
did
It's
change
more of an
policing in Greater Manchester.
embarrassment-focused episode.
And I felt
Yeah,
it
too
almost
angry.
immediately.
Too
What
angry.
This did
Too angry. This is
show to
Sailor Mouth.
everybody that
That's not cut.
police officers aren't just
He
uniforms.
does get angry in Sailor Mouth.
These are somebody's
They didn't
daughters,
change that at all.
sisters, mums.
Sailor Mouth,
These are people
SpongeBob getting angry in Sailor Mouth it's
have the same
exactly the
problems
way
in
that they
lives,
originally wrote
same
and intended it
stresses.
to be. It did
It
not get
brought
banned later on.
The community's closest
The
friends,
dolphin
police.
censorship was always a part
As
of the
for Dale
episode.
Cregan, after spending 5
Or
years
to
in
attach, saying
Ashworth
that
Psychiatric
They
Unit
don't
in
want
Merseyside,
like it's some conspiracy,
he was
like
sent
oh
back to
SpongeBob
Her
gets too
Majesty's
attached.
prison,
No man, they
Strangeways in
just think
Manchester,
romance
where he'll
is a
likely spend
boring
his remaining
storyline.
days.
So they didn't want SpongeBob
In
and
his
Sandy
world,
to be boyfriend and
pathetic
girlfriend.
world that exists out
It's
in his
that
head.
simple.
He thought he
They
was a
look
big
at
man.
other shows
He'll die a
where you have the
pathetic,
typical boy has a
wizened
crush on a
old
girl.
man in prison.
And they thought,
What I
that's
want to do
boring. I don't want to do that.
is
I want our female
highlight
lead
and
to be a
contrast
cool scientist who does
that
karate. And her and
against
SpongeBob are just going to be
Nicola
friends.
Fiona
And it's that
stood
simple.
and still
That's the
stand
way
for.
that they wanted
And
to
that's
tell the story.
decency.
Whereas in other
Public
shows, they would have had
service.
it be romantic. It's not
compassion.
some kind of like conspiracy.
Their names will never be
Because
forgotten.
sometimes it's not the gore or the
To
language
help
that causes
cope
It's
with
not this,
losing
it's this. I
Nicola,
can't believe
her
how
father
common
Bryn
this
set
That's
up a
what these deleted
memorial
moments
fund
were.
in her name to support
No, they're
children
not.
who've also lost a
No, they're
loved
not.
one to murder
The
or
deleted
violent
moments, first of all, most of those aren't
You're
deleted.
never
I'm afraid they'll never be seen the way they want to.
You're
That's
never
what
gonna
these
forgive what they've
These
done.
deleted
But
moments
for
are
me, I'd rather
deleted
concentrate on-
because
on
they're
Nicola and memories of
controversial.
Nicola.
It's that simple. The Squidward getting blown up with the gas is controversial because it was right after September 11th. The thing with Patrick rubbing Sandy's back, they just thought it seemed raunchy. The SpongeBob saying the thing about the wedding, that's not even banned. Like, that's not the same as, like, the other example they just said, those were banned because they thought that they would be inappropriate for a family show. The one with SpongeBob and Sandy is just the writers deciding that they didn't want to go in that direction.
In
with the
August
character. It's that
1981,
simple. It's that
91-year-old
simple.
Henry Walsh was held
It's-
up at
but it's
knife
none
point
of what you're
in his
saying.
small
And a show that
hardware
sometimes said
store
more in what it
at
removed than
Ormskirk,
what it
Lancashire, in England.
A show that
The
said more
elderly
on what it removed
shopkeeper
shows a
refused
fan
to
animation.
yield to his 18-year-old assailant.
For the
He
most
would pay with his
racist
life
episode.
in the most horrific way.
Obviously threatened him with a knife.
Sponge
2 or 3 times you
Tubers.
could see.
Hey Jack, are you going to look
minor
at other
marks in his
sponge
clothing.
tubers and dissecting
And then
them?
he just
I'm considering.
pushed it through his chest.
I think next week.
He was actually hanging
Next week I
from
want
it
to talk
on the
about
door.
No Villains Are Safe. Other like sponge
perpetrator
tubers,
was
like
Andrew
non-AI
Dawson,
sponge
a known
tubers.
local thief who'd suddenly
I don't know. Are there
matured
any I should
into
look
a
at? Like
vicious murderer.
I think the AI ones
He
because
would
I have a lot
spend
to
the
say
next
that's
17
critical.
years
I don't think I'd
behind
really want to
bars.
look at a sponge tuber
But
I
that
like,
did nothing
you know, because
to
then I
dull
wouldn't
his
really have much
killer
to say other
instinct.
than I like them.
Almost
And
as
also I really
inevitable
like being
as
anti-AI.
Nightfallow's Day.
I think anti-AI is a pretty big part of me.
It was only a question of when.
Almost
If you
30
really watch this
years
stream right
after
now,
his first
comment,
killing, Dawson was a
job,
free man
job
with
you would
murder
like to
on
have.
his mind. In 2010, police in Derby
Her
would discover
love
2
is
of Dawson's
in
neighbours
your
dead, but the convicted
let
killer
your
was nowhere to be found.
This guy kept me awake at night because you just had this feeling that you had to get the evidence. You had to put him away because he was an absolute danger to anybody in society.
Andrew Dawson had proved himself to be one of the world's most evil killers.
Then save it for another day, 'cause you just never had the heart, and now that you're further apart from me. Extra, read all about it. Matches in his feelings and he can't get out of it. Extra, read all about it.
In July 2011, Andrew Dawson pleaded guilty to the double murder of 2 of his neighbours and was sentenced to spend the rest of his life behind bars. It was the end of the road for the 48-year-old killer who chillingly christened himself the Angel of Mercy. Dawson was no stranger to prison. He'd already served time for murdering a popular shopkeeper in his hometown of Ormskirk in 1981 when he was just 18.
Chat, y'all see the title?
Local journalist
Y'all
Clifford
see the
Birchall
title?
covered the story of the brutal murder in the unassuming town.
Ormskirk in
the 80s was just a small country Lancashire town.
My
They had a
home
market
country
that was on the streets twice a week. Came alive on those days.
My home
Just
country
small,
won.
friendly
Like, bro,
place.
it's
Everybody
insane.
seemed to know everybody.
Bro, I was
It
telling
was just
y'all,
an
I
ordinary
was
place.
telling y'all,
Just
I'm
nothing
moving from my
exciting
home country
happened very
the
often.
whole
time.
That was all to change in August 1981 when 18-year-old
You from
Andrew
Spain?
Dawson
Yeah,
entered a small
Jack, I told
hardware
y'all
shop
I'm from Spain.
owned by popular pensioner Henry
Jack, I
Walsh.
told you I'm holy
From
Lord. I
what
thought you said
we
you were
learned from the
France.
evidence,
No,
he'd just gone in, he'd been looking
no,
for
y'all
money,
get it
and he
mixed
thought
up.
that Mr. Walsh would be
No,
a soft
Jack.
touch. He was,
I'm from
91 years
Francina.
old.
It's
He
a
wouldn't put
street
up
in
much of a fight. He
Spain.
would,
Oh, y'all thought
do
I
as he
said
was told.
France? No.
But,
See,
it turned
y'all
out to
got
have
it
more
mixed
spirit
up.
than
No,
Andrew
I'm from
Dawson thought he had. He
Francina.
refused to say
It's a
where his
street
money
in
was.
Spain.
He refused to
That's-
help him sort of
Well,
trying to get him out of the shop. And then
okay,
he paid for it
that
with his
makes a
life.
lot of sense. Oh, yeah.
After
okay.
serving
Yeah,
17 years
Jack,
for
I'm
the
from Spain.
crime, Dawson was
Jack.
released in
They
1999
did
and settled down
They
in
did it.
Derby with a wife and
They
2
did
children. But just
We're
over a
back.
decade later, the killer
Listen,
found
wait, you
himself
from
living
Spain?
alone
Yes,
in a
I'm from
flat,
Spain.
and
Hold
his
on, Jack,
lust for
hold on, Jack.
murder
Hold on.
returned.
Y'all couldn't tell I'm from
Former
Spain.
detective Paul
Jack, be
Callum
honest.
investigated the
Come
killing
on,
of
wait,
2
hold
of
on.
Dawson's
Y'all tell me.
neighbors in
Y'all couldn't tell I'm from
2010.
Spain.
The people that lived in this
Bro,
flats and his victims were vulnerable
No.
for some reason. Either sort of they were older,
Look,
and they've
that you
got
from
ill
the
health,
US?
or
Speak
alcohol
Spanish?
problems and this sort of thing. And I think
Hola,
Dawson
¿cómo estás?
picked on vulnerable people because he knew that he could
Muy
overpower
bien.
them and he knew he could control them.
E2?
This
Buenos
killer's
noches.
story begins in the
Hasta
market
luego.
town of Ormskirk in
Like, come on,
Lancashire,
like, you know what I mean?
in the north
Like,
of
like,
England.
come on, that's
Dawson
white
was
man, that's
born
white
in
man.
1962 and he was one of 6 children. The family were quite impoverished. They didn't have a lot of money.
You played
So I
terribly,
think times
took Miss
were
Goals
pretty
in the
tough.
ball hub. Chad,
He
y'all see
did
me score
have a
that
very
goal out there?
strict and domineering
Yeah.
father, but that's nothing
Be
out
honest.
of the ordinary.
Jack,
And his relationship with his
listen,
mother
I did just get
doesn't
back to
seem
my
to
flight.
have
I
flagged
was
up
there.
any
I was
concerns
at the game
either.
playing. You
So
probably didn't see me.
his family life
Nah.
wasn't particularly out of the
What you
ordinary.
mean, nah?
But even from
No
a young
offense, but
age,
you-
Dawson
okay,
displayed
alright.
signs
Like,
that he was in
what does that
for
mean?
a life of
Yo, this low
crime.
key makes sense.
He
See,
grows
that's-
up in straitened
Hey,
circumstances.
check your cash out, bro.
Ormskirk.
Thank you for
A
listening.
boy who
Jack, you
wants
gotta believe
whatever he
I'm
wants
from
whenever he
Spain.
wants to get it.
Jack,
When he's
now
6 or
don't
7,
lie.
he sees a little girl
That was a
with
good game.
money,
Jack, who watched the
pennies,
game? Who
literally,
watched the game?
and steals them.
Spain
Because he
gave him
can.
the belt.
Because he feels he can get away with
Spain
it. Because
gave
it doesn't
him the
matter.
belt.
He had a very
I'ma
acute
keep-
sense of
I'ma keep-
entitlement. If he wanted something,
real.
he would just
Spain gave him
literally
belt.
go and take it. There were
Spain
no
gave him
moral
belt.
or ethical boundaries there whatsoever.
Turned it off
And I
after
don't
2-0.
think that behaviour
Yeah, I
was
mean,
ever
yeah.
really challenged.
It was, you know.
There were never really
Speak
any
Spain,
serious
man. Bro, it's not
consequences for
Spain.
that. And
You
if there
speak
were, he didn't
Spanish.
care.
Spain
So this
isn't
was somebody
a
who
language.
was
Stop
psychologically
disrespecting my
not
home
quite
country.
normal.
See, I hate when people say speak Spain.
In my view,
dude, we
Dawson
speak
was a
Spanish.
sociopath from a very,
It
very
is,
early
like, you know
age.
what I mean?
He did not know
Like, come on.
a responsibility. He did not know moral
get sick of
values.
that.
He did not know
To speak
conscience. He did
Spanish,
not
I
know
literally-
forgiveness. He did not know
Okay, Chad, what do
saying
you want
sorry.
me to say in Spanish? Chad,
Grab it.
give me something
I'm
to
gonna
say in
take
Spanish.
it.
I'll
It's
say,
mine.
I'll
I
say anything
want
in
it.
Spanish right now.
The majority
something
of
in Spanish right
individuals
now.
who
Give me
commit
something to say in
juvenile
Spanish.
crime, petty or
Give me
otherwise,
something to say in
usually
Spanish.
turn themselves around as they mature out of
How are
it.
you?
The younger someone
estás?
is
Come
when
on.
they begin their
Say hi.
criminal
How you
behavior,
doing?
the
Hola.
worse the
¿Cómo estás?
prognosis
Come
is,
on,
the
stop
worse the
waving.
outcome is. And so when you look at Dawson's
Say holy
background,
Lord
what
in
stands
Spanish.
out to me from a distance
hola.
is he
¿Cómo
was
estás?
involved
Come on,
in
stop
crime right
playing
from
me.
the
Stop
beginning.
playing. Listen,
He was a
it's too
problem
easy.
child right
Stop
from the
playing me.
start.
Come on.
As Dawson
That Spanish
matured,
accent, thank you.
so did his crimes.
As a teenager,
where's the
Dawson
library?
engaged in property crime.
where's
He
the library?
committed a range of
Donde-
petty thefts, and the
donde,
victims he would target would be
library?
elderly people. And I think he was quite aware of the vulnerability of the
library?
elderly, of the fact that they
Donde?
might keep money in their
library?
houses or
Come on,
their
stop playing.
workplaces.
The burgeoning
playing.
criminal was soon on
See,
the
like,
radar
listen,
of the
you
local
think you gonna
authorities.
fool me with that trick
Andrew
question? I
Dawson
know
had
what I'm
come to the
doing,
attention of
bro.
the
I
police
speak
in the
Spanish.
past through just petty
Come on.
theft. He was
Come
known
on.
to them. I don't
Stop.
think they
Come
thought
on.
he was one of the great criminals of the town, but he was just perhaps more a nuisance
Dad, listen,
than
I'm
anything
telling you.
else.
I'm not
There
LARPing.
appeared to be nothing
I'm not
obvious in
switching up, I'm not
Dawson's young life
bandwagoning.
that
I'm just
justified his
saying my
criminality.
home country.
He had
But Jack,
5
how is your
siblings.
Tuesday?
They're not all committing
Rate your
crimes
Tuesday
and
on
killing
a scale
people. No, it
1
was
through 10.
Dawson. He's the only one.
Jack,
He
rate
grew
your
up in the
Tuesday on
same
a scale
family with them. The
1 through
parents
10.
treated them, generally speaking, the same according to all the other family members. No, it was
A
Dawson.
7,
It's within
a
him.
5,
It wasn't an event
8.
that happened that
It's my
created
birthday.
him.
It's probably
It's
not your
who
birthday.
he was.
I think there was very much a sense of competition between Dawson and his siblings. There's always that vying for attention, and there are 6 of them. So I think that they're always trying to outdo each other, and that's the case in many large families. But I think Dawson took it a little bit further than most. He had a significantly antagonistic relationship with his brother. He stole money from his brother.
It was the final straw. Dawson's brother reported him to the police, and the young criminal was arrested and charged with theft.
It was enough to have him sent to Borstal for about 6 months. And then sort of when he was released, he came back.
No, you do not.
Skirt. And obviously,
you said no, you do not.
He just carried on as he had before.
Me, August 11th,
Somebody like Dawson and other extraordinary offenders, who particularly those who commit multiple crimes, they see the world differently than the average person. They function in a different sphere. And so where punishment may help somebody straighten themselves out and get on the right track, for somebody like Dawson, it has no effect at all. It just serves as an irritant. Just makes him angry because he wants to do what he wants to do. That's who he is.
By the age of 18, Andrew Dawson was already a veteran thief. And his time in the youth prison nicknamed Borstal had not curbed his criminal ways. But in August 1981, his life of petty crime would take an even darker turn.
Henry Walsh had been a shopkeeper in the town for a long time. He was an ironmonger. His shop didn't carry a lot of stock, but it was stuff he couldn't find anywhere else. It was sort of a time warp in some ways.
Here's my
prediction. He was just a lovable old character.
Come back to this stream
at some point late on Thursday the 13th of August,
3-1 Argentina
entered Henry Walsh's shop. By the following morning, locals were concerned for the whereabouts of the 91-year-old.
Mr. Walsh hadn't been seen on the Friday. He was going past, noticed the 2 big gates which guarded the alley to the rear of the premises. They hadn't been closed all night, and his back door was open, which was unusual.
The passerby guard 999, and in a matter of moments, Detective Jim Kay arrived at the scene.
Then Argentina versus Spain in the finals. Lamine Yamal
came over the radio, and his back door of the shop was open, and there was no sign of the shopkeeper. So I just turned around the corner. It was a matter of 20 yards. And went into the shop.
You support Argentina? I don't support Argentina, but Argentina
he arrived and I said, just follow me.
Is better than England.
You're walking through expecting to find the old man somewhere, maybe
At Maybe Lover donated $2 through Super Chat. Bros playing Among Us in Big Plains. Are you talking about?
91-year-old Henry Walsh had been hung from coat hooks on the back of a door, tortured, and then brutally stabbed to death with a carving
knife. Should I get a job?
It wouldn't be long before news of the beloved elderly man found viciously murdered in his own hardware store got out.
You're too old.
It would send shockwaves across the quiet town of Ormskirk, England.
Fair enough.
I was in Moore Street, which is one of the main shopping streets, and about 250 yards away at the other end of Moore Street I could see some unusual police activity. I could see a policeman standing where a policeman wouldn't normally stand,
but
and he wasn't moving. So
I mean, if I was 28 like you, I wouldn't be playing Among Us.
He just acted on my reported instinct that something was wrong, and so we sort of got there and sort of
I gotta catch these imposters.
made some inquiries and ascertained that there had been a suspicious death with Mr. Walsh, so I arranged for a photographer to come out and take a picture that he used in the paper of the police on the scene outside the shop.
Henry Walsh was a nice man.
To me, Spain match question mark.
You know, what always spoke to every time I pass. He would come to the door and say, good afternoon, good morning, and a very pleasant old man.
Where are you from?
He was just really
I'm from
lovable person,
Spain.
and you just couldn't imagine anybody who would have it in Spain to kill him, to be honest.
News of the 91-year-old's horrific death began reaching the locals. The nature of the crime was unthinkable.
He'd been stabbed with a knife, stabbed in the chest several times, but he'd also been hung up at the back of a door and some
There's no
coat
limit to the
hooks.
large. I'm dead. What you talking about?
Last wound, the knife had gone straight through him and embedded itself in the back of the door. He also tied a ligature around his neck, presumably as a way to try and force some information out of him.
2 people died.
The police didn't know it yet, but the killer was an 18-year-old thief named Andrew Dawson, who had seemingly reveled in his first murder.
Dawson didn't just simply kill Henry Walsh. He made this victim suffer. He stabbed him multiple times. Some of the wounds were quite shallow, which is indicative of the torture of saying, actually, I am empowering you, I am in control, and enjoying the reaction of his victim to that. And he hung Henry up on the back of the door. So he's displaying his victim. He's saying, hey, everybody, look at what I've done. Look at what I can accomplish.
I'm not a
You have to ask yourself, what is it that provokes an 18-year-old to kill him, to repeatedly stab him, to pose him, and to leave him? There is something very, very depraved about that. There is something monstrous.
Hey, bro.
I don't see him targeting a truck driver, a 25-year-old truck driver out there. Well, why isn't he targeting that guy? That guy could have money too. He just made his deliveries. No. Dawson's way too smart for that. He targets somebody old and weak and vulnerable that he knows he can get over on. That's who Dawson is.
Stream sniper.
Dawson had killed a man 73 years his senior for nothing more than the day's takings from the till and the 91-year-old's pension book.
But when police conducted a search of the house later on, they found out Mr. Walsh did what most other people in those days did. They'd hidden money in and around rooms in the house, and I think they collected about £1,800 in cash, which was quite a lot of money in those days. But I think Andrew Dawson had tried to get him to say where it was, but he refused, which I think perhaps accounts for the ferocity of his attack in the end.
He'd be frightened to death. He was a very timid old man. Not the type of man who'd look for trouble or get involved in trouble. He's only picked on because he was an old man. He wouldn't fight back. I wouldn't have thought.
After taking the life of another man for the very first time, Dawson didn't panic or attempt to flee Ormskirk. Instead, the cocky 18-year-old flaunted his newly acquired riches.
Now, everybody knows he's got no money.
Why did he report black?
And he goes to a pub, local pub, where he's seen, all of a sudden, feeding lots of coins into the fruit machine. Well, that's rather odd, rather strange. They're immediately going to say, where did you get the money from? It is unbelievably foolish.
He was somebody who was perpetually broke, so this was something that was rather unusual, and that the police eventually catch up with him. And it emerged that Dawson had actually cashed in Henry's pension for £50 in the days following the murder.
Once Andrew Dawson was arrested, sort of like people,
10 minutes
in some ways they weren't surprised because they knew he did have a reputation, but they were sort of shocked that he could have done such a savage act.
I'm assuming engineer.
At Preston Crown Court on the 10th of March 1982, Andrew Dawson pleaded guilty to the murder of Henry Walsh. He had told police that he panicked after the 91-year-old had recognized him. In a statement, Dawson said, "I am sorry for what I have done. I had no intention to cause anybody any harm. I wish it was me and not him."
The judge at the Crown Court gave credence to Andrew Dawson's guilty plea, and also the fact that he seemed remorseful to some extent. He was said to have told the police, I wish it had been me, not him. So the judge did give credence and mentioned this when she was passing sentence.
I'm not convinced by this whatsoever. We've got to remember that this was a young man who'd done a stint in Borstal. He was quite familiar with the types of things that he needed to say to get sympathy, to get attention, and to secure the best outcome for himself.
Dawson, aged just 19 years old, was jailed for life. He had graduated from Borstal to prison, adding murder to his rap sheet.
The mood after a murder trial, it's not exactly one we accept people would land at a sentence being carried out. I think more one of relief that justice had been seen to be done, and sort of the fact that the right thing had happened.
I feel like
people were now happy and sort of they were sort of content that the wrongdoing had been punished.
Dawson spent the next 17 years of his life behind bars, but during his time inside, he was no shrinking violet. He reportedly commented on serial killers Peter Sutcliffe and Dennis Nielsen, labelling them as wimps and claiming to be a better man.
When he was in prison, he was comparing himself to other notorious offenders. That's a bad sign. Anytime an offender wants to compare himself to other notorious killers, that's a huge red flag. A sign of rehabilitation is you want to put that part of your life away. You want to show how you're different than other people, not how that you're more extraordinary than some of these notorious people. That's a huge red flag.
In early 1999, Andrew Dawson was deemed ready for release from Sudbury Prison in Derbyshire. Still just 36 years old, it was a chance for him to start a new life.
After his release from prison, Andrew Dawson appeared to have turned over a new leaf. He'd moved to a different area, Derby. He'd met a woman, he'd settled down with her, and they had 2 children together. And from the outside, he appears to be a regular guy. But this was not to last, because Andrew Dawson is a person who is prone to boredom. He has that need for stimulation. He has that hedonistic streak to him. So he starts drinking, and that leads to the breakdown of his marriage.
Nobody's downloading and now.
He's matured now, he's older, maybe he's a different person. But it wasn't long before Dawson reverted to who he was.
Over the next decade, Dawson would continually breach the conditions of his release.
In that period between his divorce in 2003 and 2010, Dawson bumps into the law and is returned to prison on a regular basis 3 times. He's drunk and disorderly. He's violent. He isn't in any kind of control, and he's constantly, therefore, because he's out on license for the original life sentence, straight back to almost as inevitably as night follows day. Dawson was going to kill again.
Okay, it's Nana or Yellow. It's neither Nana or Yellow. So
by July 2010, Andrew Dawson was estranged from his wife with limited access to his children. He lived alone in a 1-bedroom flat on Waterford Drive just outside of Derby. Former detective Paul Callan worked on the investigation into the sudden death of one of Dawson's neighbours, 66-year-old John David Matthews.
The initial police incident came in at 7 p.m. on the Sunday the 25th of July. Mr. Matthews worked at a local restaurant, and staff at the restaurant had been worried that he'd not turned up for work in the previous week or so. And police officers were called to the flat, and they forced entry, and they found Mr. Matthews' body in the bath downstairs. They looked at Mr. Matthews' body, and unfortunately, because they think he'd been there for a couple of weeks, there was quite a lot of decomposition. And at that time, the incident was recorded as a potential suicide.
But the post-mortem told a different story.
Never mind.
Late in the afternoon of Wednesday, the 28th of July, I had a phone call from the coroner's office to say that the local pathologist had started a post-mortem on Mr. Matthews, and that he said that there was what he believed was stabbings.
It was clear this was not a suicide. It was in fact murder. The killer had done his best to cover up the murder.
What he'd done at the crime scene with Mr. Matthews is that after stabbing him, he'd redressed him. So he'd got rid of the shirt that had the stab wounds through it and put a shirt that didn't have any marks on it. He completely changed all his clothing and then put him into the bath. We started doing some early inquiries, and one of those was, what do we have on the electoral register? Who lives there? What intelligence do we have about the block of flats?
Detectives immediately singled out convicted killer Andrew Dawson as a potential suspect.
It very quickly became obvious that Andrew Dawson was going to be our suspect. He had a conviction for murder, and he was on license, and there was some history of a recent song by somebody else at a previous flat that he lived at. So it was reasonably obvious that he was going to be our main focus quite early on. We wanted to secure the scene at Dawson's house, and then obviously our biggest priority was finding out where was Dawson right now.
Whilst detectives launched a manhunt, investigators forced entry into Dawson's flat.
The flat was completely empty, apart from a few items of clothing, but what was particularly interesting about Dawson's flat was it smelled of bleach and it was very, very clean.
Andrew Dawson was nowhere to be found. He was on the run and presumed to be very dangerous.
We were extremely worried. We obviously knew that a murder had happened at some point before the Sunday the 25th, and looking at the decomposition, we think probably up to 2 weeks before that. So we had nearly a 3-week time period when we had no idea where Dawson had been.
John David Matthews, who was known as Dave, had actually been killed on the 10th of July, stabbed 18 times by his seemingly friendly neighbour Andrew Dawson, who often popped over to use the washing machine.
Dawson arrives at his door with the conventional excuse that he used many times in the block. Can I use your washing machine because mine's broken? Dave lets him in, not suspecting anything. Imagine what must have gone through Dave Matthews' mind. It would have been indescribable, terrifying, reduced him to absolute fear.
Why didn't you kill me
in an instant?
We were locked together?
There was nothing he could do. Nothing he could do to protect himself against a man who'd come there
Chad, do I explain
to kill him?
Why? Nah.
And to kill him for reasons entirely of his own.
Nah.
This was not a motive of greed. This was a motive of the desire to kill.
After Dawson had killed David and left his body in the bath, he actually left the flat because this was the day when he was looking after his children, and he took them out for the day as if nothing had ever happened. And he returned the next day and cleaned up the crime scene and got rid of the blood. Now, for somebody to be able to do this, to be able to function as normal after committing a murder, is something that is very, very rare. I've met a lot of people convicted of murder, and their behaviour in the aftermath is very rarely normal because they're so shocked at the enormity of what they've done that they're unable to function with any degree of normality.
The crime had affected the whole community. As the search for the convicted killer continued, detectives questioned the other neighbours at Waterford Drive.
10-second kill cooldown.
One neighbour even told a story to police of how the killer had been involved in an altercation in his flat.
The resident started telling the investigating officer that had sat down with him to take a statement about the relationship with Dawson, and that they used to walk in each other's flats and this sort of thing.
The neighbour went on to describe an incident which had occurred just days before. After inviting Dawson in for a drink, he caught him rifling through his drawers.
We don't get wires.
The neighbour confronted him and Dawson turned nasty.
He was grabbed from behind with an arm around his neck, and he felt something in his sort of lower abdomen. He'd sort of thrown Dawson off. Dawson made light of it and said he was just walking around and this sort of thing. And again, at the time, he didn't particularly think of this, but we now know when you listen to the account,
I'll probably die.
and you know what Dawson was capable of, that it was likely that he was going to be his first victim.
I think that's only further evidence of the fact that in this small block, and Johnson, not a lot of flats,
a double kill.
the
that
Dawson
have been white.
was by now out of control, completely and utterly out of control. He would attack anyone, driven by his own desire to kill.
On the morning of the 30th of July, detectives received news that Dawson had been spotted in Whitehaven, Cumbria, over 200 miles away from Derby. While local police began to search for the killer, investigations were continuing at the flats. Detectives had accounted for all of Dawson's neighbours, apart from one, 58-year-old Paul Hancock.
So at about 7:30, 8 o'clock, while I was doing the briefing, we got one of the detective sergeants stood at the back of the room and was waving at me. she came across and whispered to me and said they found another body, and that the officers that were doing the house-to-house inquiries had forced entry to Mr. Hancock's flat and had found him, and he'd also been murdered. We finished the briefing, it started again, and this is when you started to really feel concerned that what had Dawson been doing in that 3-week period that we couldn't account for, and had he killed anybody else?
How many more bodies might turn up at Waterford Drive? It was a frightening thought for the investigators, and they soon had information that revealed the killer had been in the building on the very same day the body of Dave Matthews was discovered.
It turns out on the Sunday afternoon, the call came in about Mr. Matthews. The police had arrived at the flat, and this came out with subsequent inquiries, but it turned out that Dawson was actually upstairs in Hancock's flat when the police arrived. Now, it's possible that he had just committed the murder at that point, or he may have committed the murder over the previous few days and he was there starting to clean up, but we will never really know. But what we do know is that Dawson was in Mr. Hancock's flat when the police arrived. He came downstairs. He spoke to one of the special constables that was there, and he was asked, had he seen Mr. Matthews? And he spoke to the police and said that he doesn't know him very well, he hasn't seen very much of him. And we then know that within about 10 minutes he'd packed his bag, he'd ordered a taxi, and he'd left the house and had gone to the train station.
Unbeknownst to the police, they had stood face to face with the killer. Since that moment, Andrew Dawson had been on the run for 5 days. But now local police in Whitehaven had located him and were ready to make an arrest.
The uniformed constable comes across Andrew Dawson sleeping on a bench on the seafront in Whitehaven. He might almost have had a sign on his chest saying, "I'm Andrew Dawson and you really want to look at me because I killed 2 people in Derby."
But the police had to proceed with care. They were dealing with a serial killer. Armed with 7 knives in his backpack, Dawson had no intention of giving himself up.
Dawson appeared to want the police to shoot him. He wanted to go down in a blaze of glory and basically occupy a lot of headlines. There's a real kind of dramatic element to this perpetrator. And shortly after he was arrested, he jumped into the sea and he started to swim away. And it really is quite incredible, the behaviour of this man. He soon realised, actually, this probably isn't a good idea, I'm not getting anywhere, and then swam back to shore where the police caught up with him again. It's an attempt at being dramatic. It's an attempt at trying to create this kind of feared persona, but it's one that always falls flat on its face for Dawson.
Dawson is tasered rather than shot. I'm sure he was very upset by that. I'm sure he'd much rather the armed response unit had turned up and given him the glory that he wanted.
With Dawson safely in custody, investigators could begin to delve deeper into the 47-year-old killer. After his dramatic arrest in Whitehaven, Cumbria, he'd been brought back down to Derbyshire to be questioned on suspicion of the murders of his neighbours, Dave Matthews and Paul Hancock. The bodies of both victims had been bathed in bleach to hide any forensic evidence. Detectives would have to use all their skills to prove that Andrew Dawson had killed again.
In terms of an investigation, normally you have some 36 hours of real urgent work to do, because you have to either have to get enough evidence to charge somebody or you have to release them. Because he was on parole, because of the nature of this, actually from an investigator's point of view, it made the job a little bit easier, because we could recall him to prison, and actually we had a lot of time to make sure that we could get the evidence together and get the case together, which was just as well, because despite it feeling like it was obviously him, you've got to get the evidence to prove that, and forensically it was very, very challenging.
On the same day of Dawson's arrest, police had discovered the body of 58-year-old Paul Hancock. Just like his neighbour Dave Matthews, Paul had been found stabbed to death in his own bathtub.
With Mr. Matthews, the flat had been cleaned. There was a lot of bleach poured into the bath. It had clearly been tidied up. And with Mr. Hancock's, it was very dishevelled. It had been very rushed. There was clothing in the bath. There was weapons in the bath. There was all sorts of bits of gloves, marigold gloves, and this sort of thing. All the drawers had been through the house, and we know that money was stolen and various other items. apart from the fact that there was bodies in the bath and they'd been stabbed, the two scenes were totally different.
It's believed that Dawson was still cleaning up the crime scene when the police had discovered the body of Dave Matthews across the hall. Dawson likely panicked and threw his clothes into the bath of bleach to kill any forensic evidence.
On the yellow trousers that he was wearing, there was a slash mark on the right-hand side, on the right leg. Dawson also had an injury to his right leg, and it's impossible to actually match that to the injury, but again, it's very likely that he was wearing those trousers when he committed the murder. So he's very forensically aware. So I think he had a system, he had a type of clothing that he wore to make sure that he doesn't get contaminated with blood, and then he went and commits the murders, and then he bleaches them and gets rid of any evidence.
Bleach indicates forensic awareness. Bleach is one of those things that wipes up a great deal of forensic evidence. Dawson's been a career criminal. He's been in prison his entire life. He knows what bleach does. He was in the juvenile center, but he also went to state prison. That's like graduate school for crime. All criminals do all day is talk about their crimes and how they got caught and this and that and how to avoid law enforcement. So the fact that he used bleach doesn't surprise me at all. It just reflects what he learned in prison and how to try to avoid detection.
With Dawson being held in custody indefinitely, it gave detectives more time to study the crime scene at Dave Matthews' flat.
When we first searched Mr. Matthews' house, there was a few items that we didn't really understand. One of them was a rose that was on the pillow in Mr. Matthews' bedroom, and it was just an old red rose. The other thing was, when we searched Dawson's flat, there was a blank notepad, but you could see indentations on it.
This suggested that a note had been written on the sheet of paper above. If experts could decipher the faint indentations, it could be a huge clue.
About 3 weeks after that inquiry had been sent off, I got a phone call from our forensic team, really excited. And they said, they were saying, "Boss, this is amazing, this is fantastic. We've got a confession." And I said, "What are you talking about?" And it turned out that he'd written a letter to the police. It was to the head of homicide, he said. And he wrote this poem, very badly spelled, but the poem talked about in a bath in Waterford Drive, there lies a man, and he talked about if in 2 weeks' time you don't know about it, I will come and report it to the police. And he talked about the rose being the nice touch, and he signed it, the Angel of Mercy.
I really don't think it is
really, really
cool.
chilling. But very, very important key bit of evidence.
Banana.
Dawson had signed the note with a chilling moniker.
The confession letter that police had come across had been signed the Angel of Mercy, and I think this is really testament to Andrew Dawson's narcissism. He wanted a brand, he wanted an identity, he wanted infamy, and I think this was very much part of that. He wants that recognition for the things that he's done.
He's pretending to be
Banana is the engineer.
He's not. He's an insignificant, horrid, horrible, depraved, monstrous killer. But
see,
not
here's
in
the
his
thing
point.
about it. I don't know.
As investigations continued, more evidence was uncovered at Dave Matthews' flat.
In Mr. Matthews' house, there was very little forensic evidence in terms of fingerprints, DNA, and this sort of thing. He had destroyed most of the evidence. But we found a marigold glove in the bath that had the thumb missing, and part of the forensic strategy was to find this piece of rubber from the thumb.
Paul knew that finding the tip of the glove may finally yield some forensic evidence.
So the whole house was completely emptied. We spent weeks there, meticulously going through everything in the lounge, and the scenes crime team found the tip of the marigold glove. And we think that it probably got caught in a drawer while he was stealing property from the flat, and it had snapped off. And in this small piece of thumb, and it was the tiny piece of thumb there, they managed to recover some DNA, which proved that it was Andrew Dawson, which was a very, very significant piece of evidence, because forensically we had very, very little. There was a lot of circumstantial evidence, but little forensic evidence.
In total, 5,000 items were seized from the flats at Waterford Drive. However, only one of these provided the conclusive forensic evidence investigators needed. This new discovery undoubtedly connected Dawson with the murder of Paul Hancock.
Listen, if it's
In
not
interviews
lying, bro,
with investigators, Andrew
banned.
Dawson initially confessed to both murders.
He talked about Mr. Matthews being a nice man. He talked about how he didn't really want to kill him, but he just felt that he had to, and he had an urge to do it. And this was what's particularly chilling and very frightening about Mr. Dawson. There didn't seem to be any particular motive other than a desire to kill somebody. So in that respect, you tell me someone's mental state. I mean, that's quite worrying. Certainly. I mean, I dealt with a lot of murder inquiries.
Looks like
for all
it's
sorts of
not
different
lying,
reasons.
bro.
But to have somebody that said they just had an urge to do it is very, very frightening.
By the time of his court hearing in July
Impossible Loki is so
2011,
like the
Dawson
whole
had
game.
changed his story, denying the murders and pleading
But
not
the
guilty.
engineer first,
But he didn't hide behind his lies for long.
You saw it in court. He was very, very impatient.
I gotta
He didn't
leave. I
like
got
to
like
wait
3
around.
minutes.
He's like a very
Easy.
impetuous sort of character. For example, at court, he pleaded not guilty, and after a couple of hours, he looked like he got bored, and he had a word with his solicitor, and just said, "Oh, I can't be bothered. I'll plead guilty." And that was the court
Bro,
case.
why
And that was kind of the way I think it was.
This is a tactic that we see with a lot of offenders like Dawson. They enjoy playing with people, they enjoy manipulating people, they enjoy having everybody running around, sorting things out, and then they chuck a grenade in and cause chaos. And I think that's exactly what he was doing here.
In
What's wrong
total,
with
Andrew
3
Dawson
engineers?
stabbed
Yeah,
Dave
bro.
Matthews
Yeah, bro.
18
This
times
side note,
and
man.
Paul Hancock 22
You either
times.
suck the game,
He
or
had received a
you're the
fairly
simpleton, bro.
lenient
3
sentence
engineers
after
is
his
insane,
first
bro.
murder in
Imagine you
Ormskirk
got
in
3
1981.
people hiding in
But
a
there would
van.
be no similar result for
In a-
him
in a
this
leg.
time.
Judge, Mrs. Justice Dobbs gave Dawson a whole life tariff.
That's too much.
Life will mean life in your case. She told Dawson in sentencing, these were premeditated and planned, brutal killings. Each had the misfortune of being your neighbor.
Pasta game, there's
had
one engineer and there's
no
one
chance.
detective.
Relief, I think, more than anything. But there wasn't, there's no particular reason to sort of celebrate or anything
Okay,
like that. It's
this
just,
is odd.
really sad for the victims of the family. These are both victims were just, regular people that were trying to live their life and hadn't particularly upset anybody. In fact, both have been described as very pleasant people that just sort of kept themselves to themselves. So very, very sad.
Faking it. Bro,
Andrew Dawson remains in prison and will never be released. Some experts believe that he was never rehabilitated after his first murder conviction and should never have been in a position to be able to kill 2 more innocent victims.
For me, what makes this case exceptional is the failure to realise how serious the first murder was. It was interpreted as a homicide during the course of a robbery, but actually it was much, much worse than that. This individual had been tortured, essentially. The time that the perpetrator had spent with the victim was quite significant, and the perpetrator was only 18 years old. So I think this was a massive red flag for further potential violence, and even though he was convicted of murder, there was not enough work done to address what led to that.
I think that there's a case that sort of some people are so dangerous that they can't be allowed out again out of prison. It seems a harsh thing to condemn somebody to die in prison, but sort of I think some people, never learn and never alter. I think it's one of those things that sometimes you have to do it. And this is probably one of those cases.
Okay.
Dawson was a selfish killer who had no regard for his victims. The only reason he's ever given for his horrific crimes is that he had an urge to kill.
When we look at the crimes of Andrew Dawson, they are so horrendous that many people say this could only be the workings of a madman.
But
unfortunately, they're not. This is an individual who knew exactly what they were doing. They knew that what they were doing was wrong, and they carried on doing it anyway.
It's conventional to talk about serial killers as having a trigger. Sometimes it's in their childhood, sometimes it's a moment in their adolescence. I don't believe there was such a trigger to Andrew Dawson. I think there was something in him from the very beginning that led him to commit these heinous crimes.
I dealt with a lot of suspicious deaths and a lot of murder. There weren't many that kept me awake at night. This guy kept me awake at night because you just had this feeling that you had to get the evidence. You had to put him away because he was an absolute danger to anybody in society. I think this idea that you can suddenly get an urge to kill someone clearly makes you extremely dangerous, doesn't it?
Dawson is a killer who murdered innocent people for his own depraved enjoyment. He may have started out as a petty thief, but that was an unlawful livelihood that didn't satiate his urges. He needed something more to satisfy his twisted mind. His lust for murder and the pleasure he gets from it are what makes Andrew Dawson one of the world's most evil.
Somebody said it was orange. Red and brown.
September 1995, Anglesey, Northwest Wales. 56-year-old Henry Roberts had returned home after having drinks at the local pub. When he heard a noise outside his cottage, he went to investigate. Unbeknownst to Henry, it was a deadly trap.
Henry came out to see what the disturbance was and saw this figure in black. He had black leather trousers, he had jack boots, a black leather jacket, and a black leather / peak cap.
My teammates just voted
The idea was to look like a Nazi officer.
The man in black was 49-year-old local cinema owner Peter Moore, who was armed with a commando knife. Moore launched an attack on Henry and stabbed him repeatedly.
When Peter Moore kills Henry Roberts, he stabs him 27 times. This is way more violence than he actually needs to end his victim's life.
Moore, in the end, pulled his trousers down and stabbed him in both buttocks. The final humiliation.
Why would he call it mean, though?
I mean, it's so astonishing. On the one hand, you have the respectable businessman. On the other hand, the cold-hearted killer.
Listen.
He was a sexual predator who terrorized men in the north of Wales for nearly 2 decades and would go on to claim 3 more innocent lives in less than 3 months. That makes Peter Moore one of the world's most evil killers.
Who fakes asteroids is not me, Red. I am telling the truth. I am being friendly.
The 25th of December 1995, North Wales. Most people were enjoying the festive period when news broke that a serial killer had been loose in the sleepy seaside town of Kinmel Bay, and he was one of their own.
I think people were very shocked for a number of reasons. It's the only case of serial killing in North Wales, and the fact that all 4 murders were carried out within a short period. The brutality of the murders as well was quite horrendous.
The man responsible was 49-year-old local cinema owner Peter Moore, who'd killed and mutilated 4 people. He would also admit to nearly 50 attacks on men between 1975 and 1995.
I've known him 13, 14 years, and I'd been to his home, I'd spent time with him, and realised that I didn't know him at all. And I mean, there was something quite evil there, and I didn't see the monster because the monster was so well hidden.
Even seasoned detective Dave Morris was shocked by the depravity of the crimes.
It's almost 24 years now since I arrested Peter Moore for those murders. Certainly in my police career, we've never had anything like that in North Wales before. He presented this persona to the outside world that he was a nice gentleman that would do anything for anybody. But deep down he had this dark side to him, which eventually took over his whole persona. And that was just one of a very brutal, psychopathic murderer.
This killer's story begins on the 19th of September 1946. Peter Howard Moore was born in St Helens in Lancashire, in the northwest of England. He was the only child of Edith and Ernest Moore.
He was considered somewhat of a miracle baby because his mother thought she couldn't actually conceive And she essentially doted on him much of his life. He had a close relationship with her.
The simpleton in chat.
She had him when she was well into her 40s. And I think in this way, he does differ quite significantly from a lot of serial killers. Many serial killers, you look at their childhoods, they're full of neglect. But in this case, it seems to be the opposite end of the spectrum. This was somebody who was overindulged, essentially. This was somebody who never faced any consequences for their actions. He could do pretty much whatever he liked.
Peter had a very different relationship with his father.
His father, Ernest Moore, was a disciplinarian, but he certainly didn't make his son's life easy. So he came to loathe his father and adore his mother Edith.
He made some quite strong comments about his father. He suspected that his father was gay, and there are hints that his father had been violent as well. His father, according to Peter Moore, was an alcoholic, and Peter Moore didn't like alcohol.
In 1952, the family moved to Kemble Bay, a small seaside town in northeast Wales.
North Wales Coast is historically a tourist area. In the winter, it's reasonably quiet, and Kemble Bay in particular refers to a sort of community village type atmosphere.
Moore lived in a comparatively substantial house, and his parents were relatively prosperous. They ran ironmongers, a family business.
One detective,
the family was well respected in the area. They provided a much needed service, and especially for the elderly, they didn't have to walk far.
Moore lived a comfortable lifestyle compared to most of the other children in the area.
He was the son of a local shop owner, so I think this would have given him a sense that he was above his peers. He felt superior to them, and this would not have endeared him to the children of this particular part of Wales, many of whom their parents came from working class backgrounds.
At school, Moore was described as being well behaved, but he was a loner, and his height made him stand out from other children.
I think
he was much taller than them. So there's that sense of exclusion from the peer group, but there's also a sense of feeling better than them. And I think his elevated height was something he accorded with elevated status. He felt that he was above them and looked down on them.
He also felt that he was entitled to a lot of things. He was a boy of vanity. That vanity was to emerge as his life went on and turn itself into a much darker quality.
Isolated and alone, Peter developed a passion for film.
Okay, here's what I think.
He had a home cine camera, and I think that instilled in him this fascination with cinema, with movies, with storytelling.
After leaving school, Moore went to work with his father at the hardware shop. For the next 29 years, his passion for the cinema was put on hold. Peter was gay, but kept his sexuality hidden from his parents.
It was something that he didn't feel able to share, because I think at this time, in a very kind of traditional community, being gay was not okay. It was something that was heavily stigmatized.
Remember, until 1967, you could be arrested, convicted and imprisoned for being homosexual in this country. Moore was very aware of that. So although there may have been a certain number of covert relationships as he was beginning to grow through adolescence and into young manhood,
he went down first.
I suspect almost all the time he concealed it as effectively as he possibly could.
After hours, Moore would frequent gay bars in and around Liverpool. He would also travel to London to watch sex shows. It was around this time that he developed an interest in sadomasochism.
One of the fascinations about sadomasochism is that it can arise from comparatively simple things: tying someone up, subjugating them, wanting to be in complete control. And so once that had placed itself in Moore's psyche, I think he took it upon himself always to be dominant, and what's more, always to use his dominance.
Moore also had a fascination with Nazi subculture and memorabilia.
If you accept that Moore wanted to control, there can be no more powerful icon of control than Adolf Hitler and Nazi Germany. The two almost go hand in hand. And there was certainly a tendency in the early 60s for there to be a connection between Nazism and sadomasochism.
His appetite to control men would soon turn violent.
Because of Moore's covert personality, this dominant male,
I think Orange is imposter.
he took great pleasure in homosexual encounters in which he would not only attack a submissive male, he would also demonstrate to other males just how dominant he was. Moore used his homosexuality in that isolated community to become a preying individual. He would prey upon vulnerable homosexuals who didn't know quite how to handle their homosexuality.
I think Peter Moore was well aware of the homophobia that existed in society at that time, and he knew that there was a sense of stigma that the men that he attacked were unlikely to report those attacks. So I think he felt secure in the knowledge that he was targeting a marginalised group. And the more extreme his offending got, he really did feel invincible at this point in time.
Peter Moore's desire for dominance and control was escalating by the day. Soon his need for control would turn violent, and he began to attack random men in the surrounding areas.
Wife AFK. He would go with whichever boyfriend he had at the time, and they would drive around the rural areas looking for older men walking home, generally from the pub. He parked further up the road, and as they walked past, he would jump from behind, normally with a rubber cosh, and he'd severely attack them. Some people were left very, very, very badly injured as a consequence of those attacks.
They were really brutal. People were beaten unconscious. So these were really, really serious physical assaults. And they were almost escalating, I'd say, in ferocity as his need to exert control got even greater.
Despite some of the attacks being reported, Peter Moore's name or any of the men he was with at the time never came up in any of the inquiries.
We were investigating those through the 1980s, but obviously we didn't connect Peter as the man that we were looking for. Peter didn't have any criminal record. There was no reason to suspect him in those days.
Moore continued with the facade as the son of a respectable local businessman, but by night he was a violent predator.
Let's vote,
In 1979, his father Ernest died. Moore had already been running the business, but now he was head of the household too.
He has to be in command, has to look after his mother, has to run the ironmongers, and at the same time wants to make a mark on the local community.
Do your trash thing? Yo, why black on vote everybody? Yo, black.
Moore opened up a video rental section in his shop, which reignited his passion for film. Eventually, he would close the hardware shop, and in 1991, he opened his first cinema. In the winter of 1994, he opened the second one in Holyhead, as fellow cinema owner Lewis Colwell recalls.
I don't know.
He gave the impression that cinemas were for families and children, and that's what Pete believed in. People liked him, people talked to him. He was very approachable.
I might have saw shapeshift.
He became a real pillar of the community in this regard. So he was the one who brought the glitz and the glamour of Hollywood to the rainy, Welsh, sleepy villages.
There can be no doubt that Peter Moore got a great deal of kick out of combining his passion for darkness and his passion for the cinema, and he was absolutely relishing the fact that he had a secret life that he kept hidden from the world.
Life was going well for Moore, but in April 1994, tragedy struck when his beloved mother passed away.
She has been the focus of Moore's life, the focus of trying to keep up appearances. He could never have admitted to his mother any of his secret exploits. Gay relationships, cruising gay areas, but once she was dead, it was quite a different matter. Edith had been the restraint on Peter Moore. Without her, he quickly escalated into what he was probably all along.
With the house to himself, Moore was now free to indulge with his sexual fantasies at home.
could still be green.
While his mother was alive, he kept his interest in sadism and masochism away from the home. After the death of his mother, he brought that side of things into his home life, and there was all sorts of S&M paraphernalia in the rooms. Whippings and floggings had taken place in the property.
I've been such an orange since
the death of his mother had been like a release valve for him, if you like. He didn't have to sort of keep a cap on it anymore. That side had overtaken.
In the summer of 1995, Moore opened a third cinema, the Wedgwood in Denby, and revelled in the limelight.
White. So
the first time I met Peter Moore was when he was about to open the cinema, and he was understandably looking for publicity, and he was always prepared to pose for pictures and always prepared to give a quote.
He was hailed a hero because he came in a blaze of publicity. The newspapers really, went to town. The saviour of cinemas. He was on the 6 o'clock news.
But beneath the veneer of the successful businessman, Moore was financially unstable.
All the cinemas he had were in little North Wales and market towns. They weren't taking any money, they were just ticking over or even running at a loss.
Moore extended himself too quickly. 3 cinemas, all in a shortish space of time. He couldn't allow it to be seen that he was actually struggling. And he certainly couldn't allow it to be seen that he would actually close one of the 3 cinemas. He did quite the opposite. He started to say, I'm going to open a 4th cinema, which of course he never did, because he was simply in financial difficulty.
With the financial pressure mounting, so was Moore's need for control and violence.
Well, what happens in many of these cases is that criminal behavior escalates. He's inflicting pain on others, and then he becomes more and more brutal. And then it escalates to the highest form of sadism, and that is actually killing the victim.
On the 19th of September 1995, Moore decided to buy himself a macabre birthday present to celebrate his 49th birthday.
And he went to a local gun shop in Rhyl, and he bought a very lethal-looking double-bladed commando knife in a sheath. He told me later that he'd been thinking of murdering somebody for some time. The pressure of the bank, the financial situation, everything, he just felt that he wanted to kill somebody.
With murder on his mind, Moore had his eyes set on his first victim, 56-year-old retired railway worker Henry Roberts.
Henry Roberts lived alone in quite a run-down cottage in Anglesey. He was somewhat of a recluse, really. He would go to the local pub, that was his routine. Peter Moore had a cinema in Holyhead, and would drive through in Kimmel Bay. As he was driving along the A5 road, he would pass Henry Roberts every evening, and he decided Henry would be a good person to kill.
Moore then set about putting his devious fantasies into action and paid Henry a visit.
Peter Moore pretends to break down in Henry Roberts' driveway, and Henry comes out to see if he needs any assistance, and the two strike up a conversation. It emerges that they're both interested in Nazi memorabilia. So this particular event has given Peter some knowledge about his victim to be able to plan his next move.
A couple of nights later, Moore returned once again to Henry's cottage, but this time he was armed with his knife and was dressed for the occasion.
He had black leather trousers on, he had jack boots, a black leather jacket, and a black leather /peak cap. The idea, he said, was to sort of look like a Nazi officer. Peter caused a distraction outside to attract Henry out to the cottage. Henry came out to see what the disturbance was, and saw this figure in black.
Moore then launched a brutal attack on the defenceless man.
And he began to stab Henry. When Henry realised that he was under attack, he turned around and tried to get back to the safety of his cottage. He wasn't very steady on his feet, and as he scurried back to his cottage, Peter walked behind him and stabbed him repeatedly. He collapsed near to one of the outhouses in the yard and died.
When Peter Moore kills Henry Roberts, he stabs him 27 times. This is way more violence than he actually needs to end his victim's life.
In a final act of depravity, Moore decided to humiliate his victim.
And after he died, he pulled down his trousers and he stabbed him twice in the buttocks and left him in that position.
So it's not enough just to kill him, he wants to demean him as well. He wants to experience feeling power and control.
Moore left Henry's mutilated body and fled the scene. 4 days later, locals at Henry's pub became concerned when they hadn't seen him.
Finally, one of the regulars went to see what had happened to him and visited his house.
It's
only
great,
to find
100%.
Henry Roberts' dead body
if I don't believe y'all.
outside the house.
Yo, appreciate the jewels.
The regular ran back to the pub and told the landlady who was cleaning the windows to call the police.
North Wales police arrived to investigate.
Originally, when Henry Roberts' body was discovered, the police suspected a burglary had gone wrong. But then, of course, they discovered there was quite a lot of money in the house. At one point, a 21-year-old was arrested, but never charged, of course, because there was no connection to Roberts.
A second man would also be arrested, but later released without charge for the murder. There seemed no obvious motive for the killing, and Peter Moore had seemingly got away with murder, something that gave him a perverse thrill and would only ignite his desire to kill again.
After that first killing, I think Peter Moore would have felt a sense of being back in control. Now that he has externalized that rage, he's taken that out on somebody else, he feels that he has some power back. All those other things that are going on in his life, his mother dying, his financial issues, they don't matter anymore because he's back in control.
Keep in mind, these murders are sexually motivated, and the sexual instinct is very, very strong. And so when someone kills and gets sexually gratified in the way Moore did, they want to do it again.
And that opportunity would come less than a month later, in October that year.
Peter took a night off. He went to Liverpool, drove there in his van, and he went to a club called Paco's, which was a gay bar in Liverpool. I think Edward Carthy was there.
Edward Carthy was 28. His partner had recently killed himself. Edward was obviously deeply upset and took refuge in Paco's. It was there he had the misfortune to encounter Peter Moore.
Moore is smart. He's not going after anybody. He's going after only people he thinks he can get over on. And he's pretty good at detecting who those people are.
Edward, I think he'd had a few to drink, and he approached Peter and started to speak to him. And Edward asked him if he could have a lift home. He said, "Where are you going? I'm watching North Wales.
Okay, I don't know.
Can you give me a lift back to Birkenhead?"
Edward gets into Moore's transit van, and he falls asleep. Moore decides that he's not going to take Edward back to his flat. Instead, he's going to take him to his old hunting ground in North Wales. Edward wakes up and realises that he's nowhere near Birkenhead, and in fact he's in rural Wales. I think at that moment Edward feared for his life, and he tries to jump out of the transit van.
Moore pulled into the forest track and stopped the engine. He then ordered Edward Carthy to get out of the van.
Edward Carthy starts to panic, and according to Peter Moore, he said, "You're not one of those Nilsson types, are you?"
And Moore says, barely flinching, "Yes, I am." And he stabs him 4 times. And he disposes of Edward's body, hides him off the track in the midst of the forest.
Unlike Henry Roberts, Edward wasn't reported missing.
The family didn't notice anything unusual because Edward was quite transient. He would come and he would go.
In the space of a month, Peter Moore has committed 2 murders. And got clean away with both of them.
Moore felt invincible, and on the 30th of November, just over a month after killing Edward Carthy, he was about to strike for a 3rd time.
Late in November, Moore is once again on the hunt for another victim. Of all unlikely places,
I go to right side.
it's on a roadside of roadworks on the A5, the main road across North Wales and into Anglesey. And as he's driving back to his own house, he happens to see a caravan with its lights on.
The caravan was a temporary home for 49-year-old Keith Randalls, a security manager from Chester.
Got a couple of pints in the pub and then bought some chips from the chip shop and taken them back to the caravan where he'd sort of spent the evening then watching telly, his youngest daughters, and just spent the night with them.
Okay, Loki.
Dressed in black, Moore approached the worksite.
He bangs on the door of the caravan. Keith wasn't expecting anyone to knock at the door on that night. He certainly wasn't expecting a black-clad Peter Moore standing in front of him. He's barely opened the door when Moore launches an attack on him and starts to stab him. Keith fights back. There is a struggle. Moore, in the end, overpowers him brutally, ruthlessly, stabbing him repeatedly. Keith had defensive wounds on his hands where he tried to stop Moore.
And during the attack, Keith Randalls, according to Peter Moore, asked him why he was doing it.
It's also probably
and his reply, chillingly, was for fun.
Despite Keith putting up a fight, he succumbed to his horrific injuries. Moore was unfazed by the vicious attack and calmly left the crime scene. But he'd made a mistake.
As he sort of went back to his house and was getting ready to go to bed, he realised he had a black clip-on tie. And it obviously come off during the fight. So he had to drive back to the murder scene to recover his black tie.
With Keith lying dead outside the caravan, Moore decided to violate his victim further.
Just as he'd done with Henry Roberts, pulled down Keith Randall's trousers and he stabbed him in the genitals.
Can you skip and I
Another act of humiliation, to defile the victim, to render them an object, and also to increase Moore's own sexual gratification.
The father of two was found by workmen as they arrived for work that morning.
It's a very difficult one to understand, and it must be very difficult for Keith Randall's family to understand why he should be subjected to such a horrific attack just for doing a job and staying where he did.
The police were now aware of 2 dead bodies in just over 2 months. The body of Edward Carthy remained undiscovered in Clocaenog Forest.
Again, there was no obvious motive, there was no direct link, so the murder investigation was launched again. So the 2 murder investigations running at the same time on Anglesey.
With no one suspecting the triple murderer, cinema owner Moore was free to continue with his deviant desires, and soon had his eyes set on his next victim.
Tony Davis worked in the crematorium in Colwyn Bay, a family man. He left home quite late and told his wife he was going to visit his aunt and take a meal to her. She had recently had an operation, and so he went to Pensan, which is near Abergele, where she lived.
Jack, would you like to stream if you have not?
At some point in the early hours of the 18th of December, Moore spotted 40-year-old Anthony Davis at Pensan Beach, armed with his knife.
We weren't on the title.
Anthony was a strong man who didn't give up without a fight.
Anthony fought back, and what happened was the knife had been turned on Peter on his arm during the scuffle.
Anthony Davis was stabbed 5 times in the chest and once in the back. He eventually died from his injuries. The heartless killer then tended to his own wounds.
He took Anthony's coat and wrapped it round his injury and left the scene with the coat still round his arm.
And 2 people already, 3 people already left the game.
He washed the coat and he hung it up in his house.
Meanwhile, Anthony's wife grew concerned when her husband didn't return home that evening.
At about 4:30, now the Monday morning, she rings the elderly aunt and says, "You've seen Anthony?" And the lady says, "No, he left at 12:30.
She suspected that her husband had been to Pensard Beach sometime before. And so she asked one of his brothers to go to the beach to have a look.
The brothers set off to look for Anthony. Anthony's wife has not just simply found his brother's police, she's also found the police. And in one of the most terrible ironies of this dreadful event is that the brothers and the police arrive almost simultaneously at the beach to discover Anthony's mutilated
wires in a leg.
Police found Anthony's car parked in the car park, but it was locked. They then discovered his body on the shore. The police knew they had to act fast to catch their killer. Dave Morris was part of the investigation team.
The senior investigating officer was aware of the reputation that Pensard Beach had as being a meeting place for gay men, so made an appeal to the gay community to try and identify who might be the person responsible for this particular murder in Pensard.
But at the outset, there really wasn't much movement. Until finally, the local North Wales police were persuaded to open an anonymous tip line for gay men.
Yellow is hard,
we had a very good
Rose
response,
hopped at the same time
and
as yellow,
one thing that became quite clear was that there was a male who dressed in black leather jacket and black trousers who had historically attacked men on Pensard Beach and robbed them. He'd taken property belonging to them, watches and the like, and this had been going on for some period of time. Another line of inquiry that we had was a transit van had been seen on Pensard Beach at around the time of the murder, certainly over that nighttime period. So there were two focuses to the investigation. One to try and identify the driver of the van, and the other to try and identify the unknown man in black.
Dave would finally get a breakthrough from an anonymous caller 48 hours into the investigation.
Somebody had called on the hotline and described being picked up on Pensard Beach and taken to a house in Kinmore Bay where he'd been attacked, and he described himself as being lucky to get away with his life. I followed the loose direction given by the caller, and I was able to identify Peter Moore's house. I was aware of Peter Moore from my time as a uniformed police officer. Peter was running the hardware shop and would quite frequently phone for police assistance. I was aware that Peter's a gay man, that he liked to wear black leather clothing. So I came back to the incident room in Colwyn Bay and reported to that. He identified the house, and the house was owned by a gentleman called Peter Moore.
The police also had a breakthrough with the van that was spotted at the murder scene.
Two other detectives came in, and they established that there was a van hire company in Denbigh who had hired a white transit van to a guy called Peter Moore. And at that point, the decision was made to arrest him.
The police had now identified the man in black as Peter Moore. On the 21st of December 1995, they now had a warrant to arrest the 49-year-old.
We went out in the morning. There was a team of 4 detectives. We went in 2 vehicles. And as we approached the house, I saw the van driving away. So we fell in behind it and we began to follow the vehicle.
Moore was on his way to pick up a colleague, unaware that he was being followed.
He turned into a housing estate in Abergele. He pulled up outside the house and just sat in the van. So I took the decision to get out of the police car and approach the van. I'd opened the door of the transit van, and he was quite surprised. I identified myself, took the keys out of the van, undid the safety belt and asked him to come out of the van. We just told him he was under arrest on suspicion of the murder of Tony Davis.
Dave would also make a shocking discovery in the front seats of the van.
There was a hold-all bag, and when that bag was searched,
can you do a stream of viewers?
I was quite surprised by his reaction because I would have expected him to be quite shocked, quite inquisitive, asking why he was arrested. He didn't ask any questions, he just totally accepted the situation and came with me to my police car.
Dave was tasked with interviewing Moore for the murder of Anthony Davis, but had no idea he was responsible for 3 further murders.
And by now, we'd recovered the coat that belonged to Tony Davis. We'd recovered the murder weapon. He still wouldn't agree that he was the murderer, but nonetheless was charged with the murder of Tony Davis.
With the killer now safely in custody, the police made a thorough search of Moore's property.
Yellow GG.
A VHS video recorder had been stolen from a caravan that Keith Randall's lived in. As luck would have it, we actually have the serial number of the VHS video
said
recorder.
It's yellow, then he left
and
the
when
game,
the search team searched Peter's house,
so if we don't
they found
just skip
this recorder underneath his settee, and when they pulled it out and compared the serial number, it was the actual VHS recorder that was stolen from the caravan in Llangefni.
Black is probably the imposter.
The police also found other incriminating items in his house.
There was a swastika flag taken from Henry's cottage as a memento. Tony's keys were all found in the fish pond in the backyard, so it was property from all scenes at the home address. He'd also kept the newspaper cuttings from the local papers of the investigations, so we'd be following those quite closely as well.
Moore is one of those serial killers who keeps things that belong to his victims, and this isn't particularly unusual because they want to relive those memories of the suffering and the murders that they've carried out. It really is incredibly chilling.
So I still kept holding reflection on the murder investigation.
I should just kept running.
So once I'd finished my interview with him, and at this stage there was no admissions, one of the sergeants from the incident room stepped forward and said, "You're now under arrest." Keith Randall's. So that took him by surprise. He hadn't expected that at all.
With the evidence mounting, Moore decided that he wanted to start talking.
It was 2:30 in the morning. Phone call. Peter Moore wants another interview. He wants to admit 4 murders to you. Will you come in? During that initial interview, he admitted the murder of Henry Roberts, the murder of Tony Davis on Pensarn. He also admitted the murder of Keith Randalls in the caravan in Llangefni, and then told us about the murder of Edward Carthy that at that time we didn't know about. My opinion is that he made the admissions because it was his way of regaining control of the situation.
The police quickly set about locating the body of Edward Carthy.
Basically, he was given an ordnance survey map of the area, which he circled where the body would be.
Detectives. Like,
bro, the map, and then search team went out.
On the 23rd of December, badly decomposed, the body is where Peter Moore says it would be. He tells the police, and I quote, "It's built up over a long time. I must admit, I've always had a tendency towards violence." He also tells them that he had a fifth victim in mind, his bank manager, who he said hadn't dealt with him fairly.
The police continued to question Moore about the other murders and attacks he'd committed.
He described him as a job well done. In fact, he'd actually murdered 4 innocent men. Nothing to him. During that same interview, as well as the 4 murders that he admitted, he also told us that he'd been attacking lone males at night, mainly in the Conwy Valley, the whole of rural North Wales, and parts of rural Cheshire, from the 1970s through to the late 1980s.
Peter Moore was eventually charged for all 4 murders. As he awaited his trial date, he decided to blame the attacks on someone else.
He tells the police that it wasn't him, it was Jason, his friend. He was simply there at the time, but Jason, his gay friend, did it. Jason was named after a character in a movie, not surprisingly Friday the 13th.
Meanwhile, news broke that a serial killer had been on the loose in the small town of Kinmel Bay, and it shocked the locals.
In one word, horror, that a man who appeared to be a respectable businessman brought the cinema back to life in North Wales, could have been killing people and attacking people. It was very hard to believe.
You know, you get these people who go around fighting, God knows what, you think they might. But this bloke wasn't that kind of bloke. He looked harmless. I never felt threatened. I never felt uncomfortable. When they said, "My God, Peter Moore murdered," I think, oh my God, my blood runs cold to think I've been in the house, on my own with this man.
The trial took place on the 11th of November 1996 at Mould Crown Court in North Wales. The callous killer took the opportunity to revel in the spotlight.
Peter Moore's behaviour at his trial really is evidence of his sadism. Firstly, that he didn't immediately plead guilty, because doing so would have spared his victims' families the trauma of a trial. And also because he had silenced those victims. He was the one in control of the narrative. He was the one who everybody was looking at, and he was enjoying that.
The jury were presented with evidence taken from Moore's house, as well as police footage from the property.
The footage was such a strange, incongruous mixture of stuff. Items such as truncheons, German caps, police helmets, sadomasochistic stuff. And then the camera pan to show fluffy toys on the pillows and chintz curtains, and I think it's really odd. It just showed the completely separate worlds that Peter Moore operated in.
The heartless killer continued to manipulate the story.
Peter Moore presented to the jury of 8 men and 4 women that it wasn't him that was really responsible. It was the mysterious Jason. Throughout his time in the witness box, being cross-examined by then Alex Carlisle, QC, that it was all Jason's fault. There was a memorable piece of cross-examination, in fact, when Carlisle said to him, "Is Jason in court?" "No." "Oh, can you see him?" "No." "You invented him, didn't you?" "No."
Okay, nobody saw that.
In denying what he did to the courts, he was reliving the murders. He was listening to the facts again in court. He took pleasure from listening to that.
Okay, this
he was enjoying his notoriety.
Like a sneaky
outside
kill.
court, he didn't mind his photograph being taken. He just failed to realise the tragedies that he'd caused and the heartbreak that he'd left for families.
Okay, so 10 was
he played to the media. He showed his handcuffs. He displayed to them when they had the cameras on him. Keep in mind, Moore's a nobody. So if he could have national attention, of course he's going to play to the media and get his little bit of infamy.
Family were there in the public gallery, and they had to sit there and listen for 3 weeks to all of the details of the murder of their loved ones. You know, I thought that was very, very cruel.
Okay, 2 kills win the game.
It took them 2 hours and 35 minutes to convict Moore of the 4 murders.
Listen, we can't
one of Alex Carlisle's quotes to him about him.
Okay,
the man in black. Black thoughts and the blackest of deeds.
But listen, we can still double kill.
And that was what gave Peter Moore the nickname that he still has of the man in black.
Too early.
He was called, and I quote, a violent and predatory sadist who was obsessed by the Nazis. And also, as the judge put it, one of the most dangerous men ever set foot in Wales.
Where's the team at?
On the 29th of November 1996, Peter Moore was sentenced to a whole life tariff and was eventually sent to HMP Wakefield. He appealed his life sentence to the European courts, but was rejected several times. Even behind bars, he craved
Gray's not even thinking.
I received numerous letters from prison. Many of them dealt with his proposed appeal. Others dealt with civil actions against both his police and some former friends of his. I think the letters were really a continuation. He liked being the focus of attention.
Peter Moore was a coward who took advantage of a social climate, who took advantage of the vulnerabilities of other people, and he's a very dangerous man, and he's exactly where he belongs.
It'll be many years before Peter Moore is forgotten, and I think when people drive past in Kimmel Bay, they still point to the house where he used to live.
He still remains one of the most brutal killers in the history of North Wales Police. My hope is that we never have another Peter Moore in North Wales. He was a very, very, very ruthless man, and to kill people as a form of stress relief, I think.
Alright, imposter game again.
He was a sadistic predator who terrorized the north of Wales for 2 decades, preying on those who were vulnerable. He brutally murdered and mutilated 4 men in cold blood for fun, just to satiate his devious sexual desires. Undoubtedly, Peter Moore is one of the world's most evil killers.
Has to be blue. Has to be blue. And listen. There's 2 detectives, by the way, too. I just arrived there. Yellow, where'd you go after you did wires from a leg? Rose, did you see someone? Okay, it gotta be Phantom. The boss of my events at Shield. Can nobody answer my question? Listen, we do got possibly 2 detectives, by the way.
Good morning.
So I don't want to be too grouped up.
Good morning. How we doing, everybody? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. What happened here? They updated my little chat box window here.
Bad shapeshift. Maybe somebody come watch me.
They updated my little chat box window here. I guess I'm gonna have to redo my chat box where I see all of you at once
faking shields
after
is
the
more
stream today. So I'm gonna have to pull up. Oh boy, I'm gonna have to pull up all of my chats today. Fuck.
Oh, watch. Well. Tan gonna think.
I guess we're popping out all the chats individually. Good morning, everybody.
Sorry, I'm a little late. Tan's gonna think something.
I woke up this morning and I realized that oh, this is gonna be confusing for me today. Just one day we gotta get through it like this. I woke up this morning and I realized that I had not went and bought any new coffee lately.
Wait.
So I had to order it, and it's still not here. I had to DoorDash my coffee this morning because I forgot to go to the store yesterday and buy coffee. So I'm still waiting.
Who's the detective?
I'm still waiting, and it just keeps getting delayed. I don't know what the fuck is happening. I don't know what happened. It was supposed to be here 5 minutes ago, and now it's not going to be here till like 7:20.
Okay.
I know, first world problems. I know.
Yo, Tan, you're a simpleton, by the way.
But yeah.
Taskbar probably didn't move, and yeah, bro.
That's what's going on in my world today.
My teammate's Loki not.
How about you guys? How's your morning going so far?
My detective.
Why don't you play Battlefield 6? Because that shit is a fucking snooze fest,
tracking
brother.
People? Cyan tracking people?
Battlefield 6. Ugh.
Yeah, probably gotta kill Cyan.
Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, what am I gonna fucking survive on? I mean, I got some water.
Right here, right now.
But yeah, anyway, tell me yap about not having coffee if maybe we could just shoot the shit for a few minutes.
You reported everybody.
Today we are continuing what we were doing yesterday. I said we were probably gonna do this today and tomorrow, but we are in
Yellow Kill.
Free Kit Friday mode on Thursday.
Listen, if I keep shaking,
my goal will be to cause as much chaos and mischief as possible, using only free kits and potentially coming out with big rewards. It's either we're winning or we're not.
So it's not so.
And honestly, I was talking about this with you guys yesterday, but I think some of the most fun I have in this game is playing with free kits and not even spending the time building my loadout, just going in with borderline nothing. And seeing where you end up by the end of it all. I think that's half of what makes extraction shooters fun for me. Is that type of play style. So.
Okay, shapeshift to white. Bro, his visual's not on or off, bro.
Try it out for a bit.
Okay, listen. I'm gonna assume they're off. I'm gonna fake mid skin walk.
Dude, this is hard. I have literally 4 different chat box windows open now instead of 1 condensed with all of you guys because I have to update my software and I didn't want to do it while we were live. I didn't expect that to happen this morning, but it did.
What are you doing? Yo, Orange actually sucks.
Get some melee kills only today. I mean,
Orange actually
if that was If that was like relatively possible, I would, but melee kind of sucks in this game. Scotty, thank you for the 29 months. Good morning.
Who's trying to kill them?
How do you like the game? Well, I had like 450 hours
Chat,
in it,
listen,
so.
this is why you have to fix your settings. I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna kill somebody else. Like this is why you have to fix your settings, by the way.
Is there a skill that lets you knock down with fists only?
Like
no.
shapeshift, listen, he's thinking I'm gonna unshapeshift.
I mean, there's a couple of skills in here that makes it like melee abilities cost less stamina, stuff like that. But the melee seems to really only be beneficial against Arc, and even then, you gotta get close enough to Arc to be able to hit him anyway. So it's a weird. There's a couple of skill trees, skill points in that conditioning skill tree that like they seem like they'd be fun, and then you try to use them and it's just not practical at all.
Bro, Orange, bro, you could have killed one person, bro, at least. And no, what my other teammate doing? Rose, where you? No, Rose killed somebody.
First game.
I think. Just skip. Didn't see Rose. Maybe
Where?
Rose. Hopefully Rose don't get voted.
Zipline, blaze grenade. Okay.
Rose might be shapeshift.
Okay.
I'll probably just skip. Okay, we good. All right, bro. Teammates, 2 kills win.
Okay.
Come on.
Did the abysmal new COD make you give up on the franchise? I've kind of been.
All right, shapeshift does last like for a while, forever, to be honest. By the way, bad spot the shapeshift. I mean, definitely
the last 2 games, I would say.
I'm risky.
Almost 3.
Clear road.
But yeah, more or less what you said. More or less what you said, my friend. Black Ops 7. I didn't even buy Black Ops 7. So it's the first Call of Duty I like. It's the first time I haven't bought a Call of Duty since I started doing this as a job. GG. So at least 7 years, 8 years. But yeah, I didn't really have any interest this year.
Are so dumb.
And then this came out.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
Raiders was kind of like my big transition away from Call of Duty in like a meaningful way. And now, like, legitimately, it was probably the best career move I ever could have made, switching to extraction shooters recently because of how like the hype they've had. The end goal is always to be more of a variety shooter player anyway. Like, I want to be able to play whatever shooters come out.
Crazy,
I think we're at that point where I can kind of play whatever shooter game comes out. I could probably play whatever game I want and still have an audience at this point. It's been years in the making, but mainly shooters because that's what I like.
Chat, make sure you like your stream if you have not. What time you usually stream? 6 p.m. Eastern.
But yeah, Call of Duty's kind of. Just not. Just not what I'm looking for in a game anymore, man. That's really. It doesn't get any deeper than that either. Like, there's not like no grand explanation. I just think the game is kind of going downhill, and I don't really enjoy it anymore.
Alright, so 1 engineers, 2 detectives. I should be the only one. If I'm not mistaken.
Uh-oh.
Gray. Okay, Gray's doing that. Gray, I don't know. Gray Maroons on left side. I'm gonna go to...
Sweet. Alright. Okay. See, here's what we can do.
Gray.
We can loot these things that we're killing right now. Even though we're coming out of a free kit, we got to be resourceful here if we want to leave with more than we came in with. By resourceful, I mean we're just going to pick up these shield rechargers and these WASP drivers. Okay.
10.
Pussy.
A leg.
Pussy.
I'm in weapons.
Oh, he had Kick in his name, no wonder.
No wonder he's never mind. Wait, who's in storage? I don't know if it is or not. I want purple at calf right now.
But yeah, we're fucking around today. Free kit shenanigans all day. I don't think anybody was hiding in the bushes there. No, I think that guy kind of just Yeah, I don't think he was hiding in the bushes. I think he saw me fighting the Ark and then just came over. Yeah. Marathon will be the new Fortnite. It will break records. No, it won't, brother. I'm sorry, but that's no.
Okay, is vent time?
You're just rage baiting at that point.
Or am I tripping? It is.
That's like the least obvious rage bait ever. Ark Raiders is not even the next Fortnite, and this is the most casual we're ever gonna get. So,
orange. I mean, I thought it was just
when's the next video you're dropping besides live streams? I don't know, brother. I'm gonna be honest with you. I haven't really felt like inclined to make long form videos in a little bit. I really only make long form videos when I feel like making them. They're not like they're not a super mainstay of my channel, as you can see with how hella inconsistent I am with them. Sometimes, I mean, I went 3 months without posting a long form.
Was it a shapeshift?
So I really don't know.
All right, I'm gonna leave after this.
After playing Ark Raiders for as much as I have and putting out so many long form videos that took like so long to make, I kind of got burnt out on it, to be honest with you. I've done most of the really cool ideas that I wanted to do, and I still got some ideas that I'm kind of like reserving for future updates when there's actual like new content around Ark Raiders and there's a little bit of buzz back in the game again. But right now, a lot of the content I see around this game that does really well right now and gets pushed is like,
it was orange.
I hate to say it, but almost like loadout videos, like from Warzone in a way. Like,
what do you think? I'm not reading,
fucking $30,000 Stitcher, blah blah. You know what I mean? Like, and I just don't.
Like, just because like I don't read it.
The story stuff still does well, but it's not banging as hard as it initially was when the game came out, because the hype has kind of died down a little bit. So I'm kind of waiting to use some of my best ideas for when there's more buzz around the game again.
My fault? It is your fault, bro.
That's all. That's all. What do I got? I got a kettle this run? It's a late raid too, though. Ooh, Generator Hall is the final expo. We could. Try to do the same thing we were doing last time. If we can get out of the fucking open before we get recognized this time. Do a little bit of ratting on the exfil. This is the final one after all. Why do you stream so early in the morning and end around 11 a.m.? Because this is my job, brother. And that is my schedule. Why does anybody go to work at any of the times they want to go to work? Or have to go to work? That's just my schedule, brother man. That's just my schedule.
There's 2 of each crewmate role, and there's only one.
All right.
Of each only one detective, and one of each imposter.
All right.
We got wires and we got car swipe. Orange from the right side.
No.
White. Lime just drive by kill. By the way. The lime is dead, so shape of white. I mean, lime shape.
All those right point. All right. This is it's a tough thing to get an angle on, unless you have a sniper.
That was fast.
Those drives don't necessarily lend themselves to sight. Oh god, it's gonna be tough.
Okay, but like the shapeshift came from
tough to rat somebody out here.
Maybe left side.
Like I can see him from inside the bus.
Purple vented.
see him from here, though. Oh, no, I guess I can. It's right there.
Yo, appreciate the jewels.
Super rat. Super rat.
I'm a big fan. Happy you say hi. Sup with you, bro.
I don't stream all day, and yes, I am ratting.
Okay, White almost gets voted. I don't know.
I don't stream all day.
Hey,
I stream like I stream like 5 hours maximum. Maximum 5 hours, because I need the other time to edit videos. So today you'll probably see another short form popping out tonight. I don't know what story it's going to be, but there will 100% be another short form video coming out tonight, because I already saw somebody ask. We got the Gallows story. We got a lot of old stories that you guys probably have forgotten about. Maybe some of you have never even seen them because they happened like a few weeks ago. But we got a lot more short form content on the way, because there's so many mini stories that we can be writing. But if you guys really want another long form video, I'll put something together. We have all the footage recorded for the grenade video, and I just never finished it, and that's gonna be a really good video. So I think that's probably the one that we start working
2
on.
kills happen. Yellow Rose is over here.
You do have the best thumbnails, I'd say.
White.
Oh well, thank you, dude. That's extremely kind of you. I don't
Shapeshift
necessarily always agree that thumbnails are the thing that I'm trying to improve on the most. I'm glad you like them. We want 12-hour streams. You'll never get 12-hour streams. Sorry, brother. You're in the wrong channel.
The killing admin?
You're in the wrong channel.
I did it? Yo, dude.
Did you ever do the trust your mom video on the rat turning his back on you? No, that is kind of the grand finale of, I believe. Shit, was that the grand finale of the grenade video that day? The dude that betrayed me when my mom said I shouldn't trust him. My mom was in the stream. My mom was like, something feels fishy about this guy. It feels like a setup, and then I died. Was that the ending of the grenade video we were filming for? Okay, then there you go. That's the next long form video. I just gotta script it. I have all the footage. I have the intro in my mind, how I want it to play out.
Okay,
I just gotta start working on that.
Right?
So yeah, we'll work.
Said I'm engineer.
We'll work on that video next.
I
don't know what I'm gonna title that video.
Crewmate Row.
The grenade one? Like, I need it to be like clickbaity enough for people to click it and be interested, but also not give away the entire video. That's a
green.
Yes, we are extract camping right now. This is the first iteration.
Yeah, bro, gonna fix it
today. Of us causing some chaos with 3 kits. I'm waiting till I get my coffee. I had to order coffee this morning because I forgot to.
Definitely happening. About shapeshift
of white killed again. Perfect by the end of this round. And then once I got some caffeine in my system, we can do some fucking just wild shit. Taking it slow, waking up.
Okay, listen, we gotta vote somebody. Yellow and green was in there. Rose
my mom's 6 cents. Yeah, my mother's instincts, and I didn't even see it coming. She did.
Orange or pink. White was good, bro. It's orange.
They did. I'm afraid our next map is going to be outdoors again. Afraid? I prefer the next map to be outdoors. What do you mean afraid? I don't want another Stellamonte.
Skip. Skip.
I don't want another Stellamonte. One Stellamonte is enough for me. I prefer the next map to be largely outside, just like the rest of them are. With some buildings strewn about.
I mean, I guess.
Oh no, they're gonna do it.
Okay, yeah, it's probably pink also then. What? It's like it's between orange and pink. Skip, I suppose.
They hit my jolt mine. Fucking loser ass arc.
I repeat, 10 minutes.
All right, well this is gonna fail spectacularly now.
We lost the game. Two kills win, but it's not guaranteed, but it's pretty likely. Yeah, okay, listen, pink hanging by the bun. Wanna why pink? Cause listen, pink finna call a sabotage.
This Rocketeer on me? Yes, he is. Okay, well the jig is up, so this is not gonna work.
If pink goes up, pink might call me in.
hear someone running though. Looks like we're gonna have to rat the old-fashioned way. We're gonna have to hit this guy with a little old-fashioned.
I scanned, dude. Vote pink also started accusing me. Listen, it might also be orange. I don't know. But listen, it is pink. He said yellow because yellow was in a lake already. But listen, pink is the shape.
Do you thirst them after ratting or usually let them live? It depends on the mission.
Pink is one of the imposters.
It depends on the mission.
Okay, listen, the only person who I know it's not, it's not tan. Rose claims engineer is not
You guys
10.
hear these footsteps too, right?
Orange could have called comms again for a double
Is he
kill.
outside?
Green leaves the scene, by the way. Why did Green leave? Calling me in.
Or is he down low in the tunnels?
Bro's sighing.
No, bro, I don't hear a Rocketeer. Yeah, he's outside.
Okay, if Rose engineer, bro, it might be green and yellow. Shoot yellow.
He's got an anvil. Great kettle shots from your boy.
Okay, I don't know about yellow. It's definitely, it's probably
some
green.
would say the best kettle shots, actually. Did he pick up
Green
my fucking
first,
lost drive?
Orange is probably still orange, but listen.
Oh, he's gotta die. Now he's gotta die. Oh, no, he didn't. They're still here.
Listen, I don't know about yellow. It's probably green, though. Green first. Listen, I'd rather risk voting green and being wrong than let them double kill.
Can I see them from over here?
Alright, I think the last imposter is now orange. Orange. Alright, now listen, we can relax a little bit. We don't gotta like be tweaking the color me. I think the last imposter is orange.
Did they fucking disappear? Like where they? I don't know. They're still there. They're just tiny.
Don't have to color me. Don't have to get fancy. Rose might be actual engineer.
Okay, well, there's not much time left.
Okay, Rose doing that. Listen, it's between yellow or orange.
There's not much time left, so eventually one of us is gonna have to press this button. Scared him away with all of our incredible shots.
Orange was near cans. Yellow's in calves. I didn't kill no one.
Any last words?
5 minutes left. Go find your way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
Listen, orange first. If it's not orange, it's yellow.
That was a nasty head glitch too.
I just have my suspicions about orange because orange said something like a couple rounds ago.
I don't think you're the guy I'm looking for. I'm gonna be honest.
Listen.
Let me inspect you. Hold on.
Okay, bro. I don't know how you guys. Okay, bro. I don't know how you guys got that idea.
Let me inspect you. Let me inspect you. Hold on. Let me inspect you.
All right, and the game is over. All right, G,
solid,
easy, money, GG. Hey, Imposter, you're the lesbian. You come good at the game. Science on something, but
I don't
good
know if you're the guy I'm looking
Where
for.
Where did the Science was getting these accusations?
What do you got on your back right there? You don't seem to have an anvil. I don't think you're the guy.
That means they want a double or a triple. Never listen to Blue.
Is that what?
Okay, listen. Pink. Okay.
I have no ammo, so.
Chat. Who's confused?
That's not
on
the
how
guy.
the
guy that I was shooting had an
If
anvil.
you're confused, I will explain once, not twice. I will explain once. If
he's dead.
Everyone's confused.
Well.
All right. Pink.
Rattler.
Okay, the reason why I thought it was orange. If you go back in the stream, orange and the means was saying,
hold on a second.
Them, blah blah blah. He was trying to vote you out. He was saying some sus stuff that I think I said something about. Okay, I knew it was pink because when there was how many people? 8 people. Pink stood.
Anvil guy's got to still be around.
No. Because I know it was pink around before. How do I know it was pink around? I don't know. You got to rewatch it. I was talking while the game was going on. I forget. I'm not gonna lie. But listen. I knew it was yellow and somebody else. I knew it was green because green ran away from comms. And that was orange. Everything else. Okay. Shapeshift of yellow. Bro, I swear I just saw who ran over here.
You're not Anvil guy. Where's Anvil guy? Oh, you are Anvil guy.
Bro, was that 10?
He's got it in his back pocket.
It was a 10.
Guy's got an anvil and a Venator, dude. Oh, Berletta.
Okay,
Berletta.
Okay. Bro, I think 10 killed a shapeshifter, bro.
That's
I'm not gonna lie.
Diabolical combo, the double pistol. Oh man, that Rattler is something, huh?
But I knew it was green, but because
my coffee has arrived.
I knew it was orange because orange.
So I'm gonna leave you guys with a Brewster. I'm gonna go grab my Joe.
Are the best.
And an anvil is that's a heavy combo. Not heavy.
Why it's been quiet this round? Are they AFK? I'm gonna track 10. Oh, it's time my bad. Was it green? Okay, I have no idea who ran right side. It was somebody. It was like kind of obvious. I mean, it don't matter. Hey, listen, somebody in the chat's probably typing who it was, stuff like that. Listen, I'm not reading the chat to see who it was, cause that's called cheating. Cause listen, you can pause the stream, you can rewind the stream. Yeah, I'm not doing all that. All right, gray is clear. I'm gonna track 10, cause that's what my intuition is saying. Who goes back to nap that many times? Green. Maroon, where you at? I'm clear. Did asteroids? Storage, green, question mark?
I'm all tangled up. I'm all tangled up.
Shoot.
I'm all tangled up. Do I wakeboard? No. No, I do not. I do not do any wakeboarding.
Shoot green. It's green. I mean, I have no idea.
I do not.
Maybe green was the shapeshift. I don't know. Fan looked like he was looking for kills. Listen, if it's not
Dodo, thank you for the prime. Good morning.
If it's not green, it's probably white. Rose and white are the other imposters. GG's boys.
There we go. Are you normally only running solos when you stream? Yeah, I don't really stream with anybody on this game. I've pretty much exclusively streamed solos since I started playing this.
Was green a shapeshifter? Bro, we get that information.
Sipping on some coffee, my friend. I had ordered Dunkin' Donuts coffee this morning.
It's not rose. It's not gray.
Queen is guarding it with her
It's
life.
not pink.
Only engage if you've brought your best gear. Lots
It's not
of battles.
white, rose,
It's a very
gray, or
good plan.
Which could be worse, I guess. It's all right.
Is brown AFK?
The dunks down in Florida are actually not terrible. I might just die right here.
Tan was just right here, by the way.
Sweet Jeebus.
Cyan? Okay, Cyan might just vibrate. An admin self
not starting off hot. Not starting off the hottest. We got the kettle again.
I left. Okay, Grace
I'm down to one bandage and a jolt mine.
It's 100%. It's 100%. Grace
to engage in fuckery.
Last imposter is brown or gray.
Oh, fucking give me a break! Why is the arc so aggressive today? Why am I so fat and lazy?
Yo, appreciate the dono.
You're a cool dude.
Appreciate it, bro. Definitely don't appreciate it.
It's like they know. Oh, there's more than just one. Sweet, yeah. Little bit of damage on the way down. Hell yeah. Appreciate that. Already getting shot at.
I don't have visual.
Guy in the bush.
I'm scientist. Not me. Okay, I don't know how other people got cleared, but
so I'd say this is going like 10 out of 10 experience for us right now. 10 out of 10 free kid experience at the moment.
So is green the shapeshift? Are we sure it's brown?
Damn, I'm having to block a lot of people on TikTok Live today. A lot of spammy bots over there today.
Okay, brown.
I can see the chat oddly more than I usually can. Just because I have to update my chat software. It's bugging out.
Black? I say brown.
So yeah, guys, I'm not really looking to like collab with anybody on Arc Raiders. I'm just gonna keep it a buck with you. I'm kind of a lone wolf on this game. Kind of have a sour taste in my mouth from the whole collab thing from recent issues. So probably not going to be happening anytime soon. I wouldn't plan on it anyway.
Vote pink for accusing. Loki, we can just vote brown. I'm not gonna lie.
A little bit lag.
Oh, so I have trash. Okay, listen, I'm gonna vote brown. You and 10 good duos.
Give me that.
Man, I guess.
I'm literally just trying to get this arc to un-aggro off of me. That's all I'm trying to do right
Alfred, here. I guess. I don't know.
Security breach in here. That would be nice to get. I need these guys to kindly fuck off, though. Here we go. This is a free kid's dream right here. Finding one of these.
Why
depending on what you get.
On the exact same time, by the way.
I mean, you're not gonna.
Okay.
You're not gonna get much more. Well, you can get more lucky than that for sure. I still have no shields, though.
Okay, hopefully somebody watched Black Dude trash. Tan came from right side.
So everything that we're gonna have to do, we're gonna have to do it dry.
Cav. It's lime. It's lime or white.
Yeah, we can kill a little bit of arc and get some batteries for shields. This is a, what is it? Arc harvester? That what's going on? I love these. I love how arc harvesters have been in the morning, because these lobbies you can actually kind of get down with some fuckery, because usually people are focused on doing that, and that's when I swoop into the shadows and I just fuck with people. A lot of times these towers won't even be looted. And now there might be somebody up here ratting too, because you do run into rats doing the same shit up.
Like why is it not tan? I'm safe. Tan and lime clear me. Why is it not
untouched? Let's see if we can hit a quick regain up here before we go on our fuckery shenanigans.
I skipped.
Significantly reduces vertical recoil. Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Listen.
Little bandage action.
It should be lime, but
I really just want like. Go check the weapons case.
It should be lime based off of just.
Go check the weapons case.
I guess you could say common
Not there.
sense. Bro, don't call me, bro.
There we go. There we go.
Don't gamble to more evidence. Yeah, Tan, how know you clear?
Give me like another heavy fuse or something.
Lime or me, but I have medbay and shield.
I mean, we could loot the probe.
So it's not a gamble? Dude, watch Tan scan.
Real zero to hero run going on here. Well, I'm not trying to do a zero to hero run. I'm trying to just... Like, that's not what I was trying to do when I came in here, was zero to hero.
I mean,
Actually,
like
not trying to be a hero at all.
we watch a scan first. But
I was gonna just immediately just go cause some chaos around the arc harvester, but I got the worst spawn possible for it, and then I just started getting ass blasted by arc on the way over here.
Yeah.
So none of what I wanted to do came true.
I mean, lime.
And now we're just making the best of it.
And don't kill me.
Wait.
Okay,
let me kill myself off with the fall. At least grant me that dignity. Oh. Or you can res me. All right, brother. I respect it. Good shit. There's no weapons case. I already checked, unfortunately. I have... Okay, goodbye, friend. Alright. Well, it's very rare that a shiesty is going to give you a second chance like that, but I do respect the game.
Do I skip?
You killed me and immediately flashed the defib.
It's lime. It's
like,
lime.
Huh? Oh, back again, I see.
Come on, dance with me.
I will roll
I don't know
dice,
if I have a
choose
dance emote, but I'll give you one of these.
Okay, I think they're stream sniping. I think they're.
Give me one of these.
Yeah, they're stream sniping. Chat, isn't Hikari? That's from JJK.
Oh my god,
right?
it exists.
Chat, listen. There's a person who be joining my lobby.
It exists.
Like naming like themselves like different like JJK characters. So
I had left it up to just myths and old wives' tales. It exists.
That's the person who be doing that.
we have to go.
So yeah, I believe me.
I don't have a safe pocket, and there's a questionable shiesty skin around me who, I mean, holds all the power, honestly. Who may or may not kill me when I try to leave. Well, at least I know it exists, chat, because I've been looking for that this entire season / expedition. I mean, shit, I was borderline getting ready to plan a whole stream around just hunting.
So if you see anybody vent, it's either shapeshift or it's accident.
And
okay, we got keys.
Even if I die right now, at least I know that, like, hey,
Rose runs. Tan and Rose.
I eventually found it.
By the way, Tan and Rose don't mean
I don't even want it anymore because we're so late in the season.
Mean a lot, by the way. Could be Tan, it could be Rose. Okay,
I'm not gonna do a lot of good with it now.
Blues with them.
Yeah, I think we're doing the expedition in like 4 days.
Rose.
Exactly. This is the longest escape hatch I've ever seen in my fucking life right now. Wow. It might be time to maybe it's time. Maybe Arc Raiders is healing.
Okay,
we got out with a blaze grenade blueprint. That's one of the ones I'm looking for still, just to see how much we can complete before the raid ends. I don't have all of them.
Not everyone has keys.
That was the first time I've ever ran into this guy. The Shiesty skin, the rider outfit. That was the first time I've ever ran into this guy.
Rose, it's a common task.
Immediate. Well, no, it was still immediate murder.
What did I do?
So actually, the stereotype still holds true. He still immediately shot me, but he rezzed me. Which that is a first. I've never been rezzed by a Shiesty skin. Not one fucking time. That was it was like a Christmas mirror.
Okay, it was a self-report.
And then after that, it's like it's like
pretty quickly. I'm pretty sure Rose.
The universe was like, here,
the next imposter.
Have some faith in humanity. And then they gave me the blaze grenade blueprint. And I'm like, now I just
not doing keys don't mean nothing, but it does mean a lot.
Fuck, dude, I'm all emotional and shit. All right, let me learn this.
Great,
we got it now.
Okay, I think
a month and a half too late, but we got it.
Yeah.
So let us
make that test. I know it.
What are these costs to make?
Black
explosive compound and oil. That's it. Oh, dude, I could have stacked so much of these.
Like 2 brain cells
the other day. Stacked so many of those.
Too quick.
All right. Well, any guns that we get.
I was in decom with.
So here's what I'm really trying to do.
Oh, we can see. Who did purple accuse?
With the free kit madness, like all this, I'm just gonna recycle. And all this I can just sell. What I really want to do,
I think it's Rose,
is blow up and act like I don't know
you don't
nobody.
Remember Gray being in there? Are we being serious?
No, in all seriousness, what I actually want to do is just kind of stack up guns. I don't really need to stack up guns though, because the fucking expedition is in 4 days.
But Black,
so what do I talk about stack up guns? I just like the free kit madness. That's really all it is.
Purple was right behind me. Like, okay, listen. If Black's the imposter,
McKinley, thank you for the 36 months. Can our beards collab later? Sure.
Amazing play.
Bearded Voles, thank you for the 14 months.
Listen, if Black's the imposter,
thank you, sir. Mr. DC Resolute with the 200 kicks. Thank you, sir. Prime Sinister with the $5.
Okay,
not all Shiesties are the same.
Everyone
That's a
has
lie.
keys for 1 and 2.
I've yet to meet one that doesn't immediately usually just murder my shit.
I mean, like you. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you didn't.
They were the OG sweat skin in this game.
Maybe you're just doing your tasks and
they still. Oh, the second I spawned in, I heard a flare.
You know what I mean?
Oh, right. Okay, well. Will I be able to just?
Now I'm gonna lie. That was like an actual pretty good play from Gray
so this
and
is
Black.
Interesting.
Because listen, you use like sus on Rose to basically frame Rose, but
this is an interesting
if somebody puts 2 and 2 together, they could say Black and Gray were together.
What did they give me? They gave me a zip line
and blah blah blah, but nobody can think about that because nobody's thinking that.
Okay, another shredder.
Okay, Gray kill somebody in Phantoms. Black hides. Person, why you accuse me? Listen, I'm not gonna talk to like 5-year-olds.
Be honest.
Talk about not everyone has keys. Where's White? Yeah, they lost the game. I was with Green. Okay, think about it. If White was with Green,
which dude you need help
you're
killing?
asking the questions. Who's not accounted for? Where's Black? Admin? I gotta come on, Pink. Put two together.
I might be able to give you my services.
Say vote Black.
Okay.
He just knocked the guy who just killed Bastion.
I was in lab with White. Bro, say vote Black. Say Gray sus.
All right, well, me and my friend are coming down. He doesn't have a mic, but he's.
Listen, you have to agree.
I think he's down for the cause too.
I'm Raccoon Man. I'm Raccoon Man.
I was with Black.
Nice, love that for you.
Yeah, he's right up here.
Listen, Black and Gray together the whole time.
Hey, does anybody have a defense?
Bro, I gotta vote.
Okay, guy in the doorway is the one that was knocked.
Yeah. Does anybody have a defib for him?
I do not have a defib, unfortunately.
I just don't understand.
Okay, I'm just gonna go push this fucker.
Like, am I the only person in the world who understands that, like,
we'll get
one
you up.
kill wins the game? You know, that one kill wins the game. Like, I you know.
Let me know if you find him. Let me know if you find him.
Yeah, no, hey.
Because here's the thing. Like I said, like that last game, like 3 games ago. I'd rather guess and be wrong than lose
Well,
because
we don't have a defib.
like they killed.
He was gonna die. Hey, is this the guy? Oh, well, why are you shooting me?
It was actually Pink. Oh my god.
This guy with the Pharaoh
So
shooting
they're
me.
teaming.
Right in front of this guy right here. Well, yeah, we don't have a defib. He's got to go. We might as well take his loot and share it.
Well, I understand that. Now.
Like, there's no sense dragging it. You know what I mean? Might as well. And you know what? I feel like Raccoon Guy should loot him because he was his friend first.
No, I don't care.
Oh, all right. well, don't mind me then. I realize you guys were on bad terms. Oh, dude, he had a defib. All right, I'm gonna hold his defib.
You guys know Matt?
Yeah, I'm Matt.
This guy's gonna shoot someone. I don't like that question.
Nah, Black, bro, you're not good at that, bro. Listen, okay.
All right,
my kill could have been one of them things where you could have said, oh, maybe he didn't see it, maybe he wasn't looking, whatever, right? The poof was in his face, bro. But the noisemaker kill, dude, you saw Gray was with you. You ran the
I don't know. I just follow Raccoon Man's orders. Whatever he tells me to do, I do.
Like, come on, bro. Like, arguments here.
Come down with no gun, you're fucked. Let me drop your fail.
Hello?
Okay, let's hear this guy's math question. He's only got a recorder. So.
Yeah. What is the derivative of sine?
Derivative of 9? Isn't that like 8?
Sine.
Oh, fine. I have no idea. That's a little bit too hard.
What's 15 squared? What's 15 squared?
So that makes you like restrain if you have not.
Brother, I'm gonna be honest. We got ChatGPT for this nowadays. I don't really.
Because I'm not 5 years old. I mean, like you said, pet's cool, but like, you know, I'm not.
4,000.
I'm just playing the game. Like, I ain't really here with the I need like a Among Us pet.
I don't need. Do you need his blueprint?
Yo, they're playing on us. They're making a gang up there, bro. They're making a gang.
They will get shit on in a heartbeat.
Oh, they will get dog walked. They don't want this. He dropped the blueprint. I don't need that.
Nah. I'm just looking for money, so that's $5K in my pocket.
There you go. Thank you, chat. You got me a blueprint.
Oh my god, yo, you can like all squad up after this.
We could.
Alright, imposter game on
so where are they
Polish.
plotting on
There's one of each crewmate room and one of each imposter game. We do got keys. My teammate left keys. He like, you know what I mean? Like I said,
they're talking.
It doesn't mean I'm
what are you
not
whispering
imposter.
about up
As
there?
you saw, Rose wasn't imposter. But
no shush, no shush.
It will make players sus you. Not gonna lie. Somebody might do something right here.
What are you doing? Oh no, it does. I'm sorry.
Okay,
that's on
green's
me.
right there.
Where? Hey, you said the lock. Oh my God, it's been he's locked in. I was not gonna shoot. I'm not shooting.
Perfect.
Triangulate!
Listen.
You guys hold the door.
That kill wasn't bad because
me and recorder guy are busting in.
Left, by the way. He might still sus Green, but Green probably has like some alibi.
All right.
Wait. Let me tell you guys something.
Question him. We have a defib. If you give us what we need, we might get you up.
Orange died right now.
If I play the right song, you guys don't
No. Didn't do keys, by the way. Told you. I mean, yeah, you know what I mean? Told you. Not doing keys. Not doing keys can be a problem.
I made an executive decision.
I was in lab, Orange now, walked out.
Dude, immediately went the ring round.
Sorry, I'm new in math. Yeah, that's not gonna slide. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know, bro.
Oh no.
Okay, I have to shape to that ray and cause some confusion.
Wait, I should have let you kill him, bro. That's my bad. I took that from you.
I would have preferred the hard R.
I'm going Nana. Okay, listen. I have to get Gray voted by his own court.
I preferred the hard R.
Yo, did that guy have the kettle?
Oh, God.
No, did somebody have a kettle on them? Like these? What out of these two?
Oh my God.
Oh, okay, yeah, he shot me.
Hey, that's a good spot right there.
Okay, stop me, you guys. I need a moment to collect myself.
Yeah, bro. There it is.
Hold on. Do you know it's me?
Oh.
I haven't heard that one in a minute.
All right, I'm good.
Hold on, do you see me run down there? It's green. Oh, never mind.
I love how we just have like a personal bard playing the recorder with us everywhere.
Literally. Yo, this was the first guy I killed earlier. He shot me off spawn.
Okay.
I thought bro was feeling like 200 IQ said I saw purple run down to admin. He then reappeared as a different color.
That guy went
He's the
full to
shapeshifter. But never
Django,
mind.
dude. That's fucking insane.
Good thing I actually didn't kill him though. I can't say why, but Green, okay, he's detective. Which means can't say why he lied.
That was
I think
crazy,
I know why.
dude.
Yeah, listen, I know why too, and I'm about to kill you. By the way,
Yeah, W lobby
bro,
though.
made me think.
Other than that,
If not Green, then Maroon. Love that logic, by the way.
nice shot. Dude's fucking skeet pulling over there. Dude.
Okay, listen. I'm gonna kill Maroon regardless, so it low-key don't matter.
You guys have anything else to do in here? You're just trying to make money, you said?
Maroon is not gonna make it to see.
Just my community service.
Bad
Been murdering people the whole day.
In the window, lights on.
So you've been murdering people all day?
Yeah.
No, me too.
Okay, Gray probably saw me. Listen.
I just murdered him. Like, there's this one YouTube guy, bro. Murdered half the fucking lobby.
Perfect. At the kill room.
Like, I jumped down.
At the kill room.
One tap. I fucking flanked him and just one tap him in the corridor.
How you gonna do it?
Dude, he literally wiped half the lobby, and then I let some random fucking weirdo pictures left.
Tell him to put that on his fucking YouTube channel.
That's what I'm saying.
God, imagine being a fucking YouTuber,
Now
dude.
listen, I'ma act
Losers.
like I saw the
Did a real
Gray
job.
kill. Black still in office at table.
So we can just probably get out through there.
Black and I saw someone before.
I don't know where I'm lost again.
I saw
Where we
red.
go? Mike, Luke?
I don't
Here,
really.
look right here.
Oh Jesus.
Man, are you an engineer doing tree?
All right.
I'm engineer. Yuppie. Cooldown 15.
This is where we separate, chat.
Oh, we might have got cooked. Listen, I'm gonna vote red though. My
this is where we separate.
There should be 4 votes on red. Like, oh my, like, bro. Pink probably voted red. What are y'all doing? Y'all want to win?
This is where we separate and we just let them wonder, like, hey, didn't we have a 4th guy?
Okay, 2 kills win the game.
He said, where's our boy?
There is no detective.
Hello?
Kill the person at the button just in case. Yeah. All right.
Give me the old Irish goodbye, Chad. Exactly. I used to do this in real life. Yeah, that's kind of still how I operate in real life. If I have any public events to go to, which is not often. We usually just leave.
Yo, appreciate the jewels.
Like, dude, saying goodbye to like a bunch of people in social gatherings and stuff like that, it just takes too much energy, dude. I have a very limited social battery as it is. Like back in the day in high school and shit, if I like high school and then like I didn't go to college like that, but I guess those days when I was gonna leave a party, like I would tell maybe one person, and it was usually Buyback Brian, and I'd be like, yo, I'm heading out. And he'd be like, you want me to tell anybody you left? And I'd be like,
which hero do you think you want to be today?
You can if you want.
Alright, it's one of each crewmate role and one of each imposter role, and we don't got keys.
I'm your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Only my neighborhood is now like multiple realities. Cool, right?
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
How do I get down from here?
Okay, I got.
Is there like an elevator shaft over here?
I'm in a bad spot. Tan maroon. Cyan goes in there. Tan and Cyan.
I mean, not that those guys would kill me anyway.
Coral's dead.
Oh,
Cyan leaves. Tan's still alive.
Golly, dude. 50%. That's why you don't give up.
You damn your little heart out.
They didn't know what to do with the penny angle.
That's right.
Got a little robbed. One more round.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Charlie Intel tweeted about the gameplay.
Like no anything? Timeline exists where Magneto yields.
Like of like gun shooting or something. Yeah, it is that thing, bro. Hang on. I need 2 seconds. I got this. Whips, are you here?
Round 1, go!
Whips, you here?
Those who oppose me shall be left.
Splendid! See a bunch of people tweeting stuff about MW4. I kind of want to see what it is.
Great call!
Oh, Whips ain't here, bro.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Those who oppose me shall be left to drown.
I want to react to that thing.
I feel a familiar chaos in the air.
After this, we're reacting to that MW4 gameplay. Yeah, I want to do it. I see, dude, like everyone's tweeting about it. I want to see what it is. It looks like new MW4 stuff.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2,
yeah, you're really in sports,
1.
yo. What the fuck? Actually, I can heal for you, but last you got a solo attack probably.
You want to see how you get out of it?
I will do what it takes to protect mine.
Yeah,
no matter.
What about an orange thing, dude? Oh, thank you. Sorry. Using the knife. I can't believe Argentina won that game. I gotta see that for a second.
How overseas is this? He's literally blocking my shots.
Get target banned by Venom. Everyone type GG.
Why more people play fucking
was it as much
Captain America?
Argentina winning, or was more England choking?
DPS, lock in, bro, please. You guys are getting random.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Mutant magic. Both. Nice.
Under the touch.
They hit a checkpoint. Could make now might be a good time to stop them.
Watch, I'm gonna show you how someone switches.
I'm ready to play with my father again. I hope I make him proud.
My daughter's blessings. I feel like myself again.
Oh, Hella, you got a rocket in your bag, bro? No, you're Champ Hella.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that is aura.
Unleash?
If you got a rocket.
Alright, 1 second. Yeah, just take it off Zero now. So yeah, just take it off Zero now.
What the flying fuck shit, man? Listen, Hella, bro. If you go rocket, alright, I'll take it.
See, you have the power of the voice.
No, I don't. You're literally like more recognizable in this community than I am. So how about you fucking do it?
That's not true at all. Everyone, you go to, you know, Walmart. You say everyone knows. You go to Walmart and say J3. People, who the fuck?
Yeah, J3's got a point. Fan, dude. I took a picture with him in the gym this morning, and he goes, "You're really good at Marvel Rivals." And I was like, "Thanks, kid."
He said, "Kid."
I mean, he was literally. I did call him Buddy. I think he was probably like 12 or 13. He was one of my younger, probably the youngest viewer I've seen recently. I'll say that.
Kills, bro. I don't know why I got
his accuracy percentage. He was nervous. That's cool as fuck.
How delightfully on brand.
I am
against the world.
Dang. Thank God for your whatchamacallit, dude.
This is real fire!
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I was fighting for my life. Still fighting my life. Throwing the stuff to her there. Dude, I can't feel my mind so jubilated. That sucks.
I'm gonna put a trap down here and you can like stand on it. So you can, there you go, like that.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Yeah, I'm putting a trap. If you stand on it, it'll like go straight into it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Yo, Punisher, what are you doing up there, bro? You gotta switch to support. You ain't doing shit the whole game, bro. I noticed that.
My nests.
Your boy Benji's about to turn up, hey?
Yeah, I got her. ICP, I'm like, no.
Punisher,
No.
what are you fucking doing, bro?
She died when she ulted, bro. God, dude, that's just a boner killer.
Bro. You gotta
The current score is 0-2-3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're
Put your
on.
helmet on.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Who needs four when you got one like me?
I did. Hold on.
I'm Luna Snow. Like the moon, I shine in darkness.
Here you go. I'm ready. You got it, baby. Alright. Here we go. So, simple shit is just funny to me, bro. I'm gonna get sucked. I got stuck. Oh my god. Damn, all the
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready. You might want to stand back.
You're 1 in 6.
Dude, you're 1 in 6 calling the team ass, bro.
Sounds like you have some pretty amazing friends.
Seen enough.
Yeah, I guess I do. But I'm always looking for more. Glad to add you to the list.
I got you. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Enemies.
It's easier being a superhero when you have the fame part figured out. Don't get that vehicle to its destination.
Can I open it? I can use so hard to tell. I'm gonna try.
Be strong together. I was worried. I like the code.
That's cool, bro. I'm not playing the game with the code.
Put down Jubilee. Yeah, I got into this.
Please help on left. Give no heals right now.
It's that moment, Jen. You know what I'm doing right now?
I've got the most deaths as
No.
I'm making a comeback. Get that vehicle moving again.
Ultron.
I'm gonna just
Out of 3 guesses, I don't think I did that bad.
Just keep a drone on me, please. I got a solo tank. God, I got a big ass. Right.
Wait, is Mantis banned?
None of these worked with the comp. None of these picks worked with the comp at all.
Feel like I got a little extra punch in me for some reason.
It's gonna die hard, I guess.
I got to know how that's so hard.
Sure, bro.
Motherfuckers just can't run anything that works with the comp.
Not me, I love 5 dudes with my hole.
We win this down it.
Ain't over yet.
Get that vehicle moving again. Should we pay tomorrow?
Chat, I am here for you. We didn't win, bro.
Endless battle
Like a bad
means
penny,
ever
I just keep
increasing
coming
hell.
back.
Win this one.
Reality is
This guy decided that he's healing.
You can put me down.
You know, I think it's fair that the guy that was filling for healing DPS is down. I think that's fair.
Only 60 seconds left.
Yo, chat, I'm not trying to
My
overglaze
claws can cut through almost anything,
I
darling.
really just saw that
Wanna put
pass
some
that
money
Messi
on it?
made for that header in slow motion for the second goal. That is one of the best passes I've ever seen.
Alrighty.
Get in sight.
I can.
I'm not trying to overglaze here. Like, that pass was crazy, bro. Want me to play like that? Les, I have an idea. No, I have an idea. You go Meg. You go front line. You go Emma. Dude, the answer was always fucking Dino. What are we doing? Yeah, I mean, Emma just kind of fucks Dino. Well, they don't have Emma.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Oh, they have an Emma, by the way.
Oh, they don't. Yo, like a fucking rocket goes, bro.
So this is how Johnny feels. Final score: 0-2-3. Wow,
selfish. Selfish. Everyone on the team is selfish. Everyone on the team is so selfish. I'm gonna avoid all of them.
We just can't even.
Definitely should avoid all of them.
Nope.
Selfish.
Does anyone have a recommendation here?
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I have my ultimate ability.
Be
I'm gonna
wary.
try to flank
No
on the right.
timeline exists where Magneto yields.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
An unseen assist.
Yeah, I totally know what's happening on my screen right now.
Not that boss. But that team was just bad. It was not out to do.
Huge.
We played Spider-Man today. No fucking selfish fuck. I look at man every game was actually crazy. I think niggas just suck. BP. Get the fuck out the game. What? No, it's right there. Cyclops is crazy. We're just fucking annoying. Cyclops is ass. All the so I don't die.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'm your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Only my neighborhood is now like multiple realities. Cool, right?
Nah, this is bad. 2 games in a row. Selfish bastards.
Gotta be careful. So many ways this could blow up in my face.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Let us strike our foes like bolts of lightning from the heavens. I'd prefer to strike them like an arrow from my bow. Do you question my aim, Avenger? Nah. I'd just like to be able to hit the same place more than once if needed.
Full volley!
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
This universe.
Throw myself off the map instantly.
Look out, bad guys.
Is that a talent?
I'll take it.
What else you got, Namor? Angry starfish? Now I've got something to prove.
Anyone willing to help?
Hey, holy shit. That even worse than me. Oh my god, I'm so ass at this shit! Not a fucking friend of Spider-Man.
Now I gotcha. Spider bomb.
Like, I don't know why niggas have. I don't know why niggas can't just play the game.
A little extra power never
I don't
hurt.
know why niggas can't just play the game. I'm actually completely done, I'm not gonna lie.
Exquisite! Your battle.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. You play everybody.
Knock me down all you want. I will keep coming back. All I need now.
I'm trying to play the entire roster.
Here's how you shoot!
What am I? Invisible? Us against the world! Now I see them. I'll play them down!
Behold the god of thunder!
Isn't it today when lose to so bad? Niggas y'all wanna lose to so bad.
Need to strengthen my field.
Nigga walked into my house so I can kill him.
Help get that vehicle to its destination. Let's speed it up.
And feet crazy. His feet insane.
Invisible?
I lift up my comrades. Here's how you shoot!
With this arrow.
I can restore health, remember? Let's heat it up! If we get to the castle, we can break this curse. You're halfway there! Keep going!
I'm doing this for.
They got behind you!
I'm eating the trees. I'm eating the plants. I'm a dinosaur. I'm a dinosaur! I'm a dinosaur!
Vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
They finally gave the dino his guns. They finally gave the dinosaur his guns. What type of fucking dumbass game is this? Where a dinosaur has a gun. I don't know how this fucking character works. We got triple support against the dinosaur. Going to feet
Get
crazy.
that vehicle moving again!
This is no picnic, but we don't
The god of feeding, nigga.
Behold the god of thunder!
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Fear Magneto!
I am ready to put on a show! close. This is your big chance. Only 60 seconds left.
Selfish ass.
The current score is 3-2-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Selfish ass team.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Ass devil dinosaur. I literally was throwing it and we still lost.
Round 2, go! We'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Sure is a shame those tiny arms of yours can't hold a bow and arrow, buddy. Whoa, easy, easy. I didn't know that was such a sensitive topic. Your fangs totally make up for them, I swear.
Oh, shit. Oh. I'm an idiot.
The battle starts in 5.
I want to throw somebody off the map, but I kept pressing that.
2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
I know Dracula well, and I can feel it.
I see them!
Trap her hard.
Making the cut.
I am Groot.
South Korea's finest, reporting.
I don't understand anything anymore.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
I don't understand anything anymore. Where's the cart? I don't know why the way he's pushed stuff up on the cart was further up. I don't know how, oh, because it's cold.
Magneto!
What the fuck? I was trying to kill Groot.
Vampires fear you for a reason, Blade.
Rapid fire! I am Groot! A shield? Not bad.
These niggas are terrible.
Arm it up!
You stop them in their tracks!
Limbo!
What the fuck are they doing?
I am ready to put on a show!
Amazing Spider-Man!
So asshole girl.
Wait, where did it me?
Nate, still got an edge.
You think I'm as high as a king?
Behold! That child!
There's still a chance to stop them.
Don't mind me. I'm just dying.
It's on my weak spot.
Here's how you
Just doing shit.
Blade, my brother. Nothing stops you.
armored up.
I am Groot.
Those guys are about to shoot at us.
Only 60 seconds left.
They so ass.
This is a nice spot.
I am Groot. Lunar strike.
Don't mind me. I'm just dying. I'll patch you up.
Yeah, Magneto!
Don't mess with the Amazing Spider-Man!
You got them all!
That? Woo-hoo-hoo!
On TV.
Final 10 seconds! He's standing in the entrance! Final score, 3, 2, 1. Another epic victory! Big win!
Look how stupid the fucking platinum is. Oh my. That shit gay. I didn't notice him over there. I was just acting stupid. I noticed he was trying to cheat me. So that was. Like, imagine losing a nigga who don't even know the abilities of Devil Dinosaur because your Spider-Man won't switch to something like Devil Dinosaur. The second straight back-to-back selfish Spider-Man game I got. It's like the rest of the team could have did something.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
That is like, you know what I mean? Possibly Arctic Phone? No. Your mic's kind of quiet. Chad, is my mic quiet or is Delaney deaf? I don't know. Delaney might be deaf. My mic sounds the exact same, by the way.
Now,
so
who
but Chad,
am I going to banish from this match?
How was your weekend and things of that nature?
Yo, Dark Sound.
Season 2 SpongeBob episode Shanghai is one of my all-time favorite episodes, and it just had 3
Hi there, I don't believe we've met. My name is SpongeBob, and this is my associate, Patrick.
Bye. That's not what I meant!
But then he just still was on the ship, and they just didn't know him, so they were eaten anyway. Squidward's new ending. Squidward wishes that he was home and they had no way of wishing him back.
Good to have you back, buddy! Back? What?
But then they just end up being home, but in his stomach, so they get eaten anyway. The new endings are a lot better than the show is now, like as it is, but it still does not feel like season 2 to me. If you pause on certain frames, it does kinda look like it could be a deleted scene from
no
the episode from back in the day.
Where Magneto
This is, however, because especially SpongeBob's wish, SpongeBob's ending, is literally copied. I'm gonna put them side by side here. This is not new
Spider-Man doesn't kill
animation.
them.
They're literally just reusing the old
but he doesn't kill.
ending. But other times it really looks like modern SpongeBob made a sequel episode to Shanghai. Like Patrick, for example, looks absolutely nothing like his season 2 self, but he does make a few poses that looks like it could be from classic SpongeBob, but he himself does not just like classic Patrick. Squidward, he just keeps doing modern poses and stuff. If they aren't literally just copying poses from classic episodes, they are not gonna move or look like they are classic.
There's a reason why Helen gets banned.
It's still better than what it is. And I like the color scheme they pulled off. I think they nailed that as opposed to how the show usually looks like. Let's talk about the writing of the new endings. Since these are not actual lost endings, they're not only newly animated, they're also newly written. And it kind of shows it's not as funny as the stuff from the original episode. No, there are still decently funny bits, like Patrick constantly asking for wishes.
Shit. That's supposed to hit already?
He won't win those ones against me, I promise.
However, compared to the original endings, they fall a bit short.
I think he's winning.
The pace dead already?
I like how the dialogue flows. It's honestly miles better than the average episode from this era.
Yeah, it was you
like
who got the finish, so you would have won the ones and come back ready to get back to my support.
When it was originally made, that would have been season 14, which is like arguably the worst season of the show.
I'm about to give up.
And it's definitely, the writing is a lot better than season 14. Something I really like with the original endings and the whole classic show in general is how they do a thing where when characters are talking and stuff, other characters are reacting by changing expressions or like making short replies and stuff, like with Patrick here.
You know what I wish? I wish!
Like it's such a small thing, but classic SpongeBob was full of small things that made it just great. Like Squidward could just have kept going. He could have said like, you know what I wish? There was no need for Patrick to say no in between and get confused. Almost like slightly angry, but they still put that in there. And it just elevates the scene in my opinion. They kinda did something similar in the new ending with Patrick in SpongeBob's ending.
I don't want to be trapped here forever. Especially not with you. Or him.
Like, in theory, it is similar, right? But it's different. This is them making a whole joke, and the characters are reacting to it.
He's consistently dead the entire game.
Whereas in the original line, Patrick just saying no, it was like they cut him and they cut back. It was like a quick, subtle, little extra gag thing. You can feel that it's not a classic SpongeBob joke, but it is in that direction, and I like that. One thing I noticed is that there are still very much modern SpongeBob mannerisms in these endings. Modern SpongeBob goes for more sound effects and music changes and stuff, which can make it feel a bit more overstimulating, and it's pretty noticeable that these are in fact new endings, because you can tell the music in general gives that off. They are using more new tracks, and I feel like if they wanted to really make these endings feel like actual endings to a season 2 episode, they should have worked more with older tracks and made the sound design match the original endings. Because, like, except for the voices, because the voice actors are obviously like 25 years older at this point, or after that, like 20-something at least, and they obviously can't change that. I think they pitch SpongeBob's voice a bit, maybe, but even without the voices themselves, you can hear on the sound design from the original endings and the new endings that these are different eras of the show. But even if I don't think this is on the same level as the original episode, it is definitely a step in the right direction, and it shows that they can make stuff that feels closer to the classic era, at least with the visuals. These endings are better than modern SpongeBob, and this is also a lot better and closer to looking and feeling like the classic era than something like A Fish Called Sandy or Timeline Twist. Now, these endings were made like 2 years ago and were supposed to release in 2024 for the 25th anniversary of the show, but I still would much rather try to do more stuff like this, but with new episodes.
But personally,
like, not adding stuff to more old episodes or doing more remakes or stuff. I mean, like, make the new episodes more like this. Because this is all new content that just added on to an old episode. So clearly, they can make stuff that at least feels more like classic SpongeBob. Of course, replicating the old style is not one thing, but with slightly better dialogue, it's a step in the right direction. And who knows, they might get better at it, and one day we can have another classic era.
I never said that she did anything wrong. I said you tell him.
Me tell him?
Enemies, you can tell him. Her tell him. Because if he's not in DC and he can't hear us, but they know, then they can tell him. Because obviously they got
Let's not pretend like we don't know Iron Man's the problem. Let's pretend like we don't know Iron Man's one of the biggest problems in this thing. Iron Man is fucking nothing.
Squid makes fun of Patrick a little bit, and then he's back to addressing them as YouTube.
Yeah, Emma
Yo, I'm not gonna lie, Season 7 is just prime. The Venom is putting in the best work I've ever seen in my life on Venom.
Reinforcing the idea
You're making me want to learn
he doesn't
Venom
really care
Yo,
about
W
Patrick.
Bubble.
Then Patrick throws a watermelon in Squid's face.
Your spookiness.
Then Squid sends Pat away so he can torture SpongeBob more.
Oh my goodness, I wanted to finish that white fox before she got her guard back.
Just kill me.
Our draft is getting crashed. Yeah, good job. Since they keep pushing up so heavy,
it's once again SpongeBob getting the harder punishment from Squidward here, while he just gets Patrick to go away. I mean, he throws a pie in his face, but to be honest, that's just payback for the watermelon, and Patrick probably liked that as well. In Fools in April, Patrick and Squidward interact for a short bit.
Look at that all! That's how you lose him.
What are you doing here?
Where's the shots? Is it just out of range or something?
I don't know.
It's basically a normal, that was hard to say, a normal conversation with Squidward being annoyed, which is pretty common for their one-on-one interactions. Patrick is even dumber than SpongeBob, so a lot of Squidward's irritation with Patrick comes from him being stupid.
There's nobody here. We killed everybody.
With what?
I don't know, but it must have been pretty good.
We already walked over here and killed everybody.
I
knew
something here worth looking at.
Squidward admits later in the episode that he actually likes Patrick along with SpongeBob and other people.
probably be doing
I
that at the
like
same time
you.
as
I like living next door. I like hearing your foghorn alarm in the morning and your high-pitched giggling at night. I also like Gary, Patrick, Sandy, Mr. Krabs, and all the other people I'm forced to be in contact with.
Squid's Day Off is actually one of the most important episodes for this video, since we see Squidward's view of SpongeBob and Patrick in it.
What's that?
Hey, SpongeBob!
It's like fucking...
Hey, SpongeBob, could you give me change for a quarter?
No problem.
My power cannot be quelled.
I forgot to tell him how to make change. Oh.
Notice how it's SpongeBob who is the stupidest one here, while Patrick is pretty much just his normal self. I mean, you don't have to use your imagination to make him stupid, but it's still important that this is how Squidward portrays them in his head. In Krusty Krab training video, Patrick annoys Squidward by being slow with ordering and slow in general.
Why don't you just order a Krabby Patty?
Great idea, Squidward! One Krabby Patty, please!
Is that for here or to go?
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
This is a completely reasonable reaction, by the way. I would be pissed. In Squilliam Returns, Squidward hires Patrick, but this is as his last option, so it doesn't really mean much.
Beggars can't be choosers. Can you take hats in a dignified and sophisticated manner?
You mean like a weenie? Okay. May I take your hat too? May I take your hat too?
Alright, I've heard enough. You got the job.
In the Great Snail Race, he angrily corrects Patrick.
Oh my god! Come on, bro. Zero finals on DPS. Oh my god!
When Patrick gives him the trophy, he first thanks him, but then gets angry again.
Don't worry, Squidward. I know how much you wanted to win, so I had the trophy engraved to you.
Gosh, Patrick, thanks. The first place snail racing cup presented to Squidward. Tortellini!
It's important to mention jellyfishing, where we firstly, of course, have Patrick absolutely obliterating Squidward's hand.
Firmly grasp it!
But in this episode, Squidward also don't remember Patrick's name.
I can't think of anything I'd love to do more on my day off.
Oh my god, bro.
Jellyfishing
I know
with
that
my
was had to
two
be his
best
man.
friends, SpongeBob
Zero
and...
finals.
Patrick.
Right.
And while this is something I was interested in for timeline reasons, it also means that Squidward can't really be thinking about Patrick too much. In comparison, Squidward thinks about SpongeBob way too much, like being mega paranoid and terrified of him, ruining his day and stuff.
I'll have to stay here and enjoy myself. I'm not even gonna think about you-know-who and the you-know-what doing I don't care.
In at least 3 episodes, Squidward takes a liking to Patrick after something changes his personality, whether it be him becoming really smart.
I had no idea you were so knowledgeable, Patrick. You could be my musical mentor.
Really sophisticated.
Patrick Star, I am very proud of what you did in there. You know, that beard was the best thing that's ever happened to you. Well, other than me, of course.
Or really like Squidward. Basically what Squidward wants to be, and these don't count as it's not Patrick. Squidward even likes SpongeBob for a little while, when he changes in Not Normal.
Hi, how are you?
I never thought I'd hear myself say this, but please come in, SpongeBob.
It is also important to note that while SpongeBob's annoyance to Squidward is unintentional, as he thinks they are friends,
The right
Patrick
heroes
just
could make
kinda
all
don't
the
care.
difference.
And stop stepping in my potato salad!
Hey, guys!
Stop pushing me, Patrick!
You mean like this?
No, like this!
You shouldn't fight in here! This is a magical place.
Patrick, get off of me!
Patrick, fights Squidward in a well, he scares him for his ink.
Oh, I'll just have to scare the ink out of him.
Freedom's an idea that will never die.
And laughs at Squidward getting beaten up by Doodlebob in Cracker Rule.
Just keep fighting. If you fall, I'll be there.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
You with
You
the
have a
tongue out.
light that radiates
You
from
gotta
within
say
you,
your
Captain.
name.
Coming from you, that really says
what?
something, Adam.
Really nothing Underwood, right?
Oh yeah. Freedom's an idea that will never die.
Oh yeah.
Distinguished me yet.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Shirley was born January 9th, 1982. She was the second child to us, and she came 5 weeks early. I wonder sometimes if she maybe knew her time here would be short, and so she was anxious to get here.
Shirley was always happy and always had a smile on her face. No. The last time I saw Shirley was at this meal. Government name is I probably told her I love her and that I need to see her in a little bit. Yeah. And that's last time we saw her. Joyce and I were outside doing stuff.
You know,
somebody had tried to get a hold of us. She saw Shirley get in the car.
I love both team-ups, but
We
I think
immediately
Thor,
called the
you need an
police.
enhanced one.
We dispatched the patrol officer. We realized that you were doing an abduction.
At least 2 witnesses say they saw a man jump out of the car, grab Geraldine, shoved her back in the car, and took off.
As time went on, hours and days went on, and we became more concerned that this would be not just an abduction, but probably a murder.
The police never really told me they were looking for a stranger. He saw how Geraldine carried herself, how confident Geraldine was, and he took that total stranger.
He used his handgun and shot her twice in the head, which caused her to die almost instantly. He was a sexual psychopath, a sadistic rapist, and a murderer.
If you put the bubble down and then it shoots them, like it makes the bubble bigger, and then you blind people when you press and pop that one. I don't know.
Shirley was very loving, loved to take care of people and be kind.
Took care of her siblings really well.
Oh my Always had a smile on her face.
Damage on this team up is. I remember her doing that.
It was summertime, so Shirley was almost school. She was 11 years old. Shirley and her brother Jamie started a newspaper route in September of '92. The route was real close to our home, so her and her brother could walk. We talked a lot about safety and not talking to strangers, and we knew a lot of the people in the neighborhood, a lot of their customers.
Earlier that day, we had a little bit of a rain, but at 5:30 in the evening, it was clear, the sun was shining,
It's amazing.
nice and warm, just a beautiful
I'm
day.
thinking about playing Rallis with Ulrich. Is this a mistake? I mean, she's not really a sniper anymore. She's more of like a hit scan
that appointment
than a sniper, but her ult is she snipes.
deliver their papers, they roll them and then put a elastic band around them, put them in their newspaper bags. She expressed that she wanted to take the fight. I had a flat tire, so I went outside to
all this so much
fix her
fucking
tire
damage.
so that she could take the bike. And when I came back in to tell her it was ready, she had already left to go deliver her pictures. Our neighbor came over. We were outside working in the garden, and so she didn't call us. So she came over to our house and told us that Shirley had gotten into a car with somebody
Well, at first we thought that Shirley maybe had gotten a ride home because there was another neighbor that would give her a ride.
Since she wasn't home, we went looking for her, went around trying to find out where she'd been, which houses she'd been to.
When we found out that she had been pushed into the car, that's when we became really, really concerned. That, okay, well, if she got pushed in the car, then somebody's taken her.
Immediately we called the police.
In general, it's kind of bad.
We sent out 2 detectives to respond to the call because it was
they made more
called
like
in,
system
not
cases
as
for like
a
rank and
kid's
stuff.
missing. It was, we believe we've had an abduction of a young girl. I was assigned as a lieutenant in the detective division. I was immediately very concerned. My heart sank. It put me into panic mode basically because I wondered if this is real, this doesn't sound good. We got in touch with the chief of police, Jim Benham, and explained what was going on. And we got a location where Vera Lee was allegedly abducted from, which was on the west side of town. It's a residential area.
As a parent, I was always praying that I could be guided and directed where I needed to go to try to find Shirley. Had no idea what to do.
We had an elderly lady that lived on the corner that had just paid Vera Lee for her newspaper subscription. And as she moved about the inside of her house, she had to look out the window to the side of her home. She heard the mail from the car, suddenly grabbed Vera Lee and forced her into the driver's side of the car to the passenger side. That he then quickly jumped in the car and sped from the area.
Detectives obtained the description of the vehicle, a partial description of the individual with white male, approximately 5'7" to 5'8", wearing a plaid shirt and a cap.
The detective phoned the information into dispatch, and that's what we put out to the patrol units and immediately dispatched it to area units. We got a description from the parents of what she was wearing, and that she had a newspaper bag, a canvas newspaper bag that fits over the shoulders,
crack
and a little bag that she carried her money in.
Jeff went looking for her. I stayed at home. I expected her to just come around the corner anytime and say, "Hey, Mom, look what tip I got. Look how much tip I got today," or whatever. I just kind of stood out the front window, just kind of waiting for a phone call.
I don't think anybody else
But she'd be home quickly.
Do you get like a crash report, or is it just a crash?
I was at a Boy Scout camp and I was contacted by one of my counselors. I was
I've been getting that the past couple days actually.
I knew Shirley, and my first thoughts were, what can we do to help? We knew that the sooner that we could get the word out, the better.
Everyone on that car was looking in every corner, trying to find a car, trying to find anything that looked unusual, anybody or a car that was out of place. I mean, there were 80 sets of eyes looking everywhere.
A few hours later, we ended up getting a modified description from another witness. This gentleman was pretty sure it was a General Motors product, either 10 years old, medium-sized sedan with a darker roof and a yellowish or light beige or cream-colored body. In a typical abduction, if it's a young girl that's involved, usually the perpetrator, they're thinking something devious involving the young lady, and either they want to go somewhere fairly close but remote to do any kind of a sexual attack or anything like that. We covered those areas outside of town, 10 miles south, east, and west of Pocatello to see if we could find anything. We didn't see any vehicles anywhere near close to matching that description that we could stop and investigate further. We had no luck.
No. I'm Jubilee 1 check. That first night was just so hard.
I sleep.
Joyce and I held each other, cried, tears in our eyes.
Oh yeah, did you already make the camping videos today?
That's a work in progress.
We worked through the night, strategizing and trying to come up with a game plan of what we were going to do and how we were going to find her as quickly as we could. time was at least.
Oh no, Daddy, you got your ass.
The decision to assign Scott Shaw by himself and Harris and Lieutenant Kirkman.
The department had sent him to a number of specialized training schools dealing with violent crime, and he took a great interest in that, so he decided that he was to be the lead on this.
Over the years, we've learned that, unfortunately, one of the first things we do always look at is family.
Statistically, nationwide, abductions in this manner, the perpetrator knows the victim. And you'll want to look closely at the family dynamic and see if anything sticks out there that you need to pay additional attention to.
Anyone stands in my way, there will be stabbing longer.
That we would be the ones that would try and hurt her or do something to her. It was not a pleasant experience.
That shit is cheesy. That's just
Everybody knew that Jeff and Joyce Underwood were very, very involved in the church. Members of the church began to appear from nowhere to assist her. It becomes fairly obvious
I think Grubba's
that
too
they're
powerful
pretty
as Adam
well
character
respected.
now. I agree.
We kept
Someone's gonna stop this guy.
interviewed neighbors. We interviewed everybody we could
I don't know
find
what
that
he
knew
has
anything
now,
about the
but
family,
he's
what
doing
the
like a shit ton of
relationship
damage.
was. And the decision was made that the family was not involved.
There's a bigger world out there beyond our trained shores,
The police had to rule out that she didn't have a boyfriend or that she had run away from home because of trouble here at home. She really didn't have a boyfriend. She was 11 years old. Many 11-year-olds have boyfriends. So that was not even a possibility.
That's just a sleep shit.
Oh my god, I'm missing.
She had no grief with the family, no discipline issues, had done well in the school year. She was excited about going on the family picnic and that they were going to do on that weekend. There's nothing that led us to believe that it was anything other than probably a stranger abduction or an extended acquaintance.
They're really looking for a needle in a haystack. Particularly with a child, every single minute that passes, the odds of the police safely finding them go down. So within a few hours, they could be local or still within the state. Within a day, they could be anywhere within the country, and within 2 or 3 days, they could be anywhere in the world. So it makes searching for that young person that much harder.
That was sugar bag. Whoever took her will let her go and let her come back home. We still had hope that she would come back home. I always wanted a large family, so that when we went places we could, always have somebody to be with. There wasn't somebody left out, so I wanted the even number of children. That's why we had 6 children. Jeff wanted 12. 6 doesn't. He's so little.
What was it? 4 pounds? 99.
4 pounds, 12 ounces. Yeah, so that was either day we brought her home.
Jerry was born 5 weeks early, and so ended up spending 9 days or 10 days in the hospital.
Because she came early, she was very small.
We did it, guys. We
She cut up really quick, and she was probably 3 and her brother was 4.
You better pray to God you're not on the enemy team. Go Spider-Man, by the way.
Jerry really loved to dance. She developed a talent at ball game.
Adam is fucking awesome. Yo, Captain Cock.
And just like being outdoors and very active.
I've come back from far
And
worse
just
than
being
that.
friends.
She was never could stay mad for me. Always had a great smile. Like every picture you see, there was a big smile on her face. We've always had a strong belief in God, and we taught our children
Yeah, Blade
that.
is insane.
You know, we always
Adam's, I think,
continue to be an
broken too.
example
Adam
to
looked
them,
crazy too.
The importance of having faith.
We are undefeatable!
On the 30th, we as a department, including the investigators, all felt that we were still looking for a live victim.
He gets a wolf passive. Like, that's kind of crazy.
At the beginning of this investigation, the biggest thing that Scott Shaw was wanting to push was media attention. Because he felt with enough media attention on this situation that somebody would come forward.
Media plays a critical role in getting the word out and being an amplifier for what police are doing, what the family of the missing person is doing. And if the media is not sufficiently covering a case, it actually has a lower likelihood of being successfully resolved where that child is found and found safely.
Within just about a day, we had as many of our people going door to door, particularly on the newspaper route that Early had and other neighboring newspaper routes to see if there had been any potential witnesses or sightings of suspicious persons or a vehicle.
The city of Pocatello had, at that time, roughly speaking, 80 trained police personnel that were available to do searches. We needed 3 times that many. So we took advantage of what was offered to us by the community.
There's a BP or something. So many people need the captain.
The police organized a search. Just a lot of people got involved. People met at the church and then were given assignments where to go look.
And we gathered at the church house, looked over the parking lot of the vehicles of people that showed up in the event that our suspect may show up with the suspect vehicle.
This is something that a lot of narcissistic killers love to see. When they show up at a scene, whether it's a funeral, a search party, and they're thinking, all of these people are here because of me. And they feel a sense of pride. For them, seeing newspaper reports, people coming out, and they think in their minds it's because of their work.
We looked at people over very closely that were helping us with the search, and we didn't really see anybody that matched the description or profile, and we didn't see any vehicles that matched closely.
We received information from the Federal Bureau of Investigation stating this is the individual that you're probably looking for.
The FBI believed we had planned his steps and his moves, and he was an organized offender.
Maybe one.
As it turned out, Sergeant Shaw did not agree.
Shaw believed that the fact that it was in the middle of the afternoon, broad daylight, busy street, people out in their yards and so forth, that it was more likely stranger abduction than someone that knew
I don't know
her.
if these teams are fair. I might have to rebalance these teams.
I don't know where he was at. Oh, he just blocked.
Both of our witnesses observed Geraldine interacting with the man near the car, indicated that she appeared to be comfortable, not on edge or scared or anything like that. That was a little confusing to us. Sean was able to come up with the hypothesis that maybe it was someone that she briefly knew, or had briefly met. That was why she appeared so calm.
The closest place I could place
At this point, we were looking more likely towards this being a stranger, and that somehow this individual had tricked her into feeling like she wasn't in immediate danger when he was talking to her.
What? What?
We came to the conclusion that this was a member of our
Like,
own
he does
community.
fucking monstrous damage.
November of '92, on the opposite end of town, we had a stranger abduction of a young lady, a middle-aged teen.
Is it because I didn't stop? Why couldn't that?
She was taken from a restaurant parking lot by a stranger and was taken up into the outskirts on the west side of town and sexually assaulted.
What is up with Adam? Why is he doing so much?
And she got a good look at the individual, and she gave us a good description that allowed us to get what's called a CompuSketch, what the individual would look like. Shaw began to see some similarities and the possibility that this crime of abduction of Gerald Lee Underwood could possibly have been done by the same individual.
All offences are pre-planned to some degree. They are rehearsed in somebody's mind. They are fantasized about. But nevertheless, somebody...
No. Are there any foreskins to see in the roadmap?
Foreskin.
Oh, yeah. I didn't heal, please.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
What could possibly?
We claimed he did. After they slept the night in the car, he let her out outside of the town.
Who am I gonna banish from this match?
We didn't believe that, so we claimed he did. After they slept the night in the car, he let her out outside of the town.
My second message is questionable.
We didn't believe that, so Shaw kept working on him. And within an hour or two, Wood finally said, "There's more to the story, I lied to you." He'd driven back through Pocatello and decided to take her to Idaho Falls, about 40 miles north of Pocatello.
Eventually, Wood described to Sergeant Shaw how he had told Gerald she could go to some bushes to go to the bathroom. And he walked up and shot her in the back of the head. Wood dismembered her and threw the remains into the Snake River.
James
The right
Wood
heroes can make
confessed,
all the difference.
and he didn't need to confess at that time because there was very little evidence at that point in the inquiry to link him. But yet, he told them everything. And I think that offenders do this because sometimes it's a relief.
Not anyone's sidekick.
It feels like an
What I do is best
unburdening.
done alone.
But for other people, it's about bragging about what they've done, or even it's about reliving what they've done.
Pretty much as soon as they opened the door, I knew what the news was, that
Nice to know I haven't lost my hunter's instinct after
person
all
in
these
custody
years.
had admitted to killing Shirley, that she was no longer with us.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
It was very hard to hear that our daughter had been killed.
That metallic limb from your body.
Then I guess it's a good thing I only need one arm to take you out.
I just remember Joyce and I, just the tears rolling down our face.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3,
Know that we
2,
would
1.
never see Charlie again. That she would not be here with us in this life anymore.
We were grateful to know, finally have an answer and know what had happened instead of wondering all our lives where she was or if she was still alive. I cannot even imagine. As hard as it was to know that she was killed, but not knowing would have been so much harder.
Tears and the sobs from our children when we brought them here in this room and told them that they would never see their sister again. because her life had been taken by James Wood.
We felt that it was necessary for them to understand the totality of what happened to Donna. And we did, in fact, go back to her pen and tell them she had been shot, and she had been dismembered, and that the body had been thrown into the river, and that we were going to do our darndest to get her back.
We're at the north end of Idaho Falls on the west bank of Snake River, where James Wood dropped Jerry Underwood. Once we learned this was the scene of the murder, we notified the Sheriff's Office and the Idaho Falls Police Department, because it then became their crime scene. And they brought in a dive team with the intention of trying to recover her remains and any evidence. He showed us where he had killed her. What? And he showed us where he had cut her up with a hatchet and a knife. We were able to see what appeared to be remnants of blood in the tamped down grass.
There's a lot of reasons why offenders will sometimes bring police to the scene of a crime when it was otherwise not known. And in this case, it could be that this was one of the last chances he would ever have to relive the crime he committed. This is like a vacation for us. We love to look at photo albums and think about it again, go through our cell phone pictures and relive happy times. And in the mind of James Wood, going back to the crime scene, even though it was horrific, for him, it was a happy moment. He received a lot of pleasure out of it. And so while he was able to get something out of it, obviously, police gained a lot more.
Some of her remains were not located until close to a week later. A couple of miles downstream, some city workers located her torso near a power plant.
Because of circumstances of Jerry's murder, we weren't able to view her after her death. And that was very difficult, and I wondered many times, okay, was that really her? How do you know it was her? They had dental records that were able to identify her, and so there's no question, but it still was hard not seeing her to know in my heart that that really was her. Maybe more.
The current score is 0-2.
This is her mother.
0.
I wanted
Time
her
to
to
switch things up, including which side you're
I
on.
wanted her to come home. I wanted her to be with me.
You'll need a top-notch
So
team
it's
to
hard
win
to
this one.
I'm not anyone's sidekick. What I do is best done alone.
She was I got 15 minutes because that was terrible. These people are terrible.
I can tell you that in 48 years of law enforcement, I have never seen another case of a absolute stranger abduction
after all these years.
as the one of Jerry Underwood. When we interviewed people who were potential witnesses, we got two sides of James Wood. The one that we treat him like a relative, and the other one, he's kind of a
Shields are more Steve's thing.
These are notes to myself. This was details of other crimes that had been committed that Mr. Wood would admit to. Everything from first-degree murder, kidnapping, 2 counts of rape, 2 counts of crimes against nature, 1 of aggravated assault, 2 counts of robbery, and 1 of attempted robbery.
James Wood had a long history of other types of interpersonal and violent offenses. These were escalating gradually, but really hit a crescendo right before he committed the abduction and murder of Jerry Underwood. This is something that was not initially known, but through this investigation, police found out that he was responsible for these other types of offenses that were so similar to what he had done with Jerry.
This penny is crazy, bro.
As far back as the late 1960s, he had befriended a couple of ladies that he thought had cheated him or caused his car to be stolen. And he ended up cutting their throats and then raping one of the women, thinking he'd killed them both, but they both survived. And then later on in the 70s, he admitted he approached a woman that was gassing her car up near a grocery store, grabbed her, stuck a gun in her ribs, sexually assaulted her and shot her in the head, matter-of-factly, leaving her for dead. She ended up surviving. Early fall of 1992, he had molested his 14 or 15-year-old stepdaughter with his second wife and raped her. He was afraid after doing this, because it was probably an impulsive act, because that's the kind of person he was, and that the law would be looking for him, so he stole his wife's credit card and one of her handguns, which ended up being, we believe, the same handgun that he used to threaten our other rape victim and to kill Jerry Lee.
I think that violence towards women had become such an ingrained pattern in James Wood, so he knew that he would never be safe around women. He gave an interview and he said, if you let me out of prison, I will kill again. It's a guarantee. He knew that he had this very, very strong compulsion, that he didn't have the willpower to fight, and the number of offences that he's committed are huge. This is a part of his life now, a part of his life that he can't imagine living without.
Oh my God.
Jerry Lee's funeral was a very spiritual experience. As I walked into the chapel that day, it was completely full. Kurt Howard, the comments that he made, just amazing at how many people were there. Brought us a lot of comfort.
The name Jerry Lee has been a byword, a rallying word, a word,
terrible.
A name that has stirred emotions within all of us. And today we come to reverence her name and express our love and respect for her one more time.
Many of us from the department, we wanted to attend the service to show support to the Underwoods and express our grief and condolences to them for what they'd had to undergo. It was tough on the whole department. We all needed some closure. The details of what had happened and then the details of other things he'd done earlier in his life that were similarly heinous kind of sticks with you, and we all needed some closure, and that service helped me at least.
This past week, we've seen a mom and a dad.
Strangest Thing does way more than
they've taught us so much about love,
obliterated me when I was on Moon Knight trying to
compassion,
which hero do you think you want to be today?
And forgiving.
I'm not anyone's sidekick. What I do is best done alone.
Be wary. No
Wood negotiated through his attorney a plea agreement where he would plead to the abduction, rape, and murder of Jerry Lee. The other charges, the court agreed to dismiss them without prejudice, which meant they could at a later time file those charges, but there was an agreement that they would not do so if he pled to those charges related to Jerry Lee Underwood.
We didn't go to the initial hearings. They encouraged us not to, just because of all the graphic things that would be brought up, and felt that that was really be hard for us to hear.
At the end, he was sentenced to the death penalty in the state of Idaho.
Guang, let me holler at you for a minute, man. Listen, I know in the past I've crashed out pretty hard on you and Zeong, really just the whole development team for Marvel Rivals, man. I know I said some stuff and you probably took it the wrong way. The stuff that I said about your mom, it was in jest. I was joking. I didn't really mean that, man. I was just joking. That's what we do, man. That's how we live in America, man. I make jokes about your mother, you know. Then you take it a little rough, and then you put me in ELO hell. Listen, I get it, man. I just want to tell you straight up, legit. Listen to me, Guang Guang.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
That was my bad. I was tripping, man. You know, I'm a human being. I make mistakes like anybody else. Now, can you please get me out of this book that you are putting me in, Guang Guang? What you need me to do, man? How many videos you need me to make, man? Listen. My third child, I'll name him after you, Guang Guang. Please, for the love of God, get me out of here. Y'all see what I'm dealing with here? Y'all see this? These are real people, man. These are real people that loaded in to a rank match and said to themselves, yeah, we all just gonna insta-lock DPS, literally everyone. And they were serious too. And then they had the audacity to say GG no heals at the end of the match.
Nice to know
Let's talk about
my hunter's instinct after all these years.
I don't believe it.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
YouTube. What's going on, man? It's Father Dark. I'm here on a beautiful Wednesday afternoon. I hope everybody's having a great week. If you're not, I'm sorry to hear, but luckily it is halfway over. First, before we get into this video, though, I do need to say we are having our second PC versus console tournament in my Discord this weekend.
The battle starts in 5,
I will be live streaming for those of you that are interested. We're giving console a chance to get their face back after they lost the last game last year. We're giving them a chance to get their face back. Hopefully they win this one and it'll be tied 1-1, and then we'll have a third one and the winner will take off. But like I said, let's go ahead and get into the video. So you guys are lucky. Luckily, because I decided, like a clown, to play rank yesterday, thinking that I would get some civilized, sane human beings. Now you guys get a crash out. So you might as well go ahead and get excited about it if you're not excited about it. So first thing that I want to talk about in this crash out video is people who stack in rank. Okay, I understand a lot of y'all got friends. Y'all want to load in. You're like, listen, it's a team-based game. I want to stack it with my buddies. But there's a reason why you can't stack with 5 people. You can stack with 4. You can stack with 6 up until a certain point, obviously, up until certain ranks, and then you can't. But there's a reason for that. A lot of people don't understand, like, why can't we do this? It is because a lot of you have absolutely zero accountability, especially when it comes to your homeboys. Had a match yesterday. I was going to put it in this video, but I decided to put another video in here. The reason why I'll explain in a little bit. One of the videos I was going to put in here was a match where my team was getting absolutely mopped. This is a domination game. Team's getting absolutely mopped. I'm playing Cloak and Dagger. Nobody else wants to play support. Everybody, you know what I'm saying, nowadays wants to just insta-lock DPS, so nobody wants to play anything else. And they're terrible at it. Instead of swapping off and being a man about it, you know, an adult and saying, like, listen, I'm getting mopped. Let me just swap over to support and let somebody who can actually play DPS or tank actually. So I was having to heal and play DPS at the same exact time, right? I noticed on the second round, because we won the first one, then we lost the second one. I noticed at the end of the second round, our tank tells me, says, C&D, do not throw this map. And I'm confused because I've been ace the whole time. This dude that swapped over to Namor had taken ace from me for like 1 second when I died. Like one of the 3 times that I died the whole time compared to everybody else who's like double-digit deaths right now. Died one time, I come back, he has ace, I immediately take the ace back from him, right? It's not even like I'm trying to, I'm just trying to win the match, and by default, I'm naturally the ace, right? This guy looks at me and says, C&D, don't throw the match. And I'm confused, because I'm like, last time I checked, I was having to heal everyone and kill everyone. And the thing is that when you play support, you know as a support player, if you ever really play support and you're not just filling in for that role, you know the difference between when you're the one who's having to do all the healing on your team.
Oh my god, how did I get pulled?
For example, if you reloading your whole team that's exploded, it's probably because your other support is trash. So I said, you know what, maybe I'm
We're still in the spawn.
Let me go ahead and lock in even more. I don't know how I'm supposed to lock in any more than I'm already locked in. Let me lock in even more. And I'm going to wait until the end of the match. Guys, I can't make this up. I swear to God, on both of my children, my mother, everything, my YouTube channel, everything that I hold dear in this life. Why did I end the match as MVP? Why did I have literally over twice the amount of healing as the Gambit? I had like 26k healing, right? I'm 35 and 6 with God knows how many assists, probably like 40-something assists. The only person that had more elimination was the Thing, and that's because I was pocketing his living brains out.
Why are you
waiting?
Both of your supports died and you decided to name more ult. Please get the fuck off the game.
As far as eliminations,
It's a pool party. Put me down.
Our Gambit has like 12, maybe 14k healing. And I more than doubled the healing on the enemy team. I think they all had like 12 or 13 or something.
Bro, you're dog shit at the game, bro. That's the reason that this is your main account.
This dude proceeds, not just him,
Down to
But
30
two other
seconds.
people, him
Playing
and two
Namor
other people on the
frontline,
team proceed
can't
to
even
just
stop
sit
a
here
black
in the
hat
chat for
Spider-Man.
5 minutes trying to gaslight the
Look
living hell
at
out
him,
of
look
me.
at him.
That
Let's look at how many
somehow I was
squids
the
he
problem.
has.
Now, we won.
Look how many
I'm
squids he has.
MVP.
Fucking
You can look
idiot
at the
ass.
board and see my stats are a little bit better than everybody else except
Where
one
are
person.
Namor squids? Good job,
And that's
dumbass.
debatable. He's a tank that had to have his whole entire brain pocketed out and still was only able to get one more elimination than me. But somehow,
I'm not dead, bro.
they want to gaslight me and tell me that I'm the problem. Now, the thing is that the reason why I said that I uploaded this gameplay specifically is because
that
the
bitch
first
does too much
gameplay that you're seeing
damage.
is an Iron Man gameplay. It should be. I record the voice and then I do the editing later. But the thing is, though, the point I'm making is that in this particular match, I had a similar situation where in a previous match, two guys tried to blame me for the loss that we had. Even though, looking at the stats, my stats are far better than these two people. Yeah, it's just like, how is this? So I go after the match and I look and I see that these guys look through. One of the guys had a private profile, the other one, his was open. I can see that these guys have been stacking. They've been on a loss streak the whole entire day. So then, by the God's grace, I get into a match with these guys. They're on the enemy team. Cook these guys. But I thought I was the problem.
I'm Luna Snow.
Right? Now,
Like the
whole
moon,
reason I brought
I
this up is
shine in
because of
darkness.
stacking.
Gambit's alive and they didn't got Gambit?
For some of y'all, it's not a good thing because what y'all do is you use it as a crutch, right? Because you know damn well either you or your homeboy is trash. Y'all know this. You know that every time y'all play together, y'all go on losing streaks. You know that you look at the board, your homeboy's playing support. He's not even able to get half the amount of healing or eliminations. He's dying all the time as the other support. Maybe you're playing DPS and he's lacking. He can't get no eliminations. And what y'all do is instead of telling each other the honest truth and saying, listen, man, maybe we need to take classes in a quick play and get
I don't
good
know
at the
how
game,
the fuck I
or maybe, you know,
Spider-Man. I
move
can't
back
like Spider-Man
coach
and
something.
fucking
You go, let's blame somebody. And even if it doesn't make any sense, I can see if you were blaming someone and they were doing less than you, or maybe even the same exact amount of work that you're putting into the match.
On second thought, call me Logan.
But that's not the case, though. Y'all want to sit here and try to flame people, and you want to spend 20 minutes arguing back and forth instead of just getting better at the game. And it's hilarious because you can see at the end of the match how they blame the people on their team. Oh, I trash team. Oh, my teammates were trash. Or I wasn't getting no healing. Blah blah blah. No, brother, you're the common denominator. If you're continuously losing and you're doing the same thing over and over again, it's you. Ain't nobody else. It's you. And there's nothing wrong with admitting that you're trash. That's okay. All of us are trash for somebody. I have matches all the time where I get absolutely decimated. I had a match yesterday, was MVP on Blade, and the next match could not do anything. Was just getting absolutely cooked. Every single time that I would try to push in, there was a hello or there was a punish that was taking a weird off angle, and they were shooting me while I was sitting here diving in the team. Teammate goes, listen, Blade, comes off Blade, play something else. What I did, got off Blade. You didn't hear a word out of
Are you just saying, man?
There was no ego about it, there was zero pride. A lot of y'all don't have that. A lot of y'all, because your life is trash, because you're trash outside of this game, and you're trash in the game, you can't change your life. You can't gaslight people in life. People will look at you in life and be like, yo, you're trash. And your whole entire existence is trash. Your room is dirty, you're dirty, you don't shower, you don't shave, you know what I'm saying? You ain't talking to no women outside of your mother, and even that's the woman that don't want to talk to you. You know what I'm saying? I understand it. I get it. I mean, it couldn't be me, but I get how that can be your life, right? There's people out here who walk among us who this is their life. They don't see sunlight. They sleep all day, wake up, hide in a dark room behind a dark screen. And then when they jump into the game and they lose, they can't take that. They can't take somebody telling them that this character that they played a couple of times in quick play and got some bot matches and won, and now they're like, oh, now I'm ready for rank. And then when you get cooked and somebody goes, hey man, can we swap off? I had a guy last night as well when I was playing. Guy's playing Devil Dinosaur, Clintar, right? And
that was the
I let him go all through the first round playing Devil Dino. He's playing Devil Dino in the Penny. The Penny has the rocket team, dual nest, right? And it's perfect. Every single time that he goes to walk across the nest, she webs him up, Punisher's just coming up, just shotgun his brains out. Every single time, like clockwork. This man is sitting here pinging the hell out the heal button. Me and the other healer, now God bless his soul, you know, the other healer was a Jubilee, and it's me. We put
Which
everything
hero
we got
do you
into
think
this
you
dude.
want to be today?
But unfortunately, that means that there's only two options here. Nobody else either gets any healing, or we keep healing this Devil Dinosaur who just keeps rinsing and repeating the same mistake over and over again, walking into a double penny nest, getting webbed up and shotgunned in the face. This is what's happening in Marvel Rivals. So once we go to switch sides, I say, hey, Devil Dino, I don't know if you're aware or not, but Penny actually counters Devil Dinosaur. So maybe if you know how to play like any other tank, which you should know how to, because I don't know, maybe Devil Dinosaur didn't come out until well after a year of the game's life cycle. So like, unless you just started playing yesterday, which I highly doubt because you wouldn't be here with me, all of us are like, you know, level 90 plus players. Maybe just play another character that, I don't know, plays better into Penny. You guys want to take a wild guess what this dude said to me? I'll just give y'all a moment. I want to take a wild guess, just off the dome type of guess. He goes, how does Penny counter me? My brother, in Christ. What do you mean, how does Penny counter you? You didn't figure out how Penny countered you when you literally walked into her nest 20 times and got exploded? You didn't realize it then? How many times a day you gotta walk into the brick wall before you realize it's a brick wall and that you're not stronger than a brick wall? These people, I can't express it enough. These people are walking among us. These are the people that make your food. They might work in a dentist
Pick
office.
your hero.
They might be
Or
a lawyer's
villain.
assistant.
I'm not judging.
I'm not the type who fades quietly into the background.
Mom said to me, how does Penny counter Devil Dino? Please. Brother, you just died to her double-digit times. What the hell you mean, how she counter you? Lord, give me the strength to deal with these people, man. Because, and you know, the thing is, it ain't just me. I saw a post on Twitter from J3. I don't know why I always want to say J God from Call of Duty, but saw a post from J3, and he was showing his history. His history was nothing but MVPs and SVPs, but they were all losses. I'm sorry, not MVPs, which is SVPs. It's like the whole entire page was just SVP. That's all it was. And he was talking about send help, and then I saw that it had been retweeted by Armori,
Before you attack.
and she was like, well, damn, if it's happening to J3, as good of a player as he is, then I don't feel bad for the 4-loss streak that I went on yesterday, and the fact that after the 5th one, I alt-forward in the match or whatever. Now, that's something that I don't promote. No matter how bad a match gets, the way that I look at it is like, this is a learning lesson. Because if I can still make any kind of play, if I can make any kind of thing happen in this match, that means when I get an actual group of people that have just even a microscopic amount of common sense.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got
that
it?
I'm really gonna pop. That's the way I look at it. I look at it as like working out or running with weights on. By the time I take these weights off, whatever it was however fast I can run a mile, I'm gonna be able to run it at least a little bit faster, right? And that's the whole point of that. And I don't encourage people to do it. I'll tell you, some time yesterday, I thought about it. Like, I really thought about it. Because the audacity of some of these people. When you see you are getting carried by somebody, but because you're in a stack of some people, you're in a stack of 3 people, 4 people, or whatever, and you aren't going to say anything to your homeboy who's on Gambit, who's 12 and 17. You're not going to say anything to him.
I can't even heal you.
He's done had a 20-25 minute round, and this man can only muster up 12,000 healing. You're not going to say nothing to him. But you're going to say something to the Cloak and Dagger, though, who's got 36 eliminations and 30-something K, 40-something K healing. When the enemy team couldn't even get that combined by themselves. You gonna say something to them? Absolutely diabolical. These people walk among us. Real human beings. That's scarier than these being AI, man. And you know, the thing is, too, is that I hate to do it. I hate to put on the tinfoil hat, man, but I gotta be real with y'all. I feel like the matchmaking is about as legitimate as the balloon popping system in the game. A lot of y'all like to call it a gotcha system. A lot of y'all go into this gotcha system, this balloon popping system, with the idea that it's like fair, that it's like a situation where it's actually just a random thing. That is not the case. I didn't do the first handful of it, right? And I made a video when the Emma Frost skin, the summer skin, and the Doctor Strange skin came out. Made a video. Those were the first ones that I got, and that was only because I liked those and I didn't like the previous skins. They were like wedding skins, Psylocke, bubblegum skin, or whatever. I didn't care about those skins, so I didn't even get them. Wouldn't have got them regardless. You could have given them to me for free. I still wouldn't have used them, so I just didn't care, right? When the summer skins came out, though, I was like, well, look, I already intended to buy these skins. So I'm gonna sit here, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it on camera just to see, so people can see like what's going on here and what the case is. The Emma Frost skin gave me in the first pop. There's people in the comments and they were like, man, I never get these. I've done all of them and it makes me do every single one and I always have to wait until the last balloon. You know why? Because they know you're gonna do it.
Enemy target located.
Now, if they do stuff like that with the balloon system, why do you think they wouldn't do it with Match? Me and my wife yesterday, she was queued up too. Her whole entire day was just her wins. You know who she played? Cloak and Dagger and Scarlet Witch. Now, this isn't knocking her anything. This isn't knocking her at all. I'm using this as a comparison to show you all the differences in how one person can load up throughout the day, the same exact time, in the same exact household, similar ranks, and have completely different experiences. All her lobbies were positive. She didn't have nobody in there crashing out. There was no toxic people. She didn't talk about one person who was leaving the match. Nothing. Guang likes her. Zeong and them cool with her. But me on the other hand, every single match I had somebody raging out. Had a match on the Heaven map. I don't know exactly what it's called. She knows the Heaven map. Had a match on that. We're winning. They took the point quick initially. We're on the fence. They took the point initially. But then once they took the point, somebody made a change or something to some character or whatever. You know, it happens sometimes. Just come out the gate. You got your team composition. They just happen to take a gamble and their team composition a little bit better. But as soon as you see what they got going on, you swap. Maybe they got a Spider-Man. You were running, I don't know, Hawkeye or something or whatever. And Spider-Man two-pieces you up, whatever. Then you switch your name. Then all of a sudden it changes. Now all of a sudden, you know, they're to stand still. They can't see the move, yada, yada. We're winning. We lost one fight. I don't know exactly what happened. I ulted. Like 5 of my teammates were there. By the time I finished doing the ult, the dash was around the point, around the cart. Everybody's great. Moon Knight, who's doing terrible, goes, I'm trolling now. GG's. Proceeds to go Jeff. And just starts hitting the team and throwing them off the cliff. This is what my experience was yesterday. This is what it was. Doesn't matter what role I play. Doesn't matter how many MVPs. No matter how many SVPs. Matchmaking is bullshit. A lot of y'all out there are boosted. A lot of y'all, it comes down to how long do they think you're going to be able to stay in the game before they start putting you in lobbies with me. And then I got to sit here and do 2, sometimes 3 times the amount of work to get you a win because Guang knows that you're a little crybaby and you're going to jump off the game if you lose 1 or 2 more. They know this. Statistically, there is no way.
So this is how
there's
Johnny
absolutely
feels.
no way that somebody can be sitting in the other room, in another room, in my office, my girl's in her office. We on the same Wi-Fi, queuing up at the same exact time. Magically somehow, all your lobbies are cupcakes and
30 seconds
butterflies.
before you attack. Get ready.
My lobbies had the most toxic people imaginable. Now I know some of you might think, well, maybe it's a situation where you're really toxic in lobbies, and then, you know, they put you in with other people who are toxic. Brother, I don't have voice chat on. I have never once used voice chat in this game. I actually had a sponsor one time try to get me to do a sponsorship for a voice changer, the AI voice changer. They told me they'd give me a lifetime membership to the voice changer thing. Like, we just want you to make a video where you go into the VC and you talk to people using the voice changer.
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
And I turned it down.
Got it?
It's one of the only sponsors I turned down because I was just like, yeah, I'm not really interested. It doesn't really fit my style. It's not really what this channel is.
Hum's X-Men cartoon theme as close as possible without legal issues.
Text chat, you know what I say in it? GG. Every once in a blue moon, if a dude was being real, like he just really kept forcing the 1v1, like if I'm using Moon Knight or Blade or something like that, Spider-Man, whatever, and you just kept forcing the 1v1, I'm just trying to play the game, and you just keep trying to like one-up me or something, and you see YouTube my name or whatever, maybe, just maybe, I'll say Spidey, Blade did, whatever character it was, Thor did, whatever. You might get that out of it, and even then that's followed up by GG. So ain't no way in hell, because I haven't heard my girl in there saying some stuff where I was like, damn, is the other person okay? She gives it just as good as she gets it and then some. I'm pretty sure Scooters to uninstall the game after some stuff she said to him. So I just gotta be real, man. The matchmaking is fugazi, man. It's BS. Guang knows it, Zeong knows it. And that's why they got me in the lobbies in right now. I'm not one of these content creators gonna sit here and tell you like, oh, no, everything's perfectly fine, guys. This is completely normal matchmaking. Brother, I'm older than most of y'all. I have been gaming longer than most of you have even been alive, okay? I remember cartridges. That's how far back I go. Prehistoric age, brother. Cartridges. You don't know nothing about that. You can't take it out the game console. Blow it off. Y'all don't know nothing about that. You get dust inside of it. See, y'all too young for that. Y'all don't even know. I remember a time when matchmaking was legitimate. Imagine this. Imagine you load into a game, right? And you get up to a certain rank, and you don't have to carry anybody. Everybody in that rank deserves to be in that rank. Ain't that some crazy? Ain't that a crazy concept? It's crazy, right? Man, it's almost like it makes sense. But you know what, though? Whoever the group is, they got the back of NetEase crunching all the numbers saying, yo, listen, if we gaslight Dark into thinking he belongs in one rank, and he knows good and damn well he don't belong in that damn rank. Ain't never been in this rank before ever. But if we gaslight him by giving him a bunch of really toxic, teammates who rage quit for absolutely nothing, you got I had people selling yesterday because one of the teammates tried to ban Jubilee. This person didn't even hover over Jubilee. He just said, oh, bet we banning each other's characters now.
Get on the car.
Brother, nobody knew you was trying to play Jubilee. And you couldn't have been confused about it because it shows it on the goddamn screen. I'm tired, boss. I'm tired, man. This game has got to be just... I done played some toxic. Y'all understand? I know people that have been here on this channel for a minute. I know y'all are tired of hearing it, but I'm sorry. I lived through the original Modern Warfare 2. Y'all don't understand the level of toxicity. You have no idea.
I won't disappear so easily.
Different type of toxicity. See, back then, people used to just call them names.
Now.
They call me slurs. They talk about my moms, my sister, what they was gonna do to them. They said stuff that would get people put under a jail now. Okay? But this toxicity, this is something else, man. This is like Guantanamo Bay punishment. You understand what I'm saying to you? This is like some psychological. Can't nobody say like, oh man, you gotta touch grass. Bro, I touch grass every day. I'm a homeowner. I stay out my yard. I'm very OCD in particular about my yard. Regularly going 20-25-mile bike rides every other day. Matter of fact, just came back from the beach. That don't subtract from the point though. Man, the matchmaking system, because they know that because of how this game is, if you were to actually get to the rank you belong at, and you got actual teammates that were actually similarly skilled to you and the games felt even, and it wasn't this stomp or be stomp bull, you may actually get off the place. They know that. They understand this. They're like, oh man, we know you got a couple other games in the library. You ain't finished that James Bond game yet? Well, you're not going to. And it's crazy. Absolutely crazy. The thing is, I have zero problem admitting when I make mistakes. I told you this earlier in the video. I got zero problem admitting when I make mistakes. That is how you get better. I do it all the time. People in my Discord server, there's so many people on my server that are better than myself. I've asked many different people when I've seen them really good with a character, yo, let's go into the practice range. Show me what you do with this character. Show me some tech. Show me how you stay alive in these really intense situations. This is how I've gotten better at the game. This is my first hero shooter. I mean, I played a little bit of Overwatch, but I don't really count that because it was mostly me trolling when I was playing with family members and stuff. It wasn't something that I legitimately wanted to do. I wasn't making content for it. I was not playing it regularly. I didn't even buy the game for myself. Somebody else bought the game for me. You understand what I'm saying to you? This is my first real deep dive into a hero shooter. And to me, there is zero shame in saying like, hey, this person's really good on Daredevil. Why don't you come over here and show me how you got really good at Daredevil? Show me what you know, what you do in these situations. Oh, you're really good at Iron Man? Show me how you live with Iron Man. Oh, you don't fold whenever, you get multiple people diving you in the back line. What do you do? Where do you position yourself at? I have absolutely zero problem learning. A lot of you in the comments give help about a lot of different things. Sometimes I help each other. Sometimes you help me. Ain't nobody ever gave me no kind of tip or trick in the comment section where I've ever been like, nah, bro, I'm good, bro. You don't got to. Or I was like listening to you in the comment. No. I won't. Respectfully. Anything other than that, you can get your good on somewhere. But respectfully, though, I welcome it. But some people in this community, man, they're completely fine being delusional. They're completely fine sitting back, acting like everything they're doing is perfect against everybody else. And then when that don't work, they go, listen, let me stack up with some more trash people. Whether it be random people they find on the internet or whether it be their homeboys and they know they trash. And they're like, well, maybe, just maybe, if we gaslight our teammates into believing that they're trash when they're really having to carry us, maybe they'll carry us even harder. Or it'll take the shame and embarrassment off of me. Like my homeboy can't just look at the board and see that I'm playing terrible.
Wait, I don't.
Maybe if I call the other person who's MVP trash first, you know, maybe that'll like mess the head up. And I understand, you know, a lot of people just sit back and they'll say, well, the board doesn't tell everything. Just because you're MVP doesn't mean everything. But a lot of times it does. Okay? If I'm out here killing everybody and you ain't killing nobody, naturally I'm gonna be MVP. That's just
Wow.